The road was empty. That is the detail I kept coming back to later when I had time, and I had a lot of time. 9 at night, the second week of May, and I was walking home from work with a plastic bag of instant noodles swinging off 2 fingers. That stretch of road has 4 streetlights, and 3 of them worked. There was nobody on it. No bikes, no scooters, not even a stray dog going through the bins, and that dog was always going through the bins. Then there was light on my left, and the light was very close, and the light was moving. I did not get a life review. Nobody warns you about that. 25 years of me, and the last thing my brain chose to hold on to was the noodles. Beef flavor. On sale, 2 packets for the price of 1. And I remember being pleased about it. Then the sound. Then nothing. I want to be fair to the universe here. It gave me a second chance. I have to give it that. What it did not give me was a body worth having. I woke up warm and floating and pressed on all sides, like being held in a fist made of jelly. I could not open my eyes because I did not have eyes yet. I could not move because there was nothing to move with. And when the parts finally did start growing in, over 2 long, slow days, I got to feel exactly what they were, one at a time, in the dark. 8 body segments, a pair of eyes that took up a third of my head, a breathing tube where a spine should be. I was inside an egg. The egg was smaller than a pinhole, and the thing growing inside it was a mosquito. Other people die and come back as gods, immortals, Buddhas. There is a whole industry of people dying and coming back as somebody's estranged crown prince. I died and came back as the thing you kill with a magazine. Where exactly do you go to file a complaint about that? And then, because the universe is a comedian who never learned when to stop, a pale blue screen opened up inside my head. Name, Lin Kai-yang. Race, Cang Ying. Level 0. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Talents, none. And then one more line, underlined in red like a teacher had gotten emotional about it. Ultimate goal, evolve into a Dominator-level Giant Dragon. I read it 4 times. I tried to laugh and discovered I did not have a mouth yet either, which is the single most frustrating thing that has ever happened to me. A dragon. Me. Currently less than 1 millimeter long and structurally about 90% water. You could get a pig up a tree faster than you could get me to a dragon, and at least the pig has legs. But here is the thing I am not proud of. Under the outrage, somewhere down in the part of me that used to buy lottery tickets, I was excited. Because if it was real, if some idiot system had actually looked at a mosquito egg and typed dragon into the goal field and hit save, then somewhere at the end of this, there was a version of me the size of a weather system, and nobody would ever put anything in front of me and call it a career. I flipped to the next page. Reach level 1 as soon as possible to obtain a talent skill. Great. Wonderful. I am an egg. Tell me how an egg grinds. Do I need other mosquitoes to come and sit on me? Is there a queue? The system said nothing, because the system, as I would learn over the next 2 years, only speaks when it wants something. So I did the only thing available to me. I felt the sun come through the eggshell, warm and heavy, the kind of afternoon that makes construction workers put a hat over their face. And I thought about how when I was a student, I studied from dark to dark and worked myself hollow, and my one actual dream, the only wish I ever had that was really mine, was to sleep until the world went black. I closed the eyes I had just grown. Congratulations, me. Wish granted. You are unemployed, unkillable by rent, and extremely comfortable. I slept for 2 days. I woke up because the water came in. It came in with a sound like ice cracking in a glass. Click, then click again, then a run of clicks all around me. Cold water poured into the egg and swallowed me whole. I held my breath, which was a bold move for something that had never breathed. The water kept coming. The egg filled. My body went up with it, head down, tail up, and I understood in a very physical way that I was about to drown before I had officially been born. Then my tail broke the surface. The tube at the end of it snapped open. Air went into me like somebody had cut a hole in a bank vault, and the blue screen lit up. First time it ever did anything for me. A firework went off across it and burst into little falling flowers, and 4 silver characters came up out of the shower. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 1. Strength 1 out of 10. Speed 1 out of 10. Talent, eyesight and night vision superior to an ordinary mosquito. Let me tell you, I was dignified about it. I did 2 laps of the water instead, just to see, and I went past the other larvae like they were parked. twice their speed. Then I grabbed a water plant that a normal larva could not budge and dragged it out of place, because apparently I was also twice as strong. 2 times a mosquito larva is not a lot. I am aware of that. 2 times nothing is nothing, but I could see. It was the middle of the night, and I could see the grass on the riverbank 3 meters away, blade by blade, every one of them separate. My eyes were compound eyes, so nothing arrived blurred. It arrived tiled, detailed, insultingly clear, which is how, 6 days later, I learned there was a frog, 10 meters upstream, in the weeds, fist-sized, and it had the specific stillness of something that has never once had to hurry. Every larva that drifted within half a meter of it stopped existing. The frog did not chase. The frog did not move. The frog held one position all day like a landlord. The other larvae could not see it coming. Not from 10 meters, not from 1. They had eyesight that ended at their own faces. So they died, in 2s and 3s, all afternoon, and the water went on being pleasant. I saw it every time and went under and waited. That was my whole first week of life. Eat bacteria off the water, sleep in the sun, watch the neighbors get eaten, and molt out of my own skin every couple of days. Molting is worse than it sounds. You wait for your outer layer to harden, then you use 2 brand new legs the thickness of an eyelash to pry yourself open and shove your way out from inside. For everyone else, it was an ordeal. They came out of it lying flat, gray, done for the day. I came out of it lying flat too, not because it hurt, because the sun was on the water and I could not think of one single reason to move. 6 millimeters long, vision out to a big tree on the bank, 3 molts down, and I had already decided this was the good life. No rent, no boss, no commute. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat, and if a frog wants you, you simply see the frog. There was exactly one problem with retiring at 6 days old, and it was this. I kept thinking about the road. There had been nobody on that road. And that car had come out of a side lane at a speed nobody uses at 9 at night in a place with nothing to be late for. And now that I had 2 days of nothing to do but lie in warm water and think, I kept turning it over, and every time I turned it over, it fit worse. Also, my parents were somewhere out there having the worst month of their lives, and my sister was 15 and in her first year of high school, and I was a translucent grub with a snorkel. So no retirement. I needed to grow up, grow wings, and get home. That afternoon, I checked the upstream weeds, and the frog was gone. Actually gone, not gone looking. I did 3 passes with my excellent new eyes and found nothing anywhere that wanted to eat me. So I put my tail up, my head down, and got to work on the bacteria. Around sunset, the whole surface filled in with larvae, hundreds of them, all doing the same stupid vertical float, and I want you to picture how that looked from above. A river with a lawn of tails on it. Then I heard something. Barely a sound at all, a dry rattle up high. I lifted my head out of the water and looked into the last of the sun, and 2 enormous things shaped like airplanes were coming down at the river with their wings going. Dragonflies, 2 of them. The one behind took a larva 3 meters downstream from me. It did not slow down to do it. It just went through the water and came out with him. The other one came for me. Why me? Out of 400 identical grubs, why me? I dove. Of course I dove. That is what larvae do. And dragonflies have been eating larvae since before there were trees, so it already knew. It came in above my head and put 6 legs into the water ahead of me, thorns out, a basket closing on the exact place I was going to be. A normal larva would have swum politely into it. I bent my tail all the way back and snapped it and shot forward across the surface 20 centimeters in one go, because 2 times the strength and 2 times the speed have to be good for something. The legs closed on nothing. The dragonfly actually paused. If there was anybody home in there, that pause was the sound of a very old program hitting an error. It climbed and came again. Same move. Legs into the water ahead of me. And I snapped forward again, another 20 centimeters, and it missed again. And I remember thinking, in the middle of running for my life, that this thing was chasing me with real commitment. I am not even female, and if I were female, I would still have standards about species. 3rd pass. 4th. It never once learned to reach further forward, which saved my life and also lowered my opinion of dragonflies permanently. The problem was direction. Every jump I made went one way, forward, upstream, and after 5 of them, I was out of the safe water entirely. I was in the frog's yard. I stopped like I had hit glass. Half a meter ahead of me, in the weeds, sitting there with that landlord's stillness, the frog. It had come back. It had been there the whole time, or it had come back, and either way, there was a dragonfly 3 centimeters over my head and a fist-sized amphibian half a meter in front of me, and riverbank on the third side. I did not have a plan. I had one piece of trivia. I had been a person, and people know that frogs are extremely interested in things that move and functionally blind to things that do not. So I stopped being a thing that moved. I hung there in the water with my tail up, and every muscle I owned switched off, and I prayed, silently, in the most sincere voice I have ever used, "Please look over here. Please look at the other one. Please." The dragonfly came down, and the frog's mouth opened, and a red tongue came out of it like a tape measure snapping back, and it took the dragonfly out of the air, and then the frog's jaw twitched twice, and there was no dragonfly. I did not move for a long time. When I finally sank down and started easing my way back toward the shallows, my new eyes caught something 3 meters behind me, drifting. A small orange sphere, translucent. Nothing in this river was that color. The system opened. 1 dragonfly egg found. Consuming it will immediately upgrade you to level 2. I looked at the frog. I looked at the egg. I did the math on how those 2 facts got into the same paragraph. The dragonfly that just got eaten had been full and about to lay. Something the size of a fist grabbed her out of the sky at speed, and she dropped one on the way down. She had come to this river to eat me and to start a family, and she achieved neither, and I got a promotion out of it. I would like to say I felt something about that. I felt like moving faster. I got under the surface and followed it down. Once I was out of the frog's reach, I came up and put both of my brand new toothpick legs around it. It was half the size of my head. A normal larva could not have moved it a centimeter. I was twice as strong as a normal larva, which meant I could move it, provided I was willing to look extremely undignified. So I swam for the bank, thrashing my whole segmented body like a stick of candied fruit having a seizure, and I got about 4 centimeters per attempt before I had to stop and rest. And while I rested, I had to keep wiggling so the current would not take everything I owned back downstream. 5 minutes. 1 meter. Every bit of it earned. When I finally shoved the thing into the grass roots at the edge, I lay on my side and said, out loud, to nobody, that I was never doing manual labor again as long as I lived. I have broken that promise more times than I can count, but I meant it that day. Then came the part where I discovered that dragonfly eggs are built like tiny hostile luggage. I tried a leg. The membrane bounced it. I tried biting, and something in my face nearly gave out, and my mouth swelled up on one side. Then I looked at the grass I was leaning on. Every blade of it had thorns. 10 tries, 11. On the 12th, there was a sound so small it was basically an idea, and a hole appeared. I put my mouth over the hole and pulled. I have had ice-cold beer in August after a 12-hour shift. I have had the first bite of food after a day of no food. This was above both of those. It came in sweet and thick, and it went everywhere in me at once, and every single second of hauling that egg 1 meter upstream instantly became worth it. 20 minutes later, there was an empty shell drifting away downstream, and my abdomen looked 5 months pregnant. I stroked it with 2 legs. I burped. It was a long burp. Then I found a grass root that looked safe, and I remembered an old saying about eating when you are hungry and sleeping when you are full, and I have never followed any philosophy as faithfully as I followed that one. I went out like a light. While I was out, things happened to me without asking. My skin split along the back and washed away. My new body started leaking something thick that did not wash off, and the thick stuff set into a hard brown shell all the way around me. And by morning, I was a small, legless brown shrimp cemented to a water plant. 3rd stage, pupa. I woke up to 2 fireworks instead of 1, which felt like real progress in the relationship. Level 2, strength 2, speed 2. Let me be clear about what happened there. I ate a dumpling and had a nap and got promoted. Larvae normally need 10 to 14 days to reach pupa. I did it in 6 because I drank somebody's unborn child. If the other larvae had been capable of understanding that, I think it would have broken them. I asked the system how a pupa is supposed to level up, given that my mouth was now sealed inside a shell. The pupa does not need to feed. Wait patiently. In 2 days, you will become an adult and advance to level 3. So to be clear, I do nothing, and I get stronger. And this is not a punishment, this is the actual intended path. System, I said, I think you and I are going to get along. 2 days of hanging on the surface in the moonlight with a hard shell on and nothing required of me. The only thing I had to watch for was dragonflies, and I could see those from 5 meters now, which meant I saw them the way you see a bus coming, with time to have opinions about it. My eyes kept getting better on their own. By the second night, I could make out a streetlight past the big tree, and behind the streetlight, faint, the shapes of houses. That was the first time I had any idea where I was. And on the second night, at midnight, with absolutely nothing else to do, I went back to the road again. Because the more I ran it, the less it worked. That car had been parked near my building for days. I had walked past it. I had walked past it more than once and thought nothing, because who thinks anything about a parked car? And then it came out of the lane at me on the one night I was walking home late. It felt aimed. I did not have a word for what I felt about that yet. I had a shell on and no mouth. But something in me sat up and started keeping a list. Then, click, a hairline crack opened across my shell. Time to grow up. I have to report that I fought my way out of my cocoon like a man reborn. What actually happened is I kicked at the gap with 6 brand new legs for 5 straight minutes, achieved a crack the width of a mosquito's leg, got winded, and quit. You cannot rush these things, I told myself lying there. It will open when it opens. Then I fell asleep, and while I was asleep, the shell split in 4 more places, and the current took every piece of it away from me, and I woke up naked in the wind and, I am not going to lie, slightly embarrassed. But light, unbelievably light, 7 millimeters, 6 long, thin legs, a proboscis, and on my back, folded and soft and not yet hardened, a pair of transparent wings. 3 fireworks this time, level 3, strength 3, speed 3, new talent, flight ability superior to an ordinary mosquito. I looked at that line for a while. Flight ability superior to an ordinary mosquito. What does that mean? Superior how? Superior in what sense? My general policy in life is that if I cannot figure something out, I stop thinking about it and let the world explain later. It has served me about as well as you would expect. 2 hours for the wings to set. Then I tried. The first flap was nothing. The second lifted me off the water. And then I was wobbling 3 centimeters over a river in the dark, nauseous, actually airsick in a body that weighed less than a raindrop. But I kept going, and the wings kept getting faster, and they settled at a rate I later looked up in the system out of curiosity. A house mosquito beats its wings about 600 times a second. Mine were doing 1,000. That is what the talent meant. I was running at a frame rate the hardware was not designed for. If I had ever played a game with those hands, I would have been unbeatable and also probably arrested. I got my balance, caught the evening wind, and left the river. I flew. When I was small, I used to watch nature programs and want to be the eagle, not the lion. Everybody wants the lion. The eagle, because the eagle gets the view. I was not an eagle. I was a bug going 1 meter per second. But I was 3 times faster than any mosquito in that valley. And when I tried to turn, I discovered I could go sideways, backward, upside down, straight down, and all the way over in a loop. I did the loop maybe 40 times. Nobody was watching. I did not care. Then my stomach spoke up, and I remembered what I was. I am a mosquito. Mosquitoes drink blood. It was, I felt, time to start the career. I went toward the houses I had seen behind the streetlight, over some holly bushes, into a courtyard. 3 floors, done up expensive. The kind of suburban place where the gate has more design than the house. 2nd floor windows all standing open in the heat. I went in like I had been invited. The room I picked was a bedroom, and in the bed there was a little girl, maybe 7, maybe 8, breathing slow and even and completely out. I felt bad. I want that on the record. I had a whole apology prepared about how this was purely business, and I would find some way to make it up to her. Then I set my mouth against her cheek and pushed, and something in my face nearly snapped, and the pain put water in both of my eyes. What is this child made of? Has she been training? Is this the iron shirt? The system opened, unhurried, like a colleague who has been watching you struggle with a door for a while. Note: male mosquitoes have vestigial mandibles and cannot penetrate human skin. They feed on plant sap and nectar. Only females can feed on blood. I sat on that little girl's face, and I have never wanted to swear so badly with a mouth I could not use for swearing. I made it all the way to adult. I grew wings. I taught myself aerobatics. And now you tell me I am the vegetarian model. Sap and nectar. Do I look like a bee to you? I went out to the flowers in the yard and drank nectar like a disgrace and got maybe half full, and then, because a full stomach is where all bad ideas come from, my brain started working. The system extracts DNA from what I eat. That is the whole engine. That is how it built this body. So I asked it a question. System, if I drink the blood of a female mosquito, can you take her DNA and give me the jaws she has? One word came back. Available. I should talk about that word for a second, because that word is the entire reason any of the rest of this happened. It did not say yes. It did not say good idea. It said available, the way a vending machine says available. And in that one word, I understood the shape of the thing I had been given. It was not a mentor. It was not a friend. It was a shop, and it was open, and it did not care in the slightest what I bought. Which raised the obvious question, and I asked it that same night, because I am not stupid. System. If I can take DNA out of anything I drink, then find me a person and put me back. The screen did not even change. It just sat there, pale blue, with that red underline at the bottom of it. Ultimate goal, evolve into a Dominator-level Giant Dragon. It only ever traded upward, along its own ladder, toward its own finish line. Human was not a rung. Human was where I had started and lost. Fine. I went back to the river at 3 times the speed of a normal mosquito to go and find some women. Here is a thing you learn very fast as a male mosquito. They can hear your wings. I came in over the reeds and every female in the area picked up my frequency and started fixing herself up. Preening. Tail wagging. There was an atmosphere. I had spent 25 years as a man that women looked past on their way to look at something else. 2 days as a bug, and I was the most interesting thing at the river. Do you have any idea what that does to a person? But I was on the clock. Mosquitoes talk with their wings, so I beat out the only sentence that mattered. Food. Food found. Food found. They answered immediately. Lead the way. So I turned around and flew back toward the villa on the evening wind with a following of 5 or 6 females, all of them extremely pleased about how fast I was going, and all of them, I would like to note, expecting the evening to continue afterward. The girl was still asleep. Little sister, I said in my head, I am sorry, I will make this up to you. I have no idea how. Then I beat my wings and announced dinner. They went in like a demolition crew. Red bumps came up on her face, her hands, her legs. She started stirring and scratching in her sleep. I hovered up near the ceiling and genuinely could not watch, which is a strange thing to feel about a meal you personally catered. The problem was, they were good at this. The instant she moved, they were off her and relocating, which meant nobody was getting fat enough to be slow. An hour of that. A full hour. And then they finally stopped, all of them looking 8 months along, and every single one of them turned to me and started posing. Come on then, let us go to my place. Ladies, please, have some self-respect. Eat more, drink well. You will want your strength. And they bought it. That is the part that still amazes me. They went straight back down onto that child and drank until their bodies were basically full balloons with legs, and their reaction time fell off a cliff. And then the girl scratched her hand. She did it gently, half asleep, barely a movement. One of them was right there, and she felt it coming, and she was too heavy to leave. There was a small, wet sound. Then there was no mosquito. There was a red smear across a child's fingers, and the rest of them scattered out the window in a panic. I came down onto that finger before the others had cleared the sill. Understand what I drank there. That was somebody's blood, taken out of a child by somebody's mouth, and then taken out of somebody by a fingernail, and I put my face in it and pulled until my stomach was tight. The screen came up. Extracted DNA from the female mosquito, used for body modification. What is there to hesitate about? I said. Modify. Modification at 10%, 20%. I could feel it. That is the horrible part. I could feel the atrophied hardware in my face growing forward, filling out, hardening, over the course of about a minute while I sat on a sleeping child's hand. Modification 100%, complete. I tapped my new mouth against the back of her hand. It went in like a needle into fruit. Then I pulled. You know when it is 38 degrees out and somebody hands you a beer straight out of ice water and the first swallow goes all the way down and you have to stop and stand still for a second? That, but the beer is a person. I am aware of how that sounds. I had been a human being 9 days earlier. I am telling you honestly that there was no moral experience attached to it whatsoever. There was heat and sweetness, and my whole body going yes. I was also, I will say in my defense, careful. I picked spots on her back and the backs of her arms, places a small child cannot reach, so she would not slap and I would not have to move. I drank for half an hour. Then I got under the bed in the corner and yawned so wide I felt it in my legs and slept. I woke up at 3, felt a bit hungry, and went back. That is how the whole night went. Eat, sleep, eat, sleep. By the time the light started coming up and she was about to wake, the screen was going off in my head with 4 fireworks in a row. Level 4, strength 4, speed 4. 4 times the strength of a normal mosquito. 4 times the speed. Among mosquitoes, I was not a fighter jet. I was a destroyer. And my eyes had gone up again with a level, because they always did. So now, through a bedroom window on the 2nd floor of somebody's villa, I could see across the river to the farmland on the other side. I lay in the dark under the bed of a child I was slowly draining, and I made a plan. And the plan was this. A few more nights, a few more levels, get faster, get tougher, then go home. Which brings me to the honest part of this story, the part I would like to skip. In the version of events where I am the hero, level 4 is when I go home. I fly back to my parents. I find out who is driving. I start something. I did not do that. I stayed. Because it was comfortable there. Because there was a warm room and a sleeping food source and nobody who wanted to eat me. And going outside meant frogs and dragonflies and geckos and spiders. And because I had spent every year of my life being told to hurry, and now there was a screen in my head telling me I was getting stronger while I slept. I told myself it was strategy. 4 times a mosquito is still slow, I said. What if I need to fly 100 kilometers? Better wait. I gave myself a very reasonable excuse, and then I went to sleep on it. 3 days. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat, and I did not even do it the way normal mosquitoes do it. They rush in and get slapped. I waited until the house went quiet and the girl was fully under, then landed somewhere on her back she could never reach, and drank at my leisure, and never once got hit. Level 5, 3 days later. 5 times a mosquito, 2 meters per second. Strong enough now to lift the fold of somebody's clothing and get underneath it. And my eyes had reached the highway on the far side of the river, which was 50 meters out, which for a mosquito is essentially astronomy. I also, around then, threw every other mosquito out of that bedroom. Not for her sake. I want to be accurate. I did it because I was tired of sharing, and because if nobody else was biting her, nobody in that house would light a coil, and I would keep my restaurant open. If the child slept a bit better as a side effect, good. That is between her and me. Level 10 is where the system said the next thing happens. Level 10 is where you stop being your species. 100 times what I am now, it said. So why would I go outside as a 5 when there was a version of me waiting at 10? That was my reasoning, and I was extremely pleased with it. And on the 4th night, it ran into a BMW. I was under the bed with my stomach making noises when I heard an engine come into the yard. Not the housekeeper, not the parents, an engine with money in it. I went up to the window, a BMW X6, rolling in slow, and on the plate, 4 4s in a row, C4444. I sat on that windowsill and something went cold in the middle of me, and my wings started going without permission. I knew that plate. Everybody in our year knew that plate because he made sure of it. Chen Ming Hao. Same university, same class, and in every other respect, a different species from me. I was a poor kid from a village with a good average. He was second-generation money with a face on him, and he spent 4 years discovering that if you have both of those things, you can take anything off anybody and nobody says a word. Including, in 3rd year, my girlfriend. He did not even take her romantically. He took her by mentioning that his father's company hires. Let me be straight about the girl, too. She was a snob, and she made a business decision, and honestly, congratulations to her. But he did it in front of people. That was the point of it. That was the entire point of it. And now the car with his plate on it was parked in the yard of the house I had been living in for a week and a half. 2 people got out. Him, first, handsome and pleased about it, and a woman, and she was not my ex. I have to be fair, she was extraordinary. 1 in 1,000. The sort of face that would have shut down a whole floor of my old office. So he had traded up again. Serves the last one right, I thought, and felt small about thinking it, and thought it again. He was already talking. He said his sister had gone home for the night, so they had the place to themselves and could stay up all night playing King of Glory without anybody bothering them. She smacked his hand off her waist and said he had absolutely better carry her to Challenger because she had been stuck in Diamond for several seasons. Then she asked why his sister had suddenly gone home. And he said, with his phone already out, that the kid had been eaten alive by mosquitoes a few nights ago and flatly refused to sleep in the house, which worked out perfectly for them. Then he said, and I want you to hold on to this, that it was only May and there were no mosquitoes in May, and something else had probably bitten his sister and she had gotten confused. I sat in the window of the bedroom I had been operating out of for 11 days, 4 times stronger than any mosquito alive, and I thought, you brought me dinner. They went up to a room on the 2nd floor. What happened up there is that they played King of Glory. I know because I could hear it. 2 adults, 1 console phone each, arguing about lanes until 2 in the morning. And then the house went quiet. I came out from under the bed and hovered over the 2 of them, and I looked down at that face, and I discovered that 11 days of comfortable retirement had not taken the edge off a single thing. You took her in front of everybody, and now you are lying here, in a nice room, breathing. I landed on his cheek. You are very proud of this face, I thought. Let us do something about the face. The first one went in, and he did not even twitch, because I was 5 times a mosquito now, and I could put it in slow. 3 hours. That is how long I worked. All of it on his face, 1 puncture at a time, and every time his hand came up in his sleep, I was already gone and back before it landed. He never woke properly. He just kept making small, annoyed noises and turning his head, which helped, honestly, because it gave me the other side. By the time I had had enough, there was not a clean square centimeter left above his neck. Then I went under the bed, found a corner, yawned until my whole body folded, and slept like a man who has finished a difficult shift. I woke up an hour later, still hungry, went back up. This time I did not go to him. To be clear about what this was, he had taken something of mine in public, and I had been carrying it for 3 years, and now I was a bug with a needle, and he had a woman asleep next to him. I went to her arm, and I put it in, and I drank, and the feeling that went through me was not hunger. You take my woman, I drink your woman. That is the whole thought. That is all it was. It was small, and it was petty, and it was the most satisfying 30 minutes I had had since I died. Half an hour until I could not hold any more. Then under the bed, then a nap, then back up and do it again. 3 tiles before the light came, and I was already thinking on the last trip that if these 2 stayed a week, I would clear level 6 easy. I did not get a week. I got until the screaming. The scream came out of the bathroom, and it went through me like somebody had dropped a plate, and I fell right off the ceiling before I got my wings organized. I came in high along the ceiling and looked down. He was standing at the mirror, and I got one look at him and nearly went into the wall. There was no face. There was a surface. Every single bite had come up into a lump the size of a walnut, bright red, with a little hole in the middle of each one, so from any distance it looked like somebody had glued corn to a man. It turns out he has sensitive skin. A normal mosquito gives him a welt the size of a fingernail that lasts a month. I am not a normal mosquito. Then the woman heard him and came running and got to the doorway, and the sound she made was worse than his. Longer. Higher. What happened to your face? What happened to your face? She had her hand over her mouth, and she could not look at him, which I thought was a very interesting response from someone who had been calling him young master 6 hours earlier. And he stood in front of that mirror and worked it out. He shouted that it was mosquitoes, that there were mosquitoes in this room, that his sister had said there were mosquitoes, and he had thought, it is May. Where would all these mosquitoes come from? Then he said he was going to buy a bottle of insecticide and kill every one of them. She was frightened enough of him by then to say she would go get it herself, and she took the X6 and went. And I hovered up there by the light fitting and thought about that. I put a rash on your face, and your immediate proposal is chemical warfare. Look, 5 times a normal mosquito is very good against dragonflies. Against a spray can, it is completely meaningless. I would go down with everything else in that room, so it was time to leave, and I did not want to fly home. My village was a couple of 100 kilometers out, and between here and there were frogs, dragonflies, spiders, and geckos, and I had met exactly 2 of those and did not enjoy either. Then I had the idea. And in defense of the idea, it worked. I went out the window and sat on a holly leaf in the yard. She came back. The engine went off. The door opened. And in the half second where a woman is getting out of a car with a bottle in her hand and not looking at anything, I went past her ear and into the back of the vehicle. The door shut. She went inside with the spray, and I flew a couple of laps around the interior of a car I could never have afforded, and had a very complicated feeling about it. When I was a person, I did not once ride in something like this. Now I own it. Now it is mine, and I have not even paid the toll. From inside the house, muffled, I could hear him. Die. Die, all of you. Keep biting me. Keep biting me. Whatever that spray was, he was using all of it. Then they came out and got in, and he said he was never coming back to this dump. He was going home to Dongcheng. Dongcheng. Dongcheng is a county town 20 kilometers from my village. Dongcheng is where I worked. Dongcheng is where I got hit. I got into the gap behind the back seat and yawned. Hard night, long shift, and a free ride to exactly where I needed to be. Then, because the universe likes to hand you the important thing while you are asleep, I woke up in the middle of a conversation. The woman was doing her makeup and telling him to slow down, that this was how accidents happen, that somebody had been killed in the East District barely 10 days ago by a speeder. And he laughed at her. "You do not know anything," he said. "That was not speeding. That driver went for him." "I came awake the way you come awake when your own name gets said in another room." She asked what he meant. "Not an accident. Murder." "That is not possible." And Chen Ming Hao, at 90 kilometers an hour, with a face like a bag of walnuts, said this. The guy who got hit was my classmate. Everybody called him Cang Ying. Poor loser. Here I have to say something about that nickname because it deserves a moment. In our year, Lin Kaiyang got shortened by a boy with money into Cang Ying because I was small and annoying and cost nothing to swat. 4 years later, I was in the back of his car listening to him say it, and the joke had gone somewhere neither of us expected. She asked why anyone would bother killing a poor loser, and he said, "Who knows?" But a friend of mine works in that world, and he says this one is not simple. That car had been parked near his rented place for about a month without moving, and then, on his way home from work, it came out fast. How could that be simple? I sat behind that seat and I stopped being angry, which is a strange thing to happen, and I have thought about it a lot since. Anger is what you feel when you do not know. I had spent 9 days as an insect turning that road over and over because I did not know. And then a man with a ruined face said it out loud in a car, and it stopped being a question. It became a job. Someone had put a car outside my building for a month. Someone had paid for that. Someone had sat down and decided that Lin Kaiyang should be dealt with, and then he had been dealt with, and then his mother had gone to a hospital and identified him. Who? And that word, who, is the whole reason I am telling you any of this. Everything I did for the next 2 years came out of that one word in the back of a BMW. We came into Dongcheng and slowed for the streets, and I got ready to leave. But before I went, I did one more thing. Because I looked at him in the driver's seat, and there was one clean patch left on him. One. Right at the corner of his mouth. We have come this far, I thought. It would be untidy to stop. I put it in, he felt it and slapped, and I was already off him and out through the gap in the window, and the last thing I got was him looking into the rearview mirror at a walnut coming up out of the corner of his own lip. The word he used carried about 40 meters on the wind. I rode that wind all the way to the bus station, and I felt fantastic. And if you have never bitten a rich man in a moving car, I recommend it. Now, here is where I have to admit something. I did not go looking for the driver. I know. I had the road, I had the confirmation, I had the fury, and I was 5 times a mosquito, which meant that if I found the man who killed me, my absolute maximum contribution would be to raise a lump on his arm, and then he would put his hand on it, and I would be a smear. So the plan stayed the plan. Get home, see my parents, get strong, come back for everybody. The order of that list is going to matter later, so remember it. I flew for the bus station, wobbling in the crosswind, and I got within 100 meters of it before I heard the sound. Dry, rattling, behind me, and closing. I looked back and nearly stopped flying entirely, which would have killed me. A dragonfly, coming in over the rooftops from 50 meters out like something launched off a carrier. 2 meters per second is a superb speed for a mosquito. A dragonfly sprints at 40. I did the only thing available. I turned for the nearest human being, a woman standing 20 meters to my left, and I flew at her like she was a bunker. I did not make it. It came in from behind and above, and I flipped, straight up and over, and it went past underneath me close enough that the wash off its wings threw me sideways. It pulled up, confused. It had never had a mosquito do gymnastics at it before. Second pass, I cut left. Third pass, I cut right. 3 misses in 10 seconds, and then I was at the woman. And I got both hands into the fold at the back of her clothing and hauled myself in. I sat in the dark against warm fabric and breathed like a man who has run up 11 flights. Outside, the dragonfly hung there, refusing to leave. When I evolve, I told it, I am going to find your family. All of it. Everyone you have ever been related to. The system said the level 10 evolution would put me a long way past anything that thing could do to me, and lying in the folds of a stranger's clothes with my heart going, I did not want that as an upgrade. I wanted it as a promise. Then I noticed the crowd. I had been so busy not dying that I had not counted. There were people everywhere, dozens, standing around a bus station in May with their sleeves rolled up. Do you understand what a bus station is to me? It is a buffet with a timetable, and while I was having that thought, about 15 meters away, a man in glasses was watching me have it. He had been looking at the screen outside the station when a dragonfly went past chasing a mosquito, and he had followed it with his eyes out of pure reflex, and then he had seen a mosquito outrun a dragonfly, invert to dodge it, cut left, cut right, and then take hold of a woman's clothing with its legs and climb inside. He was, I found out later, a person who thinks about things. Because he stood there and worked out that the speed could be explained and the agility could maybe be explained, but a mosquito lifting a fold of fabric and getting under it is not a thing a mosquito can do at all. And then, driven by pure scientific curiosity, this man walked up to a woman he had never met in a public square in broad daylight and started patting her clothes. She had already noticed him coming. She was on alert. And when a strange man began slapping at her back and hips in the middle of a bus station, she did not scream. She turned around and swung. The sound was fantastic, genuinely one of the great sounds of my life. Flat, sharp, and complete. His glasses went about 5 meters, his head snapped, a handprint came up on his cheek immediately, and blood started coming out of his nose in 2 neat lines. Pervert, she said, and turned around and walked off. Everybody looked at him. Everybody talked about him. And this poor, honest lunatic stood there holding his own face and said in a small voice, "But there is a mosquito in your clothes." They laughed at him. Of course they did. I peeked out through the gap in the fabric and watched it happen, and I felt bad for him for a full second and a half. Then I thought about it more carefully and concluded he had earned it. Walking up to a woman in public and hitting her clothing on the theory that there is a smart insect in there. Sir, who taught you to solve problems? Not everybody gets to do whatever they want. That is a me thing. My results cannot be replicated. The woman went into the hall and bought a ticket, and I heard the destination through the fabric. Longshow Village. My village. That is my village. She said the name of my village. I came out of her clothes so fast I nearly hit somebody's shoulder, flew off a meter, and turned around to look at her properly, which I had not had time to do while using her as cover. She was not a woman. She was a girl in her early 20s. No makeup on her, and it was not needed. White t-shirt, black pleated skirt, and the whole hall doing that thing where every man finds a reason to look in one direction. And I knew her. I knew her from a wooden desk in 6th grade, where she sat on my left for 1 whole year. The prettiest girl in our class, which even at 11 everybody had already agreed on, the Oruoshi. Her family had nothing either, and she used to bring the good food from home and put it on my side of the desk. Then we went to junior high, and my grades held, and hers did not, and one term she stopped talking to me. Not a fight, nothing happened, she simply stopped. And then she went south for factory work, and after that we saw each other maybe 4 times in 10 years, and every single time it was hello, and nothing else, and she always looked like she wanted to be somewhere else. I flew back into her clothes and went to sleep. And I want to point out that at this stage of the story, I still thought that was the end of the Ryoruoshi part. May in a bus with 52 people on it is an experience. They had every window open, which made flying a project, so I came out of her clothes and worked my way to the back row on foot, and then I got to eat. 2 pulls per person, 2 pulls, move, 2 pulls, move, and never stay long enough for a hand to get organized. 20 kilometers. I did 51 of the 52. I did not touch her. She sat by the window, looking out at nothing, with her chin on her hand, and I flew past her 3 separate times, and I could not do it. She used to give me her lunch. When we got to the mouth of Longsho Village, she got off, followed by every eye on that bus, and went east. I went out the window and west. My house was 500 meters from the village entrance. I checked the sky, found nothing that wanted me, and flew. I got 200 meters and heard the rattle again. You do not even need to turn around for that sound. You just know. At first it was 1 and I handled it, and then 3 more came in from the sides at once, and I stopped handling anything. 4 dragonflies over an open road with nowhere to put myself. And then a child came past on a tricycle, 3 years old maybe, pedaling with great seriousness. I got into his collar. When I get big, I told the sky from inside a toddler's shirt, I am going to erase your entire family. He rode almost the whole way to my house, then turned around, so I got out and covered the last of it on the east wind. I came in over my own wall. Let me tell you about the next 30 seconds, because they were worse than dying was. Dying was 1 second of headlights. This was the table where I did my homework. The 2 chairs, the door frame with the marks on it, the kitchen, the smell of the kitchen, everything exactly where it had been every day of my life, and me going over it at 3 centimeters off the floor at 1,000 wing beats a second. And then my bedroom. There was a photograph of me on the chest of drawers, standing up. There was fruit in front of it, 3 kinds. Somebody had arranged it. I hung in the air in front of my own funeral portrait and understood, correctly and completely for the first time, that I was not coming back. Not in this body. Not in any body. That the person in that frame was closed, and the account was settled, and everyone I loved had already had the conversation about it, without me. Then I heard the gate, and it was my parents. I got to the door to meet them, which is a stupid thing for a mosquito to do, and I did it anyway. It had been a little over 10 days. They had aged 10 years. My mother's eyes were so swollen she could barely open them. Not red, swollen, the way a face goes when it has been crying for a fortnight and has run out of the mechanism. My father was 2 shades darker and had lost enough weight that his shirt was wrong on him, and he did not say anything, and I would come to learn that he had mostly stopped saying things. We were not a rich family, 4 of us in a village house, 1 son, 1 daughter, and my parents did the arithmetic every year, and it always came out just barely fine. 10 days ago, that got taken apart by a car. And I stood on the door frame, and I could not tell them. That is the thing. That is the specific thing. I was 3 inches from my mother, and there was nothing I could do with my entire miraculous body except watch her walk past me into a house with a photograph in it. So I did the only useful thing I could think of. I went next door. Now, let me introduce the neighbors. The man is fine. The man has never been the problem. The woman next door is a piece of work so specific that our village has stories about her. When we were small, I was a good student, and their boy was not, and rather than deal with that, she forbade him to play with me. Then she started talking about me. Then she moved on to talking about my parents, talking I could live with. The rest of it was theft and malice as a lifestyle. When she walked past our corn, she took 2 ears every time, on principle. When our dog went past her gate, she came out with a broom and cursed at it, and the curse she used was about people who have children and then fail to look after them, which she liked to say loudly enough to carry. I tried to have it out with her twice as a teenager. My parents stopped me both times. Honest people do not fight with a woman like that, they said. It only feeds her. That was then. I was now a non-human entity with no legal standing. It was early evening. The man had just come in from the fields and was washing his face at the basin. She was at the stove, and she was already going. Did you see those 2 next door just now? They saw me, and their faces went gray, like somebody stole their buns. The man wiped his face and said what a decent person says. They just lost their son. They look like that at everybody. And she said this. I am going to give it to you the way she said it, because I have had 2 years to consider it, and I have not softened on it. That little bastard deserved to die. He beat our kid at school when they were small, and that family were so pleased with themselves about it. Then he got a better job than our kid, and he was still showing off in front of me. Well, now he is dead before our kid, so why does he not come and show off in front of me anymore? She had white foam at the corners of her mouth by the end of it. I am not being poetic. She works herself up until she foams. The man threw the towel in the basin hard enough to slop water on the floor, and told her to watch her mouth. that she was eating herself alive with jealousy and calling it their arrogance, that she had spent years saying filth about that family and their child was gone and she was still going, and that she should be careful about lightning. And she said, "So what? So what if I said things? So what if their kid was good? What good is he if he dies young?" The man looked at her for a while with nothing in his face, then took the radio out to the yard and turned it all the way up so he would not have to hear a woman's voice. She kept going anyway. To nobody, cooking and talking and getting louder. I flew over and put my mouth through her eyelid. I have to be precise here because precision is the whole art. 5 times a normal mosquito straight into the eyelid, which is the thinnest skin on the human body. She dropped the cleaver. Her right hand came up and cracked into her own eye hard enough to stagger her, and I was already gone, onto her back, straight through the shirt. She hit her own face so hard she had lights in that eye for the next hour. And then her back started, and she reached for it, and she could not get to it. Nobody can get to that spot. That spot is the reason human beings invented other human beings. So she started shouting, "Scorpion! Scorpion! There is a scorpion on me! Hurry, hurry, there is a scorpion!" And she spun. She spun on the spot, slapping at her own back, turning circles in her own kitchen. And the cleaver she had put down was on the edge of the board, and her apron caught the handle. It went off the board blade first. It was hot that day, and she was in slippers, and it landed square on her big toe. I have to tell you that the sound of the woman was almost as loud as the sound of the knife. Blood went over the whole sole of her foot in about a second, and her considerable body went down onto the kitchen floor, and she started calling on heaven and telling heaven she was dying and asking anybody to come quickly. I hung above her and drank while she did it. I have thought about whether I should feel something about that. I have decided I feel one thing, and the thing is this. This woman went to bed every night for 15 years and slept perfectly well after saying that a boy deserved to die. Then I looked at her more carefully, in a professional way, and I thought, 2 more days on this one, and I make level 6. Her foot kept her home. That was the gift. She could not get out of bed, and I had a warm room with a large stationary meal in it, and nobody who cared enough to light a coil for her. The first night I went back to the reeds and brought in company, several of the local females, and they came fast because they could hear what I was. We worked all night. By sunrise, there was not much clean skin left on her, face, legs, body, and the back where she cannot reach. And everywhere I personally hit, the lump came up the size of a walnut, because that is what I do now. She looked like she had been surrounded and beaten by a crowd, which, I suppose. I flew home over the wall at dawn, feeling like I had put in an honest shift, and slept in my own bedroom 4 feet from a photograph of myself. I woke around 10 because there were voices in our courtyard. "Auntie, Auntie, are you home?" And I knew that voice, because I had heard it the day before, at a bus station, saying the name of my village, Liu Ruoxi. She had not been to our house in over 10 years. She had barely said 4 sentences to me in that time, and now she was standing in my mother's courtyard. My mother came out and stopped when she saw her, and then hurried, the way you hurry at somebody you cannot place. "Ruoxi, what is it? What?" And Liu Ruoxi said she was working out of town, that hearing about Lin Kaiyang had hit her hard, that he was her classmate from primary school, and she felt she ought to come back. Then she asked if she could see him. My mother started crying again, right there, standing up in her own yard. Ruoxi came forward and took her hands, and her own eyes were wet, and she said, "Auntie," and could not get past it. And I hovered up under the eaves, completely lost. Because it did not add up. She had cut me off at 13. We had no contact. She was working thousands of kilometers south, and she had come back on a bus with a bag in May. Unless. No, ridiculous. I was a poor kid with a bad haircut, and she was the prettiest girl in 3 villages with a line of people waiting. Do not be that guy, Lin Kaiyang. Do not be the guy who dies and immediately decides someone was secretly in love with him. My mother said he passed his 27th day yesterday. His grave is on the back slope. Let me take you. She locked the gate, and the 2 of them started walking, and I went after them, and got about 40 meters before the rattle came again. 4 dragonflies, on a footpath, in broad daylight. Ruoxi was dressed plain that day, black shirt and black trousers, nothing to climb into, So I did the only thing there was and went down her collar and lay flat against her neck. The back slope has our graves on it, old ones grown over and new ones with the earth still sitting proud. The newest had wreaths on it. It had my name on it. My mother got as far as the front of it and folded, and she cried the way she had clearly been crying every day for a month, which is not the loud kind. It is the kind where the sound is small and the body does all the work. There is an old saying at home about the 4 great sorrows: a boy who loses his parents, a man who loses his wife in middle age, an old person who loses their only son, and a house with too few children and no good teacher. The old ones say losing your only child in your old age is the deepest of them. I lay in the collar of a girl from my primary school and watched my mother do it in front of a mound with my name on it, and I could not reach her, and I could not say a word, and I had never in either of my lives wanted a mouth so badly. Whoever put that car outside my building, I thought, whoever paid for it, I am going to find you, and you are not going to have an accident. Ruoxi stayed on her knees a while, then took out a bundle of paper money and lit it at the front of the grave, and the ash went up and sideways in the wind. Then she took a box out of her bag and set it down. Peach shortbread. I should stop here for a second, because that is the moment the shape of this whole thing changed for me, and it changed over a box of biscuits that cost about 4 yuan. When I sat next to Liu Ruoxi in 6th grade, she used to bring peach shortbread from home and put it on my half of the desk. Not offer it, put it there, and then look at the blackboard like nothing had happened, so that I could take it without either of us having to acknowledge that I did not have any. I had not thought about that in 15 years. My father called. My mother told him she was on the back slope, and he said immediately that he was coming to get her, and I understood exactly why, and so did she. Nobody in that family was going to leave my mother on a hillside on her own that month. He came up 15 minutes later and was visibly surprised to see Ruoxi there. Eventually, my mother wiped her face and said, "Ruoxi, let us go back." And Liu Ruoxi said, "Auntie, uncle, I would like to stay a little longer. You go on." They found it strange. They did not say so. My father said, "Come back to the village soon. The sun is very strong today." "I understand, uncle." And they went over the top of the hill and were gone. Liu Ruoxi sat down on the ground in front of my grave, and her eyes went red, and then she started talking. "Tang Ying, how could you just go like that?" Then she had to stop for a while. I hung in the air above a box of peach shortbread and did not move. She said, "When we were little, we sat together, and some boys put earthworms in my pencil case, and you knew I was terrified of earthworms, so you caught them and put them back in those boys' bags." She said, "In the summers, we went to the river for crabs, and we stole apples and watermelons and walnuts, and the green husks stained our hands black. And when school started, the teacher would look at our hands and know exactly what we had been doing. And you always said you took all the walnuts yourself, and I only ate a couple." She said, "You were terrified of snakes. You would run from a snake. But we were up a tree once, and I put my hand out without looking, and there was a snake on the branch, and you grabbed it first and threw it out of the tree. And then neither of us dared climb down, so we sat up there most of the day, dizzy and starving, until we found a nest with 3 eggs in it, and you said, 'Take them out, you eat 2, I will eat 1. I remembered the tree. I did not remember the count. Then she said the thing that I have carried since. There was a summer when I went to the river for loaches with a group of boys, and I slipped in. And most of them panicked. Some of them broke branches off trees. Some of them took off their shirts and held them out for me to grab. You were the stupidest one. You jumped in. You cannot swim. You held your breath and let me stand on your shoulders to get out, and you swallowed water, and your third uncle was grazing sheep up the bank, and he came in and got you." And she said, "I thought you were like the heroes in the shows on television, and that was when I decided I was going to marry you." I laughed, silently, in the air, over my own grave, at 11 in the morning. What else are you going to do? She was booked. Since I was 11 years old, she was booked, and nobody told me, and I spent 25 years thinking the problem was my face. Then she sighed and kept going, and it stopped being funny. Then we went to junior high, and you were good at school, and I could not concentrate no matter what I did. And I knew we were going to end up in different places, so I made myself stop. Then I went to work in Shanghai, and it got hard to even see you. But I always had your number. I never called it. A few times I missed you enough that I dialed it and then hung up before it rang. And I have your WeChat. There is a little Tang Ying in your contacts. That is me. Several times I typed something out and then deleted it, because I know you have a good job and I am a factory girl. We were always going to be from two different worlds. I sat down on a wreath. I need you to appreciate the full engineering of this. A girl decided at 11 that she would marry me. She then spent 14 years actively preventing it, out of consideration, on my behalf, without consulting me. And she was so thorough about it that when she finally said the words out loud, the only one there to hear them was a mosquito with a full stomach, sitting on his own flowers. If she had sent one of those messages, I would not have died a single man at 25. Girl, why did you do this to yourself? And then, because I am who I am, the next thought arrived, and the next thought ruined me. I could tell her. I could get in front of her right now. I could crawl through spilled water and write. She is smart, she would work it out, and she is brave enough that she would not run. And then what? Then a 23-year-old girl knows that the boy she has loved since primary school is alive and is a mosquito. She would never marry. She would never move. She would sit in a rented room in a county town for the rest of her life, keeping a bug company, and she would call it love, and it would be love, and it would eat every year she has left. Even if I make it to the end of this, even if there is a dragon at the bottom of this system, a dragon is not a man. There is no version of this where I get to hold anyone's hand. She used to stay away because she thought she would hold me back. Now I have to stay away because I would end her. Who was the idiot who said true love finds a way? Step forward. I will bite you to death. So I did the only thing left, which was nothing, and I did it thoroughly. I flew down and landed on her clothes and crawled inside, and I lay against a warm shoulder for a long time and listened to a heartbeat and to a girl telling a grave everything she had never said to my face, and I felt happy, and it was the worst afternoon of my life. They say the farthest distance in the world is between the living and the dead. It is not. I have measured both. The farthest distance in the world is standing right in front of somebody who does not know it is you. Something changed in me on that hill, and it was not noble. I had been coasting. 11 days in a nice bedroom, 3 days of naps on a shrew, comfortable, lazy, telling myself I was building a strategic position. I stopped doing that. I went at the neighbor every single day, morning, afternoon, and all night, and I stopped being decorative about it and started being industrial. She lay in her bed and complained without pause, and eventually made her husband light mosquito coils in May, and he asked her what she thought she was doing burning coils in May, and she had no answer, so she lay there and took it. 5 days. 5 whole days. By the end of them, she was not sleeping, and neither was anybody within earshot of her. And then, on the 5th day, with my stomach tight and my mind already on a nap, the screen came up without warning. 6 fireworks. Level 6. Strength 6. Speed 6. Twice the size of a normal mosquito now. If you had put me in a lineup, I would have been the imposing one, the handsome one, the one the others move aside for. And they did move aside. I saw 2 males in our yard swerve around me on approach because they could hear the wings. 3 meters a second, which is very fast, and I want to be honest with you about what that number is actually worth. A dragonfly sprints at 40. Even at level 10, I would not have gotten close. That was the exact moment I understood what the system had really been offering me. It was never going to make me the best mosquito. Being the best mosquito is a dead end with an insect at the bottom of it. I had to stop being a mosquito. That was the whole of it, and everything after it came from that. But first, because I am not made of stone, I went to see her. Liu Ruoxi's house was 700 meters away, which for me is a border crossing. I got 200 meters and a dragonfly came in from behind, and this time, I have to admit, it was almost enjoyable. 3 meters a second plus superior flight ability means I could stay ahead and pick my moves. And we went another 300 meters like that with me thinking, well, look at us. We have come a long way from the river. Then a second one came out of the side. Forget it. I chickened out immediately. I am extremely comfortable with that. The countryside does not have many cars, but it has a great deal of livestock, and a yellow dog was going past. I landed in the fur. This yellow dog was not going where I needed to go, so I changed to a second dog, then a third, then a cat, and finished on a chicken, and arrived at Liu Ruoxi's gate having used 5 separate animals like a man who has memorized a bus network. She was lying on her bed with her phone up, smiling, and my first thought, my genuine, unfiltered first thought was, women are all the same. 5 days ago she was crying on my grave, and now she is laughing at her phone. I landed on her head and looked over the edge at the screen, purely to identify the competition. She was scrolling my WeChat moments. The picture on the screen was one I had posted 3 years earlier. Me and our dog, sitting in exactly the same posture, identical tilt of the head. The caption said, "Good buddies." I sat in a girl's hair and read my own dead social media over her shoulder. She was going back through years of it, alone, on a bed, in the afternoon, in May. I leaned against her shoulder and did the mathematics of the farthest distance in the world one more time and got the same answer. And then someone in the front room said something that changed the subject entirely. A neighbor's voice, casual, the way people are casual about other people's disasters. "I heard a boy from your village was killed in a car accident. They must have paid out a lot. Did they get 200,000? That was me. They were talking about me. And I did the arithmetic instantly, because I had already done it. 200,000 is the standard figure in our area. 200,000 covers my sister's university. 200,000 means my parents get to be old without doing sums. That is the one good thing I got to do. That was going to be my contribution. Expensive, but a contribution." Then Liu Ruoxi's father sighed and said, "What is the use of compensation? They only gave 50,000. 50. The neighbor did not believe it either. He said, "How is that possible? It has been 200,000 for 2 years. That is the going rate here." And her father took a drag and said the following sentence, and I want you to hear it the way I heard it. From inside a girl's collar, 400 kilometers of nerve and no mouth. According to the liability finding, he could not handle the pressure at work and deliberately drove himself into the car. Suicide. So the driver was only 10% liable, which is 20,000. The driver said he felt bad about it and added another 30 out of his own pocket, 50,000 total. Then the neighbor said, "But I heard Lin Kaiyang was a cheerful kid. How would he commit suicide?" And her father sighed again and said the rest of it. The diagnosis they gave the family was depression. But there are things you do not know. That driver has connections. Even if he drove at you on purpose, they can write suicide, and that is the end of it. There is nothing people like us can do. My wings started going at a speed that made no sound. Depression. Depression. Somebody sat in an office and wrote depression on a piece of paper about me. Me. I have never had a serious thought in my life that I did not immediately undercut with a joke. I have been the guy at the back of the room making comments since I was 9 years old. I made jokes while I was being eaten by a gecko, and we will get to that. They wrote depression, and they wrote suicide, and it was not even about me. It was about a number. Suicide is 10% liability. Suicide is 150,000 yuan saved. So let me lay out what had been done. In order. They put a car outside my building for a month. They ran me down on a road with nobody on it. Then they wrote it up as a boy who could not cope, so that my parents, who were sitting in a house with a photograph in it, would also be short of money for my sister's school fees. That is not murder. Murder is a single act. This was murder and then paperwork. Whoever did that, I said to Liu Ruoxi's shoulder, is going to pay it back twice, and then he is going to pay the other part. Not because it will fix anything. Nothing fixes it. But because my mother is going to be old, and she is going to be old comfortably, and the man who arranged all this is not going to be old at all, I flew home over 4 separate dragonflies and did not even look at them. Now, finding out who had done it. That took me 11 days, and it took a technique I invented on the spot and used for the next 2 years. And the technique is this. Nobody in a village tells the family anything. Families are the last to know. But everybody in a village tells everybody else everything, constantly, at volume, in front of a house. So I did not stay at home listening to my parents say nothing. I went and moved in with the loudest woman in Longsho village. We call her the know-it-all, and the yard in front of her house is where 4 or 5 of the local women gather every time they have nothing to do, which is most of the day. They sit there and they go through every family in the village in order, and then they start again. I lived on that woman, and I mean lived. I ate on her, I slept on her, and I did the other thing on her. When I was hungry, I drank from her. When I was full, I went out and picked fights with dragonflies for practice. When I got tired of dragonflies, I came back and slept in her hair. And on day 3, in the middle of a discussion about someone else's daughter-in-law, I got the name. Wang Jiming. The man who was driving. Wang Jiming. I put that name somewhere in me where I could not lose it. Wang Jiming, you are going to pay with money and with your life, and you do not get to choose which one first. 2 days later, I got the rest of it. Wang Jiming had been a taxi driver. He quit right after the accident and has not worked since. He drinks, which meant a taxi company in the county town had his file, which meant I had a next step. But not yet, because I was a level 7 mosquito by then, and I want to describe exactly what a level 7 mosquito can do to a grown man. I can raise a lump on him. That is it. That is the ceiling. If I flew to Wang Jiming's house that week and did my absolute best work for 6 hours, the outcome would be a man with a rash and a bug on a wall. So I made a schedule. 3 months. Level 10, then evolution, then the county town, then him. And in the meantime, I would live on the loudest woman in the village and collect everything she said. That is a plan I am still proud of. That is also when I got eaten. I need to set this up properly. By that point, I had a routine. Drink on the know-it-all, fight dragonflies in the yard, sleep under the bed. Dragonflies had become a hobby. Clear on how absurd that is. 2 months earlier, a dragonfly was death. Now I went looking for them in the afternoons because sparring was the only way to get better, and because I was 7 times a mosquito and a little pleased with myself. 2 large males came to challenge me in that period. I put my mouth through both of them like skewering fruit. After that, no mosquito in the neighborhood came near me except the females, and the females I sent away too, because I had been a human being, and there are lines. So, under the bed, middle of the night, and I had been having a nightmare, which, for the record, was about being tied up by a group of female mosquitoes, and it was not a good dream. I woke up and looked around out of habit. 2 centimeters to my left, there was a pair of eyes, round little head, 4 legs, a tail, small earth-colored scales all over. A gecko. Now, geckos are what happens to mosquitoes. That is the arrangement. And a gecko can launch its tongue 2 to 3 centimeters, and I was inside that radius, awake for about 1/5 of a second. I got my wings up. There was a sound like a wet finger coming off glass. The tongue hit me, and I was already moving backward, into the mouth, and there was no dodging left in the situation at all. Nobody dodges at 2 centimeters. But here is where being twice the size of a normal mosquito paid for itself. I threw all 6 legs out as wide as they would go. 2 of the front and 2 of the back caught the roof and the floor of that mouth, braced. Just barely, because I am 7 times the strength of a normal mosquito, and it needed all of it. My 2 middle legs were glued to the tongue, and that is the position. Me, spread across the inside of a gecko's mouth like a man holding a lift door, wings going at 1,500 a second, 4 legs holding a jaw open, 2 legs stuck to a tongue that is pulling. If it opened wider, I was going in. Super, Saiyan, Changying, transformation. That is what I said, out loud, inside my own head, in the mouth of a lizard, and I stand by it, because you say something at the moment you commit, or you do not commit. Then I pulled. There was pain between my legs like somebody had put a hand into me and closed it. 2 small cracks, and my middle legs came off. I do not remember flying out. I remember arriving on the light fitting in the ceiling, my wings shaking so hard I could not stop them, and my head completely and totally blank. People talk about the pain of childbirth. I have thought about this, and I want to be careful, and my considered position is that having 2 limbs torn out of the socket while conscious is at the very least in the conversation. I lay on that chandelier for half an hour with nothing in my mind at all. Mosquitoes have open circulation, which means our blood is not pressurized in a closed loop, which means I did not bleed to death from 2 amputations. It also means nothing about the pain. The pain is identical to a man losing both legs. You just get to survive it. When my head came back, I looked down at myself. 2 stumps, already clotted. I tried the wings. They worked, but I was not going to fly the way I had flown, not with 4 legs and my balance rebuilt. You ate my legs, I thought, looking down. You ate my legs like chicken wings. And then, because my night was not finished, I noticed movement above me. The gecko was climbing the lamppost, toward me. That is too far, I said. That is genuinely too far. Do you think I will not fight you? And then I flew away immediately, because I absolutely would not have fought it. I put myself on the far wall and kept my eyes on it, and it could not reach me, so it settled on the lamppost and waited, because I was the only mosquito in the room, and it had all night. I got a drink out of the know-it-all to stop myself thinking about my legs, then hid in her hair, because no gecko in the world is bold enough to walk onto a person's head. Even then I did not sleep, because what if? The two of us sat there until dawn, a lizard on a lamp and a bug in a woman's hair, neither of us blinking. At first light, it went for the gap in the window. I will be straight about my general character. I am lazy. I am comfortable. Left alone, I will eat and sleep and let almost anything go. But if you actually get me, I do not let it go. Ever. So I got up on 2 fewer legs, with my body still screaming, and I followed it. I came in 10 centimeters above its head and hovered. It stopped. It sat perfectly still and stared at me, because that is what geckos do. They wait. So I sat on the opposite wall and stared back. It moved to leave. I flew over its head. It froze. We did that more than 10 times. I cannot beat you, I said, but I can absolutely ruin your week. Then I understood what I actually had, and it was better than a weapon. That gecko had eaten nothing all night. Not one mosquito, because there was a large, aggressive one circling it, and every other mosquito in the house had noticed and gone somewhere else. If a gecko could talk, it would have said, "I ate 2 of your legs. Is it really this serious?" Yes, it is exactly this serious. That is the point I am making. So I gave up an entire day. No sleep, no dragonflies, nothing. I flew loops around a gecko from sunrise to sunset, breaking off only to drink and then going straight back. I can go 7 days without sleeping if the reason is good enough. Sleep is what I do when I am at peace, but circling was not the plan. Circling was the setup, because I had spent that morning in the system reading everything it had on geckos, habits, range, diet, and one number in particular. Below 11 degrees, a moving gecko will chill down, seize up, and die. And that afternoon, on the television in that woman's front room, the weather forecast said a cold front was coming through, and the temperature would drop to 5 overnight, and residents were advised to dress warmly. I sat in the rafters with my 2 stumps and my compound eyes, and I felt something arrive in me that I had never felt as a human being. Cross me, and I will make sure it is a bad way to go. That night, the clouds came over Longsho village and swallowed the moon, and it went black in a way the countryside does and cities never do. The gecko was on top of the courtyard wall, flat out, waiting for a mosquito that was never coming because the enormous one had been circling it for 24 hours and the whole neighborhood had taken the hint. A day and a night without food. Whatever a gecko has instead of misery, it had a lot of it. My stumps had stopped screaming by then. I was clumsy and only relative to what I had been. Compared to any other mosquito alive, I was still 5 or 6 times more agile. Then lightning went across the sky, and the first fat drops came down, and the temperature started to drop. The gecko felt it immediately and went for the eaves to shelter. And I flew straight into its face and dangled my own body in front of a creature that had not eaten in 30 hours. Try and resist that. Because here is the thing about a gecko. It hunts by not over. It sits and waits and lets the meal come. That is the whole design. Hunger broke the design. It came out from under the eaves and it chased me. The rain came harder and the cold came with it, and every other mosquito in that yard went somewhere warm. I flew better. I flew like it was a party. I flew like a man with 2 missing legs who has done the reading. Half an hour and it was down to 5 degrees. That thing should have been indoors, motionless, waiting out the front. Instead, it had been crawling and lunging for 30 minutes, burning everything it had in the rain. It is cold-blooded. There is no thermostat in there, nothing to hold a line with. 2 minutes later, it was lying on the roof, and I came down and hovered 5 centimeters off its face, and it did not react. I did not touch it. I have a policy about that. It has kept me alive through worse than a gecko. So I circled, out of reach, and waited. Then it moved. Not at me. It came off the eaves and dropped and hit the ground with a small, flat sound, frozen stiff. I went down on it like something coming off a carrier. The scales were a problem. I put everything into the back and the flank and could not get through anywhere, and I want you to know that I tried repeatedly on a live animal that could not move. So I walked up to its head and put my mouth into its eye. There was a soft sound that only I could hear, and then I drank. Gecko blood is bad. That is just true. It tastes the way the underside of a rock smells. It was the best drink of my life to that point, and I think you already know why. It was in pain. It wanted to move. It could not. There was a thing on its face taking its blood out through its eye, and its body would not answer, and it had to lie there in the rain and be present for all of it. I drank until I was round and burped, and by then it was dead. Then the cold got to me too, so I went in through the window gap to shelter, flying badly because of the weight and the missing legs. And I looked at my own stumps and got sentimental, which is embarrassing. I used to be a six-legged creature with shining wings. I was, and I say this with no shame, a genuinely handsome mosquito. Now I had 4 legs, and a mosquito does not regrow anything, ever. Whatever a mosquito loses is gone. Next time I meet a dragonfly with these odds, I thought, it takes me. Then the screen opened. Gecko DNA has been extracted, used for modification. And I stopped, mid-air, and I felt the whole shape of the last 30 hours reorganize itself. Because I had been so busy being vindictive that I had forgotten the single most famous fact about geckos. A gecko's tail grows back. Modify, I said. Modify right now. Modification at 10%. 20. 5 minutes. Modification complete. New talent acquired. Level 7. Strength 7. Speed 7. Talents. Eyesight and night vision superior to an ordinary mosquito. Flight ability superior to an ordinary mosquito. And, on the end, limb regeneration. 2 legs bitten off. A day and a night of agony and 1 dead lizard. And what I walked out of it with was a body that does not stay broken. Remember this, because it comes back twice before this story is finished, and the second time it is the only thing standing between me and a snake. The itch started in the stumps almost immediately. How long? I asked. 1 month. A month. My entire adult life is measured in weeks, I said. A normal male mosquito lives about a month total. I am 7 times normal, so I might get 7, but a month with no legs is a significant fraction of everything I have. Can it be faster? The system gave me 1 word, and it was the most useful word it ever gave me. Blood. So it is just eating, I said. Eating and sleeping, my 2 best subjects. I went straight to the arm of a sleeping woman and put it in like a needle. 10 days, not a month. 10 days, because I ate like it was work and slept like it was worship. And when I woke up on the 10th day, I had 6 legs again. That was the moment I stopped thinking of myself as a mosquito with a problem and started thinking of myself as something that was being built. The next 2 months went by the way good months do, which is to say I can barely account for them. I ate, I slept, I fought dragonflies in the afternoons for the practice, and I visited Liu Ruoxi's house every few days. And every single time I told myself I was checking on her, and every single time I was not. She had lost a lot of weight. She was not going back to Shanghai. She lay on her bed and scrolled a dead man's photographs, and I sat on her windowsill and thought, give it time. Time takes everything. She will heal and start over, and I will have done the decent thing by staying out of it. I also went home every day. My parents did not heal. That is not how parents work. Everybody else gets a year. Parents get the rest of it. My mother cried in the kitchen where she thought nobody could hear, and my father stopped finishing sentences, and I hung on the doorframe and watched, and did not tell them. I thought about it constantly. I could write. I had already worked out that I could write. But what do you actually do with that? You cannot show your mother a bug and tell her it is her son. Either she does not believe you, which is unbearable, or she does, which is worse, because then she has a son who is a mosquito with about 6 months left, and she has to be the mother of that. Not until I was sure. Not until there was something worth showing her. 2 months. By July, the son had developed a personal grudge against the human race, and I was a level 9 mosquito. 4 centimeters long. In mosquito terms, I was a monument. Vision out to 500 meters. 9 times the strength, 9 times the speed of anything else with wings in that valley. I had also, at that point, taken over the whole neighborhood, and there is a business logic to this that I want to explain because I am proud of it. I drove every other mosquito out of about a dozen households. Not out of territoriality, out of economics. If nobody gets bitten, nobody buys coils. If nobody buys coils, I eat in peace. There was one flaw, which is that I am extremely large and I take a lot, and what I leave behind is not a bump. It is an event. I could hear the women talking about it from my own bed at home, 400 meters away, because my ears had come up with everything else. I got eaten alive last night. Look at my arm. Same at mine. Same. I lit a coil and it went out in the middle of the night. And then one of them asked the question that made my whole week. Sister Manhwa, do you not get mosquitoes at your house? You have hardly any bites on you. Sister Manhwa, for the record, is the neighbor, the one with the toe. And the others joined in. Yes, Sister Manhwa, your arms are completely clear, not a single one. Sister Manhwa, do you have one of those electric plug-in things the city people use? And I heard her voice come out of the middle of them. and it was not the voice of a woman who has been winning. I do not have many mosquitoes at my house. I think I only have one, but that one is killing me. Look at my back, that big. A lump the size of a walnut. What kind of mosquito is that? A mosquito king. That is horrifying. Her whole back is covered in them. She looks like a toad. I would rather be eaten by every mosquito in the village than get singled out by one of those. And Sister Manhwa said, I do not know what I did to deserve it. 2 months ago, we got one mosquito and it bites me and not my husband. I am going out of my mind, honestly. I laughed for about a minute. If a woman like you gets driven out of her mind, Longsho Village finally gets some peace and quiet. That night, I went next door and found they had escalated. Coil burning and a plug-in on top of it. Coils make me dizzy. Plug-ins nearly put me out. At level 7, I would not have gone within 4 meters of that room. At level 9, I could take about 5 minutes of it. 5 minutes is plenty. I went in and put one straight through the man's... No, I will correct myself. Straight through her ear. The scream came out of her like something being slaughtered, and she came off the bed onto her feet. A level 9 bite is not itchy. It is a needle. Most people could not stand it, and she has the thinnest skin in the village. Her hand came up to her ear, and I was already on her back on a clean patch, and I put another one in. Second scream. Her husband woke up and said what he says every night, which is that she howls like a cat, and has anybody considered that it is annoying? She started to answer, and I hit her again. Third scream. 5 minutes of that. When I left, she was standing in the middle of her own bedroom with her hair everywhere, breathing like a dog on a hot day, and I was so dizzy from the coil smoke, I had to go out through the crack in the door and sit in the yard to get my head back. And in the cool air of the courtyard, the screen opened. 10 fireworks. 10. I counted them. Level 10. Strength, 10 out of 10. Speed, 10 out of 10. I had hit the ceiling of my entire species. Which meant the only thing left was to stop being it. 4 centimeters, 6 long legs, a round belly. At level 10, I did not look like a mosquito anymore. I looked like a spider that had gotten hold of a set of wings. 10 times the strength of a normal mosquito meant I could pick up a 5-cent coin and fly with it. Sit with that image for a second. A mosquito carrying currency. 10 times the speed meant 6 meters a second, and with the flight talent on top, I could go past a dragonfly at a stroll and it would never touch me. 3 of them together, maybe. 1, never. Vision out to 700 meters in compound eye detail, which meant I could read the veins on a leaf from the far end of a village. None of that was the point. The point was the next line. System, I am maxed. What do you want? Drink enough blood. Once you have enough, extract the required DNA within 1 day. How much is enough? 1,000 milliliters. And a bar appeared in my head. A blood bar with a number under it, and the number was 0. I nearly choked. 1 liter. I take about 5 milliliters a day at my absolute best. That is 200 days. That is next spring. I will be dead of old age with a progress bar in my head. Then I read the rest of it, and the rest of it was worse. If you fail to extract the DNA within 1 day, the count resets and the next requirement doubles. Doubles. System, is this a card game to you? Are we raising the stakes? But I had been living with that thing for 2 months, and I already understood the arrangement. It does not negotiate, it does not explain, and it never once changed a number for me. Fine. At worst, I do nothing all day and eat. That is not a punishment, that is a lifestyle. Appetite is a muscle. And then, before I left, I made a decision that turned out to matter more than any single thing I did that year. Once I evolve, I will not be a bug. Whatever comes next will be bigger, and it will not fit under a door, and it will not get inside a bedroom without somebody noticing. Which meant every quiet piece of work I still needed to do, I had to do now. So before I stopped being small, I went to find out where the man who killed me lived. I said goodbye to my parents that morning, from the doorframe, and they did not know I was there. Dad, Mom, do not worry about the money. He owes us, and he is going to pay it back double. And then he is going to pay the other thing, in blood, so the 2 of you can sleep. Then I flew for the road, dodged 2 dragonflies without breaking stride, landed on a dog at the village entrance, and got into its fur to wait for the bus. The bus was late, the way it is always late. An hour of sitting in a dog. When it came, I went in through the window and looked for a hiding place and discovered a new problem with success. I was too big for a collar. I could not fit in anybody's hair. I had outgrown the entire concept of stealth on public transport. I ended up inside somebody's rucksack that had not been zipped properly. 30 minutes to the county town, and I ate 10 people on the way. There is no gentle way to describe what happened in that bus. A level 10 bite is not a mosquito bite. It is a needle going in with intent. Somebody get it off me. What is that? What in the world is that? There is a scorpion on me. I have a scorpion on me. 50 people looking under their own shirts on a moving vehicle. I got 10 of them before it became unworkable and went back to the rucksack. And I checked the bar in my head and stopped. 10 milliliters. 10 in one sitting. At level 9, my absolute limit had been 5. And it got better than that, because I watched the number across the following days and every single feed went up by 1. 10, then 11, then 12. I love this card game, I said. Deal me in. I had budgeted a year. It was going to take about a month. Dongcheng, off the bus, up over the streets, and out to the eastern edge of town where a company called Shunfeng Taxi has a yard and a 3-story office block. Shunfeng. When I first heard the name, I assumed it was a courier firm. It is not. It is 30-odd rooms of men who drive for a living and talk for a living. I got in through a window and started working the building. It took 10 days. 10 days of hanging off filing cabinets, and in those 10 days about 4 different people mentioned the accident, because a man from your own company killing somebody is the sort of thing an office chews on for months. He quit right after. He has not worked since. He drinks all day now. Nobody said where he lived, not once, which taught me something about how information actually moves. People do not tell each other facts they both already have. Meanwhile, the number in my head went up twice a day, and twice a day the whole office block heard something that sounded like a pig being killed. By day 10, I was at 400 milliliters. I also tried, in that period, to find Liu Ruoxi. She had gone to the county town for work half a month before. Dongcheng is not a big place. It turns out that a county town is enormous if you are 4 centimeters long and looking for one specific face in it. I tried 3 times. I failed 3 times. If mosquitoes had any intelligence at all, I thought, I would recruit every mosquito in Dongcheng and have them sweep the place in a grid. Hold that thought. It comes back with wings on it. On the 11th afternoon, I was half asleep on top of a cabinet on the 2nd floor when 2 drivers started talking in the yard. 50 meters away, not loudly. I could hear every syllable, because at level 10, I could hear a coin drop across a street. I am off tomorrow. Going to finally get some sleep. Me too. Let us go and find something to do. And the first one, thumping his own lower back, which years of driving had ruined, said no, he had not been home in over a month, he was going back to the village. And the second one said, oh, that reminds me, your family lives in the same village as Wang Jiming, do they not? How is he doing? I came off that cabinet like something had gone off underneath me. What else can he do? Said the man with the bad back. He killed somebody. It got into his head. He quit. He will not look for work. He is drunk from morning to night. Well, said the other one, he had to pay out 200,000. That would break anybody. Rubbish. He only lost 50. 50,000. You are joking. It is 200 these days. Everybody knows that. Who knows? The assessment came back with him at 10% liability, so he owed 20. Then Wang Jiming said he felt bad about it and put in another 30 of his own. He felt bad about it. He felt bad about it. You drove out of a lane at a man on an empty road on purpose, and the number that came out of it was 50,000. And the story that came out of it was that you are a decent person who went above and beyond. My mother's eyes will not open properly. My father has stopped finishing sentences. My sister has stopped caring about school. And I am this. I am neither one thing nor the other, and the paperwork says I did it to myself. And you are the good man in the story. I followed that driver all day. At 8 in the evening, he brought the car back to the depot and got a lift home from his replacement, and I got into the vehicle and went with them. 40 minutes. There are more than 600,000 villages in China, and a great many of them have strange names, and this one was called Muao Village. It was visibly better off than mine. Cement roads, streetlights that all worked. I followed the man with the bad back right to his own door, then went and had a wander and fed on some strangers and checked the bar. 421 milliliters, 500 to go. Then I toured the village, listening at windows, because I had my technique now. 10 houses. Nobody said the name, which made sense. Everybody in a village knows where everybody lives. You do not stand in your kitchen and announce your neighbor's address. Fine. I had found the village. The village is not going anywhere. I had the patience of a hen sitting on eggs, and I had nothing else to do with my evenings. Around midnight, the yards went quiet, and I started looking for somewhere to sleep. And behind me, there was a sound. Soft. Wrong. Not a rattle. Almost nothing at all. I turned around and went cold all the way through. 20 meters back, coming at me over the rooftops with no noise whatsoever, was a bat the size of a fist. Understand the numbers. I hear a dragonfly at 50 meters. I heard this at 20. It flies at 14 meters a second. That is 1.5 seconds of me left. I did not think. I went up because up is what the talent is for, and by going up, I cut the closing speed almost in half. At about a meter out, I flipped. It went underneath me so close that the air off its wings threw me sideways like a leaf off a truck. Then I ran for the nearest house, and it came with me, and I dodged it 3 more times in the space of a courtyard before I got through a window crack and inside. It hit the glass. Once, twice, 5 times, and could not get through. And I did something that I would like to say I regret. I bent my 2 right legs, left the middle one out, and presented it to a bat through a pane of glass. Then I did it again, at intervals, until it left. But I sat on that windowsill afterward and did not feel clever, because I had been thinking while I ran. It is fast, it is silent, and I had read enough in the system to know that it does not even need eyes, because it makes a sound and reads what comes back. The evolution needs higher quality DNA than mine. And the thing that had just spent 4 minutes trying to eat me was standing right there in the yard, squeaking. The trouble was that it was also a great deal stronger than me and eats things like me for a living. Getting its DNA would be roughly as easy as a broke man getting a date with somebody's daughter. So I put it on the list, next to the other thing on the list, and went to sleep. I spent the next few days going around Mwao Village looking for one man's house and getting absolutely nowhere, which was infuriating because I had found the village that contained the man who killed me and could not find the man. That is like spending years working up the courage to take the woman of your life to dinner, getting her there, sitting down, and realizing you left your wallet at home. Then I found the supermarket. There is a shop in the middle of Mwao Village called Thai Supermarket. That is its name. That is on the sign. The owner is an extremely large woman, and I am fairly sure she watched a television show with a shop called Big Feet in it and looked down and made a business decision. And here's the thing that keeps me humble about human beings. Business improved after she changed the name. People come out from the county towns specially, and then they see the actual product and stand there re-examining their lives. More importantly, the ground in front of the Thai supermarket, under a big locust tree, is where the men of Mwao Village sit in the evening and say everything they know. Around 8 the next night, there were a dozen of them under that tree. And a man came up the road, about 1.80 meters, vest, shorts, old slippers, stubble on him like a field after harvest. He did not say a word to any of the men sitting there and went straight inside. 2 bottles of Rushi Feng, please, and the woman inside said, while she got them down. Ji Ming, I am not criticizing you, but you cannot go on like this. That business was not your fault. Everybody says the young man had depression. He was not thinking straight. He wanted to die. You were just unlucky enough to be the one who was there. I did not hear the rest of it, because I was already moving. Wang Jiming, I have been looking for you for 2 months. I went over the heads of 12 men at 6 meters a second with hatred doing the steering, and one of them actually saw me. He said a word, loudly, and the others asked what, and he pointed after me and said, I think I just saw a flying spider. They laughed at him. They asked how much he had had. Under other circumstances, I would have gone back and hovered so that man could feel vindicated in front of his friends, because I liked him. But I had no room in my head for anything except the man buying liquor. I came in and landed on a shelf directly opposite him and looked at the person who killed me. Here I have to describe him properly, because it matters later. He looked dull. He looked shy. He was one of those big, slow men who does not know what to do with his hands. He nodded at the woman without speaking, put 350 yuan on the counter, picked up 2 bottles, and walked out. Hey, said the owner, you're 30 and change. He did not turn around. He was already gone. That man does not even want 30 yuan back, she said, and put it in the drawer with a smile on her face. And I sat on the shelf and looked at that smile and thought about what she had said to comfort him. Everybody says the young man had depression, so I flew over and put one straight into the back of her left hand. The noise she made brought all 12 men in off the street at a dead run. I was already out the door. What is it? What happened? And she held up her hand with a walnut coming out of the back of it and screamed that it was a spider. A flying spider! A flying spider bit me! Every man in that shop turned and looked at the one who had said it first. And an 18-year-old, pleased to have been right about something for once in his life, told her not to worry, that a flying spider must be a mutant spider, and if you get bitten by a mutant spider, you might turn into Spider-Man. Then he looked at her again and said that in her case, Piggy Hero was more realistic. I was 40 meters up the road by then, and I regret nothing about missing the rest of it because I had work. Wang Zhiming was walking home with 2 bottles in a box. I came down on the back of his neck and put my whole level 10 body into it. He screamed and dropped the box and got a hand to it, and found a walnut coming up under his fingers, and stood there in the middle of a village road for 5 full minutes just breathing. Then he picked up the bottles and started walking again. 20 meters later, I did the back of his hand. He threw the box away this time. The bottles were packed, so they survived. He did not care about the bottles. He was crying a little, which was interesting because I had been told he was a man who never showed anything. Is it a scorpion? Even a scorpion does not hurt like this. He took the vest off and searched it, twice, seam by seam, standing in the road in the dark. Found nothing, obviously. Then he gave up on the vest, picked up his bottles, and hurried, which was exactly what I wanted, because a man who hurries is a man whose back is a target. I did the back 3 or 4 more times on the walk. By the time he got to his gate, he had lumps on him the size of eggs, and he was making a noise with every step. I would have gone on all night, but I heard the pop of wings behind me, which meant the bat again, and I had to get ahead of him and inside his own house to save my own life. Which is how I ended up spending the night in the home of the man who murdered me, hiding from a bat, watching him take his clothes off. He got inside and stripped in the middle of his own living room and looked at himself. The lumps on his back had reached the size of eggs and were still coming up. And here is the thing, I did not enjoy it. Straight answer about that, because I have enjoyed almost everything else in this story. Chen Minghao's face was a delight, the neighbor's toe was a highlight of my career. This was nothing. I looked at a big, slow man with egg-sized welts on his back and felt absolutely flat because I put it next to my mother's eyes and it did not register on the same instrument. The goal is not the rash. The goal is money and a life. Do not get distracted by the rash. He went into the bathroom and showered, came out, looked at the swellings again, and something went across his face that was not pain. It was closer to fear. Then he put on a thick coat in the middle of a hot night and wrapped himself all the way up, sat down on the sofa, opened a bottle, and drank it out of the neck. 45% liquor, straight, no glass. You can tell a great deal about a man from that. Nobody blows into a bottle like that because they enjoy it. I ignored him and started planning. Now, about the house. It was one man alone in a family home. His parents and his child had moved to another courtyard. His wife tried talking to him for a while and then gave up and went to live with his parents. So there was nobody in that house but him and a television and about a dozen empty bottles. Also, there was something in the room on the left. I did not know what. I only knew that whenever I drifted near that door, every instinct I had went stiff and told me to be elsewhere. Remember that. I did not, and it cost me a leg. He drank until he had to hold the arm of the sofa, and then he put his feet on the table and started clicking through channels. By then, I had drunk so much of him that I could barely stay level, 8 months pregnant, structurally. And I looked at him sitting there in a coat with the television on and a bottle open, comfortable, warm, watching a variety show. You killed me. My mother cries every day. My father does not talk anymore. And you get to be bored. I am not having that. So I came down onto the coffee table. There was a small spill of liquor on the surface where he had missed his mouth, and I crawled into it and got my legs and the underside of my body soaked, and then I walked out onto the dry wood. Here is my first thought, and I want to be transparent about my own quality as a person. My first plan was to write a comprehensive obscenity about his mother. Then I reconsidered, on the grounds that a mosquito with ideals, morals, culture, and discipline does not stoop to that. Also, it was too many characters, and I would have been walking until dawn. So I did the sensible thing and started with his name. The first stroke went badly. I meant a straight line and produced something with a curve in it that was frankly suggestive. The first character of his surname went much better. By the middle of the second, I had the hang of it and was moving. And then I finished the second character and stopped. Because I had seen his name written on a contract next to the sofa, and the character I had just walked was not the character he uses. I had spelled the name of the man who killed me wrong. You cannot do that. not on a first meeting. It creates the wrong impression entirely. So I went back into the puddle, got a fresh load, and walked one extra stroke across it as a correction mark. Then I finished the rest. Wang Zhi with a slash through it, Zhi Ming. Pleased to meet you. He looked away from the television to reach for the bottle, and while he was putting it down, he noticed a winged spider on his coffee table. His hand went straight to his slipper. That is a man's reflex, and I respected it. And then he saw the writing. He froze with the slipper in the air. Wang Zhi crossed out, Zhi Ming. And behind the words, still walking, a spider with wings. Appreciate the sequence of realizations available to him at that moment. A flying spider is already a problem. A flying spider that writes is worse. A flying spider that writes, notices that it made a mistake, corrects itself, and continues, is a thing that has no place in the world. Drunk, he said. I have had too much. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand and looked again. And I finished the last two characters for him. Pleased to meet you. How, he said. How is this possible? He was pale. He had gone back into the sofa without noticing he had done it. Then he took his phone out of his pocket, turned on the camera, and started photographing his own coffee table. If I am drunk, he said, then tomorrow when I wake up there will be no photographs. Right. There will be nothing. Right. The shutter went. Then he drank a great deal more, very quickly, and inside 10 minutes he was face down and snoring. And I sat on the table and had to admit I was exhausted. 6 characters. 6. My whole back hurt. Do you have any idea how hard it is to write with your entire body soaked in liquor when your body is the pen and the ink is you? This is not a viable communication method, I thought. If I have to convey a full demand for money and extract a confession about who paid him, at this rate we will both die of old age. I need a body with hands, or at least a body with one useful claw. I went back and drank a few more mouthfuls out of the man while he was unconscious, then found a dark corner and slept. Badly. Because of that door on the left, he slept until afternoon. I bit him twice more while he was under, out of principle. When he woke, he picked up his phone to check the time and then to call his son, and because he had passed out with the camera still open, the first thing that came up on his unlocked screen was a photograph, a winged spider on a coffee table, and next to it, in liquor, legible, Wang Ji, crossed out, Ji Ming, pleased to meet you. He sat up so fast the phone nearly went out of his hand and looked at the table. The writing had dried, but you could still see the ghost of it in the wood grain. Not clear. Unmistakably characters. A spider that writes. He looked around the room for a long time. He did not find me because I had picked my spot properly. And then he did something that I did not expect from a man I had written off as slow, and it should have warned me. He was not frightened out of the room. He thought. A spider that can write its own greeting has a purpose. A thing with a purpose comes back. So he poured out what was left in the bottle across the coffee table, sat down with his phone in his hand, and waited for me. An hour later, I woke up hungry and came out. He was sitting perfectly still, staring at the table, phone up. Good. He understands. That saves me a day. So I went and put 3 quick ones into the back of his neck first, because I was hungry and because I wanted him uncomfortable during the negotiation, and then I landed on the table. He was in real pain from that. He hauled his own collar open and searched inside it. And then he saw the spider walking, and he forgot about the pain completely and got the phone up and started recording. 5 minutes, 3 characters. Lin Kai-yang. He could not hold the phone. It came out of his hand and hit the floor, and he went backward into that sofa like something had shoved him, and 1.80 meters of man folded down into about 80 centimeters of man. On the coffee table, in liquor, in handwriting that was frankly not bad for a bug. Lin Kai-yang. Now I want to tell you what those 3 characters had been doing to that man for 2 months, because I only learned it later and it changed the shape of the thing for me. He had not been sleeping. Every time he shut his eyes, he saw me standing in front of him covered in blood. Every night. For 60 nights. That is why he drank in the mornings, and that is why he drank in the afternoons, and it worked, and he had finally found the exact dose that would put him under. And then a spider wrote my name on his furniture in his own liquor. No, he said, that is not possible. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes, and it did not help, because the characters were still there, and I was still standing next to them. It is a hallucination. I am still drunk from last night." Then he grabbed a slipper off the floor and came down on me with everything he had. The slap knocked a bottle off the table, and it went across the tiles in pieces, and half a liter of liquor went over the floor, and the whole room started to smell like a distillery. I was not there. I and the level 10 MOSQUITO. He was swinging at a place I had been. But I did not leave. I hung in the air right in front of his face. He did not even put the slippers on. He went out barefoot, got a broom, came back in, and started swinging that. Now, can a man with a broom outmove something that dodges dragonflies for entertainment? He could not. And I did something petty and deliberate, and I am telling you about it because it is the last time in this story I get to be smug for a while. I let him chase me. And I steered him. I drifted, and he followed, and I brought him step by step around toward the coffee table. He swung again, and then he put his bare foot down into what was on the floor. There was a piece of that bottle standing up in it. He went straight down. And the sound he made, sitting on his own tiles with a wedge of glass in his foot and liquor in the wound, was one of the worst sounds I have ever caused, and there is competition. He pulled it out himself. Then he hopped on one foot to a drawer for gauze and started rapping. And while both his hands were busy, I came in and did his face, and then his shoulder, 2 more walnuts. Then I went and sat in a fold of the curtain and watched him bleed through the gauze. And I felt the hate go down about 1 notch, 1 out of 100. But that was not the plan, and I knew it. The plan was money and the life. He got the foot bound. Then he sat on the floor with his back against the sofa and worked through it out loud, in pieces. A flying spider that writes, that wrote the name of the man he killed. And then he understood the joke I had made on my first night, and I watched him get it. Pleased to meet you. He had thought that was a greeting. It is not a greeting. It is what you say when 2 enemies finally find each other. Could that spider be Lin Wei? He said. Then he told himself that was ridiculous. He was a materialist. He had never believed in ghosts or reincarnation or any of it. But there was writing on his coffee table. He got up, and he went into the room on the left and shut the door behind him. I could not follow. That room was sealed so tightly I could not have gotten a leg in, and I would not have gone in if it had been standing open, because every nerve I had was telling me not to. I hung across the room and watched that door like a man watching a lit fuse. A minute later, he limped out with a large black bag. He sat down on the far side of the coffee table and let out a breath and looked at the gauze on his foot, which had gone completely red. Then he looked up at the ceiling and around the room and said it. If you really are Lin Wei, then come out. And I came out. Because that was the whole point. That was what I had been building toward for 2 months. I wanted this conversation, and I wanted a payment out of it, and I wanted my parents to be able to be old. I landed on the table. He flinched when I did. Then he steadied himself and opened a fresh bottle and poured about half of it out across the wood. Too much, actually. It ran off the edge onto the floor. Are you really him? I got into the liquor and wrote 1 character. Yes. His hands started going. He fished a cigarette out of a pack on the table and got it into his mouth, and it was shaking. What do you want? 2 characters, the truth. He picked up the lighter, and he could not work it. He tried 3 times, 4 times, and the flame would not come because his hand would not hold still, and eventually he gave up and put it down, which was the single most convincing thing he did all night, and I bought all of it. Then he opened the black bag. More than 20 bundles of new hundreds, bright red, stacked. This is all yours, he said. Take it, all of it. Just let me go. Let you go. Let you go. Did you let me go? On that road? At 9 o'clock at night? When I was carrying 2 packets of noodles? I got back into the liquor, and this time I really loaded up, because I had 8 characters to walk and I wanted them all legible. Debts are repaid. Murderers pay with their lives. I got my legs soaked. Then I lowered myself and got my belly down into it so I would not have to make a second trip. And that is the exact moment where the man whose hands were shaking too badly to light a cigarette lit the cigarette. It came up in 1 movement, fast, clean, perfectly steady, and he did not put it near the cigarette. He put it into the pool of liquor on the table. The surface went up. I have never been so wrong about a person in my life. I had watched him fail to light a lighter 4 times and concluded he was destroyed, and it was a performance. And he ran it for me for 10 straight minutes with his own blood soaking through the gauze on his foot as a prop. I was soaked in alcohol, standing in a pool of it, and the pool was on fire. I got up, badly. Everything I had was wet and burning, and my wings would not bite the air properly. And Wang Jiming reached into the black bag under the money and took out a bottle of insecticide. Die, he said, and sprayed me. Now I need to explain what should have happened, because I think about it more than is healthy. I was on fire. 10, 20 more seconds and I am ash, or at minimum I lose the wings, and then he steps on me at his leisure. Insecticide is flammable. Most of it is. That spray should have turned me into a flare. His can had just expired. He bought it in a hurry and never looked at the date, and whatever was left in it was inert and wet. So the man who was trying to burn me alive put out the fire. I went out the window sideways, flying like a drunk, and the last thing I heard from that house was him swearing. Take inventory with me. 1/5 of my left wing was gone. 4 of my 6 legs were burned down to something that did not deserve the word. My head was full of chemical, and my eyes had stopped agreeing with each other. The only reason any of me was still in the air is that I was 10 times a normal mosquito. One spray, on anything smaller, is the end of the story. There was a basin of water in his yard. I had to wash. That was not a preference. That smell on me was going to kill me in about a minute if it stayed. So I went down into the basin and thrashed around twice and dragged myself up onto the rim. And Wang Jiming came out of his house with the broom. I had nothing left to fly with. All I could do was let go and drop off the rim. The broom took the basin. There was a crack, then the handle went, then all of the water went across the concrete at once. He grabbed the broken head off the floor and threw it at me. It hit. I went down, spinning, with no idea which way was up, and by pure statistical luck, I landed in the drain hole in the middle of his yard. I crawled in. He came over the top of it with the broom handle and started stabbing down into the hole. Let me be accurate about this. He came within a centimeter of skewering me through parts of my body I did not want reviewed. I got moving down the pipe, and then I heard water. The pipe runs through the wall into an open ditch outside, and if I came out of the far end, I was in the open with a man 10 steps behind me and nowhere to be. So I put my 2 working legs into the seam of the concrete and gripped, because it was rough cement, and rough cement was the only thing left on my side, and he flushed the drain. I held on with 2 legs and held my breath and let a river go over me. It took the last of the insecticide off, I will give it that. When the water passed, I heard his footsteps going out toward the gate to check the ditch, and I turned around and went back the way I came, out into a yard he had just left, and up. I got as high as the rooftops on Tatters, and the bat came for me. That is the exact moment. Burned, poisoned, half drowned, and a bat comes out of the sky at 14 meters a second. I went over the roof and through a gap in the neighbor's living room door, and got into the fold of a curtain with 2 functioning legs, and hung there, and finally stopped moving. Outside the window, the bat squeaked at me for a while. I did not have anything left to give it, not even a gesture. I lay in a stranger's curtain and looked at 4 burned legs and a shredded wing, and had a genuine reckoning about myself. The gecko was the most pain I had ever been in. This was the closest I had ever been to gone. I had looked at that man and seen a slow, guilty, drunk villager who cried when you hurt him. He was slow, he was guilty, he was drunk. He was also patient enough to shake his hands for 10 minutes and vicious enough to keep an insecticide can under a bag of money, and clever enough to know that a thing which reads will also watch, and he nearly finished me with a lighter and a shopping error. You cannot judge what is in a person by the outside of them. I learned that from a taxi driver in a vest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, a man who could not find a corpse spent a full day and night looking for one, and when nothing came back the next night either, he settled. He lay on his sofa and blew out a breath and said, out loud, to his empty living room, "Demons, monsters, evil spirits, every one of them a paper tiger." 9 days. That is what it took, and here is how 9 days go when your body is rebuilding itself. The regeneration talent worked, slowly. Day 1, there was granulation. Day 3, there was something you could call a leg if you were being generous. It needed blood to go faster, and I could not go outside, because the bat was still in that yard every night, and I was flying like a bag in the wind. So I fed on the couple who lived in that house, quietly, only when they were properly under, and never enough. Half a meal at a time. 9 days of half meals. The one good thing was the number, because the amount I take had kept climbing 1 milliliter at a time, and by the 9th day I was pulling 40 milliliters in a sitting. The bar in my head said 930, 2 more feeds, 70 milliliters. That was all that stood between me and being something else. On the 9th day, my wings came back shining, and my 4 burned legs came back long, and I looked like myself again, and I stood on a curtain rod and admired myself for a while. You in the yard. Wait. Those dragonflies. Wait. Wang Jiming. Wait. 2 days later, I drank the last of it out of the woman of the house, and the bar in my head hit 1,000 and turned gold. Blood volume, 1,000 milliliters. Extract higher quality DNA within 24 hours, or the volume resets and doubles. 24 hours. 24 hours, in a village, on a body that had spent 9 days in a curtain, to acquire genetic material from something meaningfully better than a mosquito. And there was exactly one candidate, and it was the thing that had been trying to eat me for a fortnight. A bat is not a fight I win, not at any level. It is 400 times my mass, it is my natural predator, and it does not miss twice. Even sneaking a mouthful off it while it slept would be gambling my whole existence on one landing, and I am not a gambler. I am a coward with a long memory and a schedule, so I did what I do. I sat still and watched it for an entire day, from morning to night hanging in that curtain, one eye out the gap. And patience got me 2 things. First, I found the nest. Under the eaves of the house opposite, there was a hole in the wall about the size of a fist. It had been drilled for a stove chimney years ago, back before natural gas came to Mwao village and made it useless. That hole was where the bat lived. Second, and better, I could hear something in it, small sounds, thin, high, repeated. Pups. I sat in that curtain with my legs back and my wings shining, and I said the sentence out loud that I have gone on to say a great many times since, in a great many worse situations. If I cannot beat the mother, I can certainly beat her children. Punch the retirement home, kick the kindergarten. And I want to note, for the record, that I felt fine about it. Whatever the process is where you stop being a person, it had already happened, and it happened somewhere between a funeral photograph and an expired can of insecticide. I waited for a moment when she was not looking, went the long way around, and got myself into the window crack of the house opposite, 5 meters from her front door. Then I waited most of a day. She was in there, dozing. I dozed for 2 hours myself, because there is no point being tense on a schedule. By evening, the pups had gone from squeaking to screaming, and she finally got up and went out to hunt. Now here is where my own success worked against me. There were no mosquitoes in that yard. I had eaten or driven off every mosquito within 100 meters over the previous fortnight. So she circled her own yard, found nothing at all, and went next door into Wang Jiming's courtyard to look there, which gave me the window. 6 meters a second, under a second to cross. The nest was tangled grass and shreds of old yarn thrown together, and I want to say that for a creature with the tactical advantages of a bat, she kept a filthy house. 3 pups, 2 centimeters each, almost no fur on them yet, mostly bare pink skin, eyes still shut. Honestly, about the next part. They were cute, genuinely. I looked into that nest at 3 blind newborns and had a distinct human moment. Then I remembered that I had 980 milliliters of other people's blood in me and about 19 hours left on a clock. Little ones, I said, let Uncle take care of you. And I put my mouth into the belly of the first one. The scream that came out of it was thin and enormous. A level 10 bite is not survivable comfort for an adult human. On something 2 centimeters long and 2 days old, it is a catastrophe. And from the next courtyard, instantly, an answer. Squeak, 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 coming fast. Too late for a leisurely meal. But I was not going to waste the trip. So I gave the other 2 one each, quickly, because the system takes what it can get, and I wanted options. Then I was out of the nest and running. She came in over the wall furious, saw what I was, and came after me at 14 meters a second, and this time it did not matter, because my body was whole and I was ready. Up, over, sideways, down. She could not lay a claw on me. I made it to the window crack, squeezed through, and turned around. And then I hung in the air on the safe side of one pane of glass, and, in front of a mother whose children I had just fed on, I raised my middle leg at her and beat my wings. She hit that window until the frame rattled. If a bat can experience the desire to be sick with rage, that one did. And while she was doing it, in my head, the screen came up. High-quality DNA has been extracted. Use for evolution. What are we waiting for? I said. Evolve. Evolution will take 1 hour. During the process, your body will be extremely weak. Find a safe place immediately. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. You could not have mentioned the hour of helplessness before I picked a fight with a bat through a window. But there is no arguing with that thing, so I looked around a stranger's living room for the single safest place in it and picked the light fitting on the ceiling and got into a gap in the post. Begin, I said. A gold bar appeared in my head and started to move at slightly over 1% a minute. I watched it for 11 minutes and then had to stop, because there is nothing in the world worse than watching a loading bar in your own skull. A snail plowing a field has better numbers. Nothing came for me. It was the middle of the night, the couple in the house were unconscious, and there was no gecko in that room, which I had checked twice, because I have learned. I got sleepy. I want to be clear that this was not calm. The weakness was real. 6 legs with nothing in them, wings hanging like wet paper, the exact feeling of a man who has done 10 hours in a field and then been told to run. At 90%, I forced my eyes open. The last 7 minutes I counted out individually. 91, 95, 99. At 99, my legs started twitching on their own and would not stop, and the wings shivered. And the last 1% went on for what I am prepared to swear was a decade. Then the whole screen went gold. 100 detonations. I did not count them, the system told me later, but 100 gold fireworks went off in my head, one after another, and turned into falling gold rain. Evolution successful. I looked down at myself. I had been 4 centimeters. I was now 9. I was covered in fine blood-red hair, not brown, not gray, red, the color of the inside of something. I had 4 legs instead of 6, with a hooked claw on the end of each. Between my forelegs and hind legs and between the claws, there was broad red membrane. Small eyes, blood red, with a cold light in them. And a nose like a pig's, which I feel the universe included on purpose. The screen came back. Name, Lin Kai-yang. Race, vampire bat. Level 0. Strength 10 out of 50. Speed 10 out of 50. Vampire bat. I had gone in expecting to come out as a bat. I came out as the specific kind that lives on blood, which is not native to this country and does not exist within 4,000 kilometers of Mwao village. And not even the normal version. A normal vampire bat is brown. I was the color of a fresh wound, from nose to claw, and when I looked at my own reflection in the window glass, I looked considerably more dangerous than the animal I had gotten the DNA from. Outside, in the yard, she was still squeaking. "You have been chasing me for 2 weeks," I said. "Tonight I use your blood to anoint my soldiers." The window was ajar. She could not get in from the outside. I pushed it from the inside with the strength of an average vampire bat, which was now what 10 points meant, and it moved. Then I beat my wings once and went across that yard. 14 meters a second. I had spent my entire existence at 6. She saw me coming, and she did not like what she was looking at. That is the animal rule, and I had just become the beneficiary of it. The brighter the color, the more the world assumes you are a bad idea. Her squeak came out with fear in it. I chased her for 2 laps and could not catch her because at level 0 I was exactly as fast as she was. So I stopped chasing her and turned and flew straight at her nest. You can outrun a monk. You cannot outrun his temple. And she came around instantly and threw herself at my back, because that is what a mother does, and that is the whole trick. And I have used it since on almost everything I have ever killed. When she was close, I turned in the air and bit her chest. My canines went through it. The upper incisors cut a long, shallow line, and here is the part I did not know about myself yet. A vampire bat's mouth produces an anticoagulant. Once I open you, you do not close. Untreated, a wound I make will bleed for 8 hours. We came down together and hit the concrete of the yard, both of us tangled, and she got claws into me and scratched, and it was nothing, because she was a bat and I was whatever I now was. She bled out in about 5 minutes. I put my tongue on it while she did. I need to describe the difference, because it explains a great deal about what I became over the next year. Drinking as a mosquito is drinking through a straw. You get a thread of it. You are working for it. This was drinking out of the bottle. I do not think I made a decision about anything after that. I think the decision was made in that yard, on that concrete, with a warm animal going flat underneath me. Then I went back up to the nest. You do not cut weeds and leave the root. Otherwise, you spend 3 years watching 3 orphans grow up with an opinion about you. I killed all 3 of them and drank them, and then I threw the bodies out into the road, and then I tidied up the nest a little, because it was a good nest, in a good hole, and it was mine now, and I was not going to build one myself. I lay down in it. It was comfortable. And my stomach started up again immediately, because 5 milliliters out of 3 newborns does not touch a body that size. So I went out again, and I went next door. Wang Jiming. Do you know what I could do to him now? 1 cut across the carotid while he slept. That is all it would take. A single pass with a tooth, and the man who killed me would be finished before he woke up. Which is exactly why I did not do it. Because if he died that night, then the boss he had never seen, the man who put a car outside my building for a month, walks away clean forever. And my parents were still short 150,000 yuan. So I let him live. And instead, I went to his chickens. Wang Zhiming, it turns out, kept animals. A great many of them. Chickens, a dog, a cat, rabbits, pigeons, and a cow in the back. And here is the detail that made me hate him more than the lumps ever made me hate him less. He looked after them properly. Every day, drunk or not, he fed everything in that yard. There was a latch on the chicken coop. I got a claw under it and pulled it out, and opened the little door and went inside. 3 chickens, all asleep. I picked one, went for the comb, and used my teeth to open a shallow cut in it. Shallow on purpose. Deep enough to bleed, too small to feel. Then I hid and waited. She never woke. So I climbed onto her head, lay down along the comb, and drank. 5 minutes later I burped and got off her, and over the next few hours she quietly died of blood loss. And then, on my way out, I had the idea that turned this from feeding into a campaign. I dipped a claw in the comb, and I flew to a clear patch of floor, and I started writing. It took more than 10 trips, 10 times back to a dying chicken to refill, because a claw does not hold much. The one who killed the chicken was Lin Yang. Then I yawned enormously, went over the wall, and slept in my new nest like a man who has finally found the right career. Wang Jiming got up at noon, washed his face, and did his rounds. Cow, cats, dog, rabbits, pigeons. Then he took a bowl of corn to the coop. Normally, the 3 of them would riot when he came with the bowl. Today they were quiet, and one of them was not moving at all. Sick, he said, bending down to pour the corn in, and then he stopped, mid-pour, because there was writing on the floor of his chicken coop. The one who killed the chicken was Lin Yang. I watched his face from the roof beam, and I have to tell you, it was better than the lighter had been bad. He had killed that spider. He had burned it, sprayed it, flushed it. He had said the words demons and monsters and paper tigers out loud in his own living room. And now his chicken was dead, and his floor had my name on it. "Is that kid unkillable?" he said. Then he tried to scrub the words off with his foot, and dried blood does not come off concrete. So he went and got a hammer and knocked the letters out of the floor with it. Then he went back into the living room and drank until he stopped being present. I gave it 5 days. 2 more chickens, the dog, a rabbit. Every one of them with a line of writing next to the body. I got better at the writing as I went, and I want to acknowledge my own artistic development, because after the rabbit I wrote this. The rabbit is dead. How far away can you be? That was the evening my level came up. Level 1, strength 14, speed 14, 10 centimeters now, redder than before. And the talents finally moved. All that time they had said superior to an ordinary mosquito, which had become funny in an unhelpful way. Now they said superior to an ordinary bat, which meant I got my aerobatics back. Sudden starts, sudden stops, sideways, inverted, full loops. And I want to explain why that is enormous, because most people do not know this. Bats are not good flyers. They are competent. Dragonflies are the actual champions of the air, and it is not close. I was now a bat that could fly like a mosquito, that could fly like nothing else in the valley. And the vision came up to a full kilometer, and one more line appeared, brand new, at the end. Echolocation. I closed my eyes and made a sound I could not hear, and the yard came back to me. Not as a picture, as a shape, complete, in the dark, with everything in it. No color, better than color. Every corner, every gap, every insect sitting in every crack of that courtyard, arriving inside my head with the walls in the right places. I could see with my eyes shut. From now on, I thought, I can look at absolutely anything, and nobody will ever know I am looking. Then the screen said, "Reach level 5 for new talents." And I said, "Good," and got straight to work on the first thing I had wanted since the river. The dragonflies. There is a pond at the eastern end of Mwao village where they gather in the evening, 20-something of them hanging over the water hunting mosquitoes. I came in from above at 28 meters a second. They scattered, which was the correct decision, and completely insufficient. "You used to chase me across a river," I said, "and play with me, and pull up at the last second because it was fun. Less than 5 minutes, every single one of them. And I did not do it neatly, and I did not do it quickly, and every one of them came apart at the neck, and when I was done, there were 20-odd bodies in 2 pieces floating on a pond in the dark. I sat on a reed and looked at that water for a long time. I know exactly how petty that was. Nobody hunts 100% of a species out of a pond because it is efficient. I did it because in that river, when I was nothing, they were the sky, and I promised. And I keep my promises. Ask anybody who is still around to be asked. By that point, Wang Jiming had stopped being a man and become a situation. 5 days. A dead chicken, then 2 more, then his dog, then his rabbit, each one with a line of writing next to it in its own blood. Every animal in that yard that he had gotten up drunk to feed for 2 months. When I came over the wall that evening, he was standing in the middle of his courtyard looking down at the rabbit, and his eyes were not focused on it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face had gone in on itself. There was a cow left, and a cat. That was the whole inventory. He worked out the sequence himself, out loud, and I hovered up there and let him. "After they are all gone," he said, "it is my turn." Then he took 2 long pulls out of the bottle in his hand, walked out into the middle of his own yard, and shouted at the sky. "What do you want? Do you actually want to force me to die?" "Yes," I said, "but not tonight." I came down and landed beside the rabbit. He turned around and saw a bat the length of a hand standing next to a dead animal, and it was not brown. It was the color of arterial blood, and it had a face on it. "You," he said, "are you Lin Kaiyang?" I put my claw into the rabbit and wrote 4 characters. "It is I." He got out 1 syllable of a question about the spider, so I answered it before he finished. "Ever-changing. I move with my heart." Note that I had about 6 hours to think of that line, and I have never once regretted it. He came apart then, properly, standing up. "If you really are him, then stop. Please stop. I cannot take any more of it. What do you want from me?" 2 characters. Money. And I watched something extraordinary happen on that man's face, which was relief. Actual relief. His shoulders came down. Because money is a thing a person can survive. How much? I wrote it in the rabbit. Double. He let out a breath. 200,000 is the going rate. Double is 400. He could find 400,000. "Yes," he said, fast, before I could reconsider. "Yes, I will bring it now. I will bring it tonight." I wrote the last part. "Take it to my house. Tomorrow," he said. "First thing tomorrow morning. I promise." Then I ignored him completely and went over the wall, because there was nothing else to negotiate and because I do not do reassurance. That night, I drank 2 mouthfuls out of his cow. Not for the blood. I did not need the blood. I did it so that when he went out at 7 in the morning to feed it, the animal would be lying in a pool of itself, and he would understand that the deadline was real. He understood. He did not even finish the rounds. He came straight back in, took a bag of money out of the refrigerator, counted out 400,000 into a black backpack, and left the house at a speed I had not seen from him before. And while he was standing at the gate getting his shoes on, I dropped onto that backpack and slipped in through the gap in the zip. 2 bus changes and most of the morning, and then I was hanging in the dark on top of 400,000 yuan, listening to the road turn into the road home. At the mouth of Longshou village, I got out and went ahead of him, because I wanted to be in the house first. Nothing had changed. My mother's face was wet. She was not making any noise about it. She was just wet, the way a person is when the crying has become a background process. My father was sitting with a cigarette going, and he had a way of exhaling that had turned into a sentence he never finished. Then Wang Jiming came into my courtyard. I have to tell you about my parents, and I am going to try to do it without making it sound better than it was. They did not throw him out. They were incapable of throwing anybody out. 2 farmers who had spent their whole lives being polite to people who did not deserve it. But my father did not stand up, and he did not offer him anything, and my mother went completely still. Wang Zhiming stood in the doorway of the house of the man he had killed, with a backpack in his hand, and could not look at either of them. My father smoked. He smoked for a long time. He filled that room with it single-handedly, and then he spoke, and his voice was flat and wrong. "You ruined my family. You killed my son. What are you here for? Have you come to finish the rest of us?" And Wang Zhiming said, "Uncle, Auntie, I am so sorry about that. I have felt terrible about it. So I brought you something." Then he unzipped the bag, and there were bundles of new hundreds in it, bright red. He put it on the table. "There is 400,000 in there. Consider it my apology." My father looked at the money for about a second and a half and made a sound in his nose. "What use is money," he said, "when the person is gone?" "Uncle, I regret it. Giving it to you would at least make me feel a little better." And my father said, without raising his voice, "I do not want you to feel better." My mother wiped her face and said, "Take the money away. You are using this money to buy my son's life." And then she could not say the next thing and started again from the beginning. At which point, Wang Zhiming did the only clever thing available to him, and I did not tell him to do it, and I have never decided whether I am grateful. He said, "Uncle, Auntie, I will be honest with you. Lin Kaiyang told me to give you this money." Both of them looked up. They looked directly at a man they had refused to look at, and he lowered his head and got it out. "He came to me in a dream last night. He said he is gone, and the 2 of you have no income, and his sister still has school. He told me to bring you the money, or he would take me with him." The 2 of them looked at each other, and my mother broke completely and said his name, the way she used to when I was small. "Xiao Yang. Even now that you are gone, you are still worrying about your family. My Xiao Yang." I was on the doorframe. I was 5 feet away. I had spent 2 months and 2 bodies and a leg and half a wing on getting that money into that room, and I had done it, and it worked, and what I got for it was standing on a doorframe listening to my mother cry because she thought I had come to her in a dream. That is the whole invoice. That is what the job pays. My father put his hand on her shoulder and held it there for a while. Then he said, "Since Xiaoyang said so, we will keep it." And I know exactly what went through his head as he said it, because I know him. He was thinking about a university admission letter that was 3 years away, and a number he had been failing to make work at the kitchen table every night since May. Wang Zhiming bowed to my father like a man who has been given a stay of execution. He said, "Thank you, uncle. Thank you. You are a good person." Then he left fast, before anybody could change their mind, and he did not look back once. I circled the courtyard twice, looking down at the 2 of them and a black bag on a table. That is the money handled. My sister goes to university. My mother gets to be old without arithmetic. Now the other part. Let me be straight about the order of it, because the order tells you who I had become. I did not stay for an hour. I did not sit on the wall and watch my own mother. I turned around and followed the man who killed me. He got home in the evening and stood in his gate and looked up at the sky. And there I was, going in slow circles over his roof. "I have already given you the money," he said quietly. "What else do you want?" Then he went inside and shut every door and window in that house, and pulled every curtain, and sealed the gaps, and I mean sealed. He went around the edges of his own home with material, including door cracks that no bat on earth could get through. I watched him do the whole job from the outside, and I want you to know that I let him finish, because there is a particular pleasure in letting a man complete a great deal of work. Then I flew to the wall under his eaves, because his house had the same hole as his neighbor's, 15 centimeters across, drilled years ago for a stove chimney, and he had not gotten around to filling it with cement. He had pasted a sheet of A4 paper over the inside of it. I put 4 claws through that paper and went in. But I did not drop down, because I had learned my lesson in that room, and I am not a man who needs a second one. I hung up in the dark, and I checked, thoroughly, with my eyes, and then with sound, that there was no liquor poured out, and no lighter within his reach. Then I landed on the coffee table in front of him. He had been lying back on the sofa with his eyes shut. He opened them, and a foot away from him there was a bat, 10 centimeters long, the color of the inside of a body, looking at him. "I have paid," he said, in a voice that had nothing left in it. "Cannot you just leave me alone?" Have you ever left anybody alone? There was a pencil in that room. I had seen it earlier. I went and got it, picked it up in a claw, and turned around and looked at him. And this is why he had to live a little longer, and it is the single best thing about a body with claws instead of a mouth full of nothing. He understood immediately and got a notebook out of the drawer. Holding a pencil with a hooked claw is not easy. It took me a moment to find the grip. 2 characters. The truth. He took a very long breath. If I tell you, will you let me go? I wrote 2 more, and I wrote them crookedly because I was in a hurry. Of course. And I want to be transparent with you. That was a lie. It was a lie when I wrote it, and I knew it was a lie while my claw was moving. I am not going to pretend to be better than I am. He murdered me for money, and then let my family be told I killed myself. I was not going to be honest with him about the terms. He sat forward and put his hands together and told me all of it, and he told it badly, in pieces, with long gaps. He had been driving for Shunfeng and playing mahjong. Then he had a bad night and lost over 10,000. And with mahjong, he said, the more you lose, the more you have to win it back. So I played a whole day and a whole night. At the end of it, he owed people more than 200,000 yuan. That same night, a boss came to him. The boss said he would clear the 200,000 and put another 500,000 on top if Wang Zhiming did one thing for him. And I was blind with greed, he said. I said yes before I asked what it was. Then they told me it was to drive at a person. I refused. No, I refused. Whatever you think of me, I said no. And then they said if I did not do it, they would kill my daughter. He stopped there for a while. I had no choice, he said. But they told me to only brush past you, to frighten you, not to run you over. And I did not have the nerve for it. So I drank first to get the nerve. And after I had been drinking, my hands and feet were not. They were not. I was trying to go past you. I did not expect. He got about 5 minutes into a sentence that was 4 words long, and he could not put the end on it. I have thought about that confession more than I have thought about almost anything else in this story. Because he is not lying. I checked it later against everything else I ever learned, and every part of it is true. A man got into debt. A man was threatened with his child. A man was told to frighten somebody and drank because he could not face it, and then killed somebody because he had been drinking. And every one of those facts makes him more understandable, and not one of them gives me a single thing back. There is no version of this where his reasons help me. That is what nobody tells you about finding out. You go looking for a monster, and you find a frightened idiot, and your mother is still crying, and you still have 4 legs. I got the pencil back up. Who is the boss? Why did he want me frightened? And then I tore that page out of the notebook because I had pressed too hard and gone through it. His eyes went, and I mean visibly, and he said this. He paid me to drive at your car to frighten you. As for why, I do not know. As for who he is, I do not know either. And then, because he was afraid I was about to start on him. When I met him, every light in the room was pointed at me. He sat in the dark. I never saw his face. My wings started to move on their own, which they do. I put the claw back on the pencil. Have you told me everything you know? That is everything. I have told you all of it. Please let me go. I really do regret it. Just give me one more chance. One more chance. Who gave me one? And I wrote the 8 characters I had been trying to write in that house since the night he set fire to me. Debts are repaid. Murderers pay with their lives. He looked at those 8 characters, and then at the blood-red thing that had written them, and I watched the temperature go out of him. And that is the exact instant my animal instinct started screaming, not my mind, my body, a thing that has only been in me since the day I stopped being human, and it has never once been wrong. I jumped straight up without deciding to, and something came out of the dark behind me and took my right hind leg. I went into the floor. I got my head around and looked at it. A black snake. 1.5 meters of it, 5 centimeters thick, with its mouth locked on my leg. And the door of the room on the left was standing open. The room I had been avoiding for 4 days. The room that made every nerve in my body stand up whenever I went near it. He had a snake in there. He had shut every window in that house and sealed every crack and pulled every curtain, and then he had opened one door, and then he had sat down and had a heart-to-heart with me about Mahjong and his daughter for 11 minutes to give it time to find me in the dark. Wang Jiming, I underestimated you twice. Nobody else has ever managed that. The snake started to come around. That is what they do. It had my leg, and it was bringing its body across to wrap me, and once it wraps you, it is over. And Wang Jiming was on his feet by then, with his eyes red and his voice completely gone. Kill it. Kill that thing. Now here is where the gecko paid for itself, because a normal bat in that position is finished. A normal bat has no answer to a snake with a grip on it. I swung my body against the hold, then I put everything I had into it. There was a sound like a green stick breaking, and my right hind leg came off at the joint. That is the second time. Keep count, because there is going to be a third, and the third one is worse. The pain was extraordinary, and it was also, briefly, useful, because it put something into my body that had not been there a second earlier, and I came up off that floor a meter into the air and got through the hole in the paper and out. Behind me, Wang Jiming stood in his living room and looked down. The snake had my leg in its mouth, and the leg was still moving. That damn bat, he said. It broke off its own leg, like a gecko. He had no idea how right that was. The snake never came after me. It stayed with the twitching leg, because a snake takes the thing that is moving, and my leg was extremely busy. And I want to state the operational conclusion I reached that night, while flying over Mwao village on 3 legs, because it decided the next 2 years of my life. I am never going anywhere alone again. Not to a village, not into a house, not to negotiate with anything. Whatever is coming, I want 500 of something in front of me when it arrives. I did not go back to the neighbor's curtain, because a snake follows blood, and I was dripping. I remembered passing a village on the way in, Ganchuan, next door to Mwao. More livestock than Wow had. 28 meters a second on 3 legs with the wind through the stump. 10 days in Ganchuan village, and here is the arithmetic of a vampire bat, which is the most efficient business I have ever run. Find a shed with dairy cattle in it. Open 1 shallow cut in the flank at night, shallow enough that the animal never wakes, and it does not need to be more than that because I do not close. Then come back 3 times before morning. The wound keeps giving. The first cow died at dawn. Over 10 days I did 10 of them, and the leg came back inside those 10 days because blood is the accelerator, and the whole time I was thinking about the man in the next village sitting in a sealed house with a snake on his floor. And on the 10th day, the level came up. Level 2, strength 18, speed 18, 12 centimeters, redder. A normal bat has strength and speed of 8. I was at 18, more than double, permanently, in every direction. Then I went back to Mwao village to kill him. I want to lay out honestly what happened next, because the plan did not work, and what replaced it is the reason for everything after. I got into a poplar tree in front of his house and watched him for 10 days. He never relaxed, not once. He drank himself unconscious every night, and it did not matter, because the snake was awake, and it went across that floor at intervals all night long. I could not fight the snake. I had already lost a leg to it, and I was 3 centimeters longer than I had been. So I stopped going into the village to feed and went out into the scrub for wild rabbits and birds instead, to build the impression that I had left the district. 10 more days. The whole neighborhood relaxed. Nothing was dying. People stopped talking about it. He did not relax. And I sat in that tree with my chin on my claws and had the thought that reorganized my entire existence. I cannot get into that house alone. I need somebody else to walk in first. Around 2 in the morning, I heard wings. Not 1 set. 3. 3 bats on a rooftop about 80 meters off, working the insects over a courtyard. In my territory. On my hunting ground. I made the sound in my throat that means get out, and all 3 of them squeaked back at me, and I had been a bat long enough to know exactly what that particular squeak was. They were showing off. You come onto my ground and then you posture at me. I went up. They saw a bat that was not much bigger than they were, and they had numbers, so they held position, which was the last decision 2 of them ever made. I was twice their speed. I crossed the gap in 2 breaths. 1 claw took the wing off the first one, and it went down into a courtyard, and I followed it in and bit through the neck. The other 2 turned and ran. Running from me is a category error. I caught the second one before it had cleared the roofline, and it turned to fight, which was brave and irrelevant, because I went around it in the air and was on its belly before it finished turning. One pass with a claw, and it fell. The third one I could have taken in 3 seconds. I did not. I let it go. Because a terrified bat flying at maximum speed in a straight line for 20 minutes is a map. It screamed for help the entire way, and it went up into the hills, and eventually it crawled into a hole about 20 centimeters across, halfway up a slope. I followed it in without slowing down. The tunnel ran 10 meters. Then it opened up. A cave. 100 square meters of it, absolutely black. With night vision, it was a room with a ceiling, and hanging from that ceiling upside down in rows were about 100 bats. Every single one of them was looking at me. I will be straight about the next second. My scalp went. I had a fully human moment of standing in a doorway in front of 100 hostile things and wanting to be at home. And then the second thought arrived, and the second thought was the whole future. There they are. That is what I came for. I backed up until my spine was against the entrance tunnel, so I could fight or leave. And then I decided not to leave, because there is an old rule about who wins between the one who moves first and the one who reacts. I moved first. 30 meters a second across a black room, one claw through the wing of the nearest one, straight through the throat of the second, then back to the tunnel mouth. 5 of them were dead before the room understood that anything had happened. And that is when the cave stopped being a standoff and became something else. I need to be careful about how I describe the next 20 minutes, because I have heard myself tell it as a battle, and it was not a battle. A battle has 2 sides trying. Those bats were brown. I was the color of a fresh wound, and there is a rule in the animal world that nothing has ever written down and everything obeys, which is that the brighter you are, the more the world assumes you are lethal. Most of them did not resist at all. They pressed themselves into the rock and made themselves small. The handful who came at me, I took apart one at a time, and every one that went down made the rest of them quieter. By the end, the whole cave smelled like an abattoir, and my mouth would not close properly. And I hung in the middle of it, in front of about 70 survivors, and I filled my chest, and I delivered the line. Who else? It came out as squeak, squeak, squeak. I should describe the specific quality of that humiliation. I had just committed a massacre in a cave in the dark, standing on the bodies, blood to the eyes, and the line was perfect, and the sound my throat produced was the sound a shoe makes on a wet floor. The aura did not survive it. But the meaning did, because they understood the pitch even if they could not understand the words, and every one of them shrank back and would not look at me. So I came down and drank, and got through 5 of the dead before I was too full to continue, and then I opened my throat and gave my first speech to my new organization. Follow me and you will eat well. Anybody with an objection, drag him out and behead him. Squeak. They understood the tone. They agreed with the tone. They all squeaked back, submissively, in unison. Then I did a head count and discovered something about my new army that has never stopped being funny. They were almost all female. 70-odd female bats, 100% obedient, looking at me. I had spent 25 years as a man that women looked at the way you look at furniture. I was now, through absolutely no charm of my own, the emperor of a harem. I would like to say I rose above it. I did not, in my head. In practice, I never touched one of them and never wanted to. I had been a person. There are lines, and that one is not close. But I called them my concubines for 2 years, and I am not going to lie to you about that either. Ladies, I said, come with me, there is meat. 4 in the morning, and 70-odd bats came down out of the hills over Mwao village in a mass. We arrived above Wang Jiming's house. Through the glass, I could see him on the sofa with 10 empty bottles on the table beside him, and the black snake coiled up next to his slippers. The window was the problem, and the window was also the entire solution, and this is where I discovered the actual value of having subordinates. Attack, I said, and 70 bats hovered in a cloud and squeaked at each other in total confusion because none of them had the faintest idea what they were supposed to be attacking. Plainly, about the intelligence level I was working with here. Not one of them could hold an instruction for a full minute, so I gave a demonstration. I went at that window at full speed, and at the last possible moment, I opened my wings and took the impact on the membrane instead of my head, because I am not an idiot. Then I came back up and said, right, your turn, form up, speed and posture, and if it does not work the first time, we go again. They loved it. 70 bats went into that pane of glass together. 1 bat is nothing. 70 bats arriving at once is a demolition event. and that window put up a token argument and then lay down. They went in through the hole. Wang Jiming had been sleeping badly on purpose for a fortnight, and he came up off that sofa fast, and the snake's head came up off the floor, and then both of them disappeared inside a room containing 70-odd bats. The snake was excellent, I want to give it that. It took one out of the air immediately, and then it had one bat in its mouth and 69 bats on it, and there is nothing in the design of a snake that solves that. I came in over the top of all of it. He never saw me. His eyes were full of wings. I landed on his chest. Then I opened my mouth, and there was a small sound that nobody in that house but me could hear. His hand went to his neck and came away red, and the red kept coming, and the front of his vest went dark in about 4 seconds. He got both hands over it and pressed. It came through his fingers. He ran to the bathroom, and he got a towel, and he wrapped it around his own throat and pulled it tight, which was the correct medical response, and did absolutely nothing, because I do not close. A towel, I thought. You are going to need considerably more than a towel. The towel went red. He held it with one hand and dialed with the other, and the call connected, and he had nothing left to talk with. He started to suffocate standing up. I watched his eyes stop tracking, and the last thing in them, before they went, was a red bat hanging in the air over him, the color of what was coming out of his neck. Wen, Z, Long. 3 syllables. He got all 3 out, and the sound of 70 pairs of wings took them. I landed on the wall and looked down at the body. People ask, and by people I mean the part of me that used to file expense reports, whether the first one is hard. There was nothing. There was no weight to it at all. That man put a car into me on an empty road. My mother's eyes will not open properly. My father stopped finishing sentences. My sister stopped caring about school. I have 4 legs, and I am 9 centimeters tall, and I sleep in a hole meant for a chimney. I had wanted one thing for 4 months, and the whole of the price was 30 seconds and a towel. The snake had gotten under the sofa and would not come out. We will come back to the snake. Here I have to tell you about the snake, because the snake is where I stopped being a bat with a grudge and started being something with a method. First we drank Wang Jiming. Not just me. I took what I could hold, which was a great deal, and then I made the summoning sound, and 70 bats came off the walls and got onto him. Normal bats eat insects, occasionally a bit of meat. Not this. Not a man on a living room floor. They did it because I told them to, and because every one of them wanted my approval, and I noted at the time that they took to it very quickly. Human blood is better for leveling than animal blood. I could feel it going in. I could feel that 10 more days of it would have put me at level 3 on its own. Then, on the way out, I remembered my leg. Drag the snake out. Chop it up, which is far too complicated an idea for a bat. But they got the pitch, and the pitch was that the snake was the target. Snakes eat bats. That is the natural order. The natural order does not survive contact with numbers. If anybody had been standing in that living room, they would have seen dozens of bats haul 1.5 meters of black snake out from under a sofa by the body and lift it into the air. And then a red one flew in and put a claw through its eye. The scream a snake makes is a hiss with a person in it. It writhed and it could not curl because 30 animals had it stretched out. Their eyes are mostly decorative. They run on heat and vibration, but blinding it hurt, and I wanted it to hurt. I worked on the body with claws and teeth and could not get through the scales anywhere, and after 5 minutes of that I made the call. Take it home. We will eat it there. 5 bats died getting that snake up the hill. Then 3 more inside the cave while we held it down. And I did not care, and I did not care. And I remember the exact justification I used, which was that I was not relying on these particular females for children. In the cave, I climbed onto it and went to work properly. You cannot punch through a snake's scales. You can get a claw into the gap between 2 of them and lever. 5 minutes to get the first one off. It came away with a sound like a fingernail, and the snake convulsed. After the first one, it was easy. 10 more in sequence, and then a strip of pale belly, and then teeth, and then I lay down on it and drank. And I would have stopped there, except that I remembered something a man in my village used to say about snakes. The gallbladder is the good part. It took an hour of cutting to find it, because it was my first time, and I had no idea what I was looking for, or where. Somewhere in the middle, slightly under. It was the size of a fingernail. For a creature my size, it was a melon. I tore it up and swallowed it in pieces. and the screen went off in my head before I had finished chewing. 3 fireworks. Congratulations on your upgrade. Level 3, Strength 22, Speed 22, 35 meters a second. I had calculated 10 days of drinking to get there. It took 1 gallbladder. I sat in a cave surrounded by 50 exhausted bats and half a snake, and I understood that I had just found the exploit. Then the screen changed again. High-quality DNA extracted from the black snake, used for modification. Now that, I said, is an unexpected treat. Modify, 5 minutes. And what happened over those 5 minutes was the single most unpleasant thing my body has ever done to itself in front of an audience. All the red hair fell out, all of it, in front of 50 subordinates. I stood in the middle of my own cave, completely bald, and I have never felt so exposed in my life, and I actually wiped sweat off a forehead I do not have. Then the bare skin started wrinkling in patches, like ground after rain has cut channels into it. Then the patches split into small pieces. Then the small pieces hardened. 10 minutes later, I was wearing armor. Blood-red scales the size of a fingernail, overlapping, from the nose back. I tried my own claw on my own abdomen, which is sharp enough to open a snake, and it would not go in. Do you understand what that meant? Every single thing that had ever hurt me had done it by getting through skin. The gecko, the insecticide, the snake. There is no skin now. And then I thought about it for a second longer and did not like it, because scales shine. Under sun or under moonlight, I would be a mirror with wings, which is a catastrophe whether you are hunting or running. And while I was thinking it, red hair started coming up through the gaps between the plates. It grew back thicker than before and covered everything, and you could not see a single scale on me. Not as handsome, I said, feeling it with a claw. Much more discreet, and extremely useful for observing things I should not be observing. I got the armor, and I got to keep the coat. That was the moment I started to like the system. So, ledger. Wang Jiming, dead. Money, delivered. Snake, eaten. Gallbladder, discovered. Armor, installed. And the man who paid for it, sitting in a dark room with all the lights pointed at somebody else's face. I had nothing. I did not know his name, his voice, his height, his city. Wang Jiming had gone into the ground with the only thread, and it had never been more than an inch long to begin with, which meant there was only one thing left to do, and it was the thing I had been told to do since the day I was an egg. Get bigger. Get stronger, and then look again from higher up. Meanwhile, the humans got involved. Wang Jiming's death did not go unnoticed. A man bleeding out in his own living room with a hole in his carotid gets attention, and the attention came to the correct conclusion quickly. Vampire bat. Then they went around the neighboring villages and found 10 dead dairy cattle in Ganchuan and a trail of dead livestock in Wao, and that confirmed it. And that caused a problem I had not anticipated, which is that there are no vampire bats in this country. None. Not one, not anywhere. A vampire bat in central China is like finding a polar bear in a rice paddy, and the reaction was proportionate. They organized. Villages, then districts. 2 solid weeks of sweeps. They found nothing, because I had already left, and because I had made a decision on the hill that I stuck to for 2 years. I do not go where I have been. I lived up in that hill cave and hunted rabbits and pheasants and slept a great deal, and enjoyed myself, and there was only one thing bothering me. 50 bats is not an army. 50 is a rounding error. 50 gets you through one window. So I set myself a goal, and I want to admit the exact form the goal took in my head because it tells you what 2 months as an insect does to a man's sense of proportion. 3,000. 3,000 concubines, and I could do anything. Petty theft, grand larceny, bullying men and women across 3 provinces. The ideal was a mermaid. The reality was going to be piranhas, and I was fine with that. I went looking in the nearby hills and found nothing. A few scattered singles, no colonies, and I could not be bothered to search further out, so I shelved it, which is a sentence you will hear from me repeatedly. And then, as they say, you can search everywhere and find nothing, and then it walks up to your door. One afternoon, I was asleep in my cave, in the middle of something extremely pleasant, when I heard wings. The thing I hate most in this world is being woken up. I have executed people for less. I raised my head with every intention of finding out who, and 3 bats came into that cave at a speed that was not flying, it was falling with steering. They were opened up, all three of them covered in blood, riddled. One of them made it inside and hit the floor and twitched twice and stopped. The other two circled in the dark, screaming the same two notes over and over. Danger, danger. Somebody had touched my women. Now, understand my position. I never laid a claw on any of them, but nominally they were mine, and there is an old principle about what happens when you beat somebody's dog. I asked what happened, which was useless. All I got was noise, but there was fear in the noise, and fear means an actual answer exists outside. Fine, I said, somebody go and look. And I selected a bat and sent her, and if that sounds cowardly to you, then you have not been paying attention. Ladies first. She went out. I came up behind her and stopped at the lip of the cave, in shadow. At level 3, I could see 1,300 meters. A kilometer out, over the ridge, in the moonlight, there was a flock of bats. About 100 of them, and they were sweeping in a pattern, and I understood the pattern immediately because it was a search. They had chased my 3 home and lost them, and now they were combing. Meanwhile, my scout, who could see approximately as far as the end of her own face, was flying cheerfully straight toward them. I got a claw around her hind leg. Come back, you silly woman. And I looked at 100 bats sweeping a ridge for me, and I thought, I have been trying to hire, and 100 applicants just arrived at the door. So I opened my throat and shouted at them across a kilometer of night air. Lin Kaiyang of Longshou Village is here. Come and see me if you have the nerve. It came out as a squeak, obviously. Every single line I ever delivered came out as a squeak. But the pitch translated as a challenge, and to a bat colony, a challenge is an invitation. They did not hesitate. All 100 of them turned and came. I went back inside and set up. Guard the mouth of the cave, I told my 50. Do not let a single one of them out again. They had no idea what I said. They milled about near the entrance in a friendly way, which coincidentally was the correct formation, and I decided to take the win. Half a minute later, 100 bats came in through a 20-centimeter tunnel and filled my cave. There were 5 males among them. The leader was 15 centimeters, which made him larger than me, and he came out to the front and squeaked, and my 50 concubines pressed themselves into the rock at the entrance and shook. From what I could pick up, he was announcing that he intended to take over my women. Funny, I said, that was my plan too. And I went up into the air alone in front of 100 hostiles, and I want to be very honest about why I was not frightened. Because I had already run the numbers. If those bats had been capable of hurting me, I would have left through the tunnel and not stopped for an hour. I only ever get brave after the arithmetic. The big one saw the red on me and hesitated, and I caught it, that one flicker of not wanting to. Then I went for him. We met in the middle of the cave, and I did something I had thought about since the black snake. I opened up. I gave him my neck. He took it. Of course he took it. He put everything he had into my throat. And his teeth found fingernail-sized plates of blood-red armor with hair growing over them. And while he was discovering that, my claw was already somewhere considerably less protected. In. Out. The hook brought out a great deal. He came apart in the air, screaming, and I got my mouth onto his neck and put an end to the noise. We both hit the floor. Then I stood up on my hind legs, the way a person does, put one foot on his chest, hit myself twice on the chest with both front claws, and roared. Squeak, squeak. Every bat in that cave went still. Because their leader had won that job through more than 10 duels, and I had ended him in under 15 seconds without taking a mark, and there is no argument you can build out of that. Then I went into the flock and killed the other 4 males, one at a time, while they watched. Men executed, women spared. That was the policy, and I stated it out loud in a cave to an audience that could not understand a word. 140-odd females. We are getting closer to 3,000, I said. Then I drank until I could not, and gave the order that they should drink too, because what kind of king lets his women go hungry, and my 50 veterans showed the newcomers how. And then I threw 5 bodies out of the cave, yawned, and went to sleep in a pile of my own subordinates. Over the following weeks, I collected the strays out of the surrounding hills. Same policy every time. Males dead and drunk, females retained. 200. And I settled into what I still think of as the best 2 weeks of my first year. 100 square meters of cave, 200 obedient subjects, all the rabbits in the district, no human being within 11 kilometers, and absolutely nothing on my schedule. I ate. I slept. I let entire days go past without leaving the rock. And while I was doing that, 30 men with flamethrowers were walking up my hill. They had swept Mwao and Ganchuan twice and found nothing, which should have been the end of it. But then, villagers going up into the hills started finding rabbit carcasses, pheasant carcasses, drained. So the district put together a proper party, 200 men, hunting rifles, flamethrowers, and a mandate. I want to be fair to them. They were not wrong. A vampire bat in central China running around opening people is a public safety emergency, and their whole reasoning was correct. They walked that hill end to end, and they found the cave, and near the mouth they found bat hair, and in among the brown, one hair that was blood red. The mouth was 20 centimeters across, and the tunnel ran 10 meters. No man fits, no dog fits, and they tried fire, and fire does not turn corners. So they stood outside my house for half an hour and had a meeting, and eventually one of them came up with something genuinely nasty. Send a snake in. The noise of them woke me up. My first reaction was to work out how I was going to get out of there with 200 men on the hill, and I will tell you exactly what I thought about my concubines, because I have promised to be honest. Who cares about them? As long as I get out. Then I heard the word snake, and I relaxed completely and lay back down. You are going to attack me with a snake. You are delivering dinner. I squeaked twice, softly, to tell 200 bats to hold position. More than an hour later, I heard the shouting outside. It is here, the snake is here. It is not venomous, is it? And a voice slightly let down about it. There are no venomous ones around here. We were lucky to get this. Anyway, look at the thickness of it. Those bats are nothing to it. Going in that hole is like walking into a restaurant. That is true, said another one. Put it in, carefully. And then I heard the dry sound of something long coming up a stone tunnel. Every bat in that cave started making small, terrified noises, because snakes are what happens to bats, and they know it in their bodies. Arm thick, they said. That is not a snake I can fight. I had lost a leg to something 2/3 that size. But I did not need to fight it, and this is the entire trick, and I want to lay it out because it is the best piece of work I did that year. That tunnel was 20 centimeters across and 10 meters long. A snake in a tube cannot turn. It cannot back up quickly. It cannot coil. It has one move, forward, and one weapon, the mouth at the front. So I waited. I listened to it come, and I judged, by sound, the moment when its whole body was inside the tunnel and its head had not yet reached the room. Then I gave the order. Children, kill it. And 200 bats who were terrified of that snake went into the tunnel anyway, because they were more terrified of me. The first one got taken immediately and screamed, then the second, then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Dozens of them, packed into a stone tube, on top of and around and in front of a snake that now had a mouthful of one bat and could not swallow it and could not open again. Its only weapon was occupied. Its only direction was blocked. It could not go forward. It could not go back. I walked in over the top of my own subordinates and got to work with a claw in the gap between two scales. A normal bat can grip a scale. It cannot lever one off. I am more than twice a normal bat. The first one came away, and the snake tried to shrink back and could not because the tunnel was full of women. 5 more scales, then teeth, then a wound. Then I lay down on it and drank, and outside, 2 meters of stone away, 30 men were talking. However strong that vampire bat is, it cannot beat a green snake. Of course not. The snake has scales. The bat cannot get through. That snake going in there is a wolf into a sheep pen. It is dumplings at New Year. I have thought about that conversation many times since, usually while eating. I did not take much blood that time because I was saving room. I opened it up, found the gallbladder, tore it apart, and swallowed it, and I could feel level 4 coming up out of it like heat. Then I let the flock finish the body. And I want to note what those 200 bats had become at that point, because it was not my doing, and it surprised me. They had been insect eaters. After a few weeks on blood, they had turned into something else. They did not eat insects anymore. They queued for a snake. The snake went flat. And then I gave the second order. Out, all of you, now. 200 bats came out of a 20-centimeter hole into 30 men who had been told to expect the end of a fight and were not ready for the start of one. They did not get their weapons up in time. That was the entire margin, and it was about a second and a half. "Center on me," I shouted. "Close up around me." They did not understand the words. The ones nearest me understood the shape of it, and they closed, and the rest closed on them, and 200 bats wrapped themselves into a ball with me inside it and went up the hill and away. 2 of them got their flamethrowers working. I did not look back for a while. When I did, there were about 50 of my bats burning on the outside of the ball, screaming, dropping out of it one at a time. 50 out of 200. And here is what I felt, and I am putting it down exactly. I felt the number. Not the 50 deaths. The number. 3,000 had just moved further away. "They can't have gone far," somebody down there was shouting. "Notify everybody. Full search." Yes, I thought. Do that. Search this hill. Search it thoroughly. We were 40 kilometers away by then, and going. There is one large mountain within a couple of 100 kilometers of my village, and it is called Chiao Ma. Over 1,000 meters, squirrels and wild boar and wolves on it, and a hole 2 meters across near the peak that I had noticed from the air weeks earlier. Alone, I would have made it in 4 hours. With 140 exhausted concubines flying at half my speed, it took 10, and we came in at dawn. I did not go straight into the cave, because a 2-meter hole near a peak is a very good address, and good addresses are occupied. So we hung in a walnut tree, and I sent my women to sleep, and I went out and drained a squirrel, and built myself a bed out of dry grass, because it was already clear that nobody else was going to. We recruited 50 more strays out of that mountain in the first week, and I made one policy change that I would like the record to reflect. I stopped executing the males, not out of mercy, out of demographics. You cannot reach 3,000 by recruitment when there is nothing left to recruit, and I was not going to produce them myself, because that is disgusting and I have standards. "Gender equality," I announced to the flock, "effective immediately." Then a thunderstorm went through and soaked all of us in a tree, and I looked up at that 2-meter hole on the peak again and thought, right, that is enough of this. But before I got up there, 3 silver snakes came out of the branches over my women, a meter each, and each of them had a bat in its mouth and was working on getting it down. I did not deliberate. I gave the order, and 250 bats went into 3 snakes and hauled them off the branch and into the air. I opened the scales, cut, and let the flock have the blood. Then I took out 3 gallbladders and ate all 3, and I could feel it, right at the edge, level 4 sitting just out of reach. "So snakes are the answer," I said. "Snakes are the currency." I spent that whole afternoon flying the mountain looking for more, and found nothing, because a snake that does not want to be found is not found. Fine, nap. And when I came back over the trees, there were more than a dozen silver snakes climbing toward the branch my concubines were sleeping on, every one of them larger than the 3 I had killed. They had come for their children, which was correct of them and also extremely convenient, because it saved me the search. I woke my women and they went up in a panic, and the dozen snakes flattened themselves into the grass to wait for the flock to settle again, which was the plan of something that has never had to fight anything with a strategy. "Concentrate," I told the flock, 2 at a time, not all of them, 2. 250 bats onto 1 snake, up into the air, scales off, belly open. Then the next 2, then the next 2, half an hour, 14 snakes, 14 gallbladders, and I ate every one of them myself while the flock had the blood. And the screen came up on the last of them. Level 4, strength 26, speed 26, 16 centimeters, wingspan 20, 36 meters a second, twice the size of an ordinary bat, strong enough to break a window pane by hitting it repeatedly. And with the flight talent on top of it, I could look at an eagle without wanting to be somewhere else. And my women had changed as well. Weeks of blood had turned their eyes from black to a dark red-black and put half a centimeter on all of them, and they had gone from a colony of insect eaters into something that would take a run at a wolf. Then I went and looked at the hole on the peak properly and used sound on it, and the sound came back with a number in it. 100 snakes. 100. In one room. Coiled up in heaps, wound around each other in 2s and 3s, and some of them as thick as a human thigh. When I was a man, I was afraid of snakes. Genuinely, not comically. I would leave a path. I had killed maybe 20 by then, and it had helped. And even so, standing at the mouth of that cave with an ultrasonic picture of 100 of them in my head, the hair came up under my scales. And then I turned it over and looked at it from the other side, and the other side of 100 snakes is 100 gallbladders. Because by then, I had a problem. At level 4, drinking had stopped working. The bar barely moved. I could have spent every night of the following winter on cattle and not reached 5. 100 gallbladders would take me there in a fortnight. 200 bats cannot fight 100 snakes. Some of those were thigh-thick and would have gone through my flock like a scythe. So I did not fight 100 snakes. I fought 2 snakes, 50 times. Here is the method, and I used a version of it on everything for the next 2 years. I put my women in the trees around the mouth of the cave and had them watch. When 2 snakes came out to hunt, we did nothing. We followed. And a kilometer from home, out of earshot, we took them. 2 days, 40 snakes. The problem was that a colony of 100 notices when it becomes a colony of 60, and it had a king. The silver snake king was over 4 meters and 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and it searched the ground around that cave repeatedly over those 2 days, and it never once found anything, because I could hear it coming from inside the mountain, and every bat I owned was in a tree with its wings folded before it got to the entrance. And while it was out patrolling, I went in and worked on the ones still at home. 5 days. At the end of the 5 days, it had 20 subjects left and no explanation. Whatever a snake feels instead of fury, that one was full of it, and I want to be fair to it because it was in an impossible position. It could have killed my entire flock in an afternoon. It never got to see us. Its children kept dying in places it was not. It could not catch us, and it could not hit us. And it was coming up on a molt, which is the one time a snake cannot afford a fight. So it took its last 20 and left the mountain. We hit them 5 times on the way down, and there was nothing left of the 20 by the bottom. And I sat at the mouth of a 2-meter cave in my new villa with mountain views and watched 4 meters of extremely angry silver snake disappear into the valley and felt genuine regret. That thing had a gallbladder in it the size of my head. That was level 5 on its own. But 4 meters is not a thing 200 bats can hold down, so I let it go. I let it go, and I have thought about that a great many times since, because 4 meters of silver snake with a grudge does not stop existing when it goes over a ridge. It went down into the valley carrying my scent and nothing else. For a while after that, it was quiet, and quiet is what I am for. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat, with 200 guards on the ceiling and a waterfall of squirrels outside. Except that drinking had stopped working entirely, and I could feel the plateau, and I got sick of feeling it. So I sat in my new cave and went through my memory for anything in Dongcheng County that had a great many snakes in it, and I found something. Zhuangda Farm, on the eastern edge of the county town. I had been there once, as a person, with my supervisor, on a work trip I resented at the time. Cattle in the east, sheep in the south, pigs in the west, and in the north, snakes, hundreds of them, 50-odd of which were venomous. That last part mattered because I had eaten a great many snakes by then and drunk their blood, and not one of them had been venomous, which meant there was an entire category of DNA I had never touched. If I could take a viper apart and get the system to modify me with it, then somewhere down the line, I stopped needing to win fights at all. I bite once and walk away, and the fight finishes on its own. For a man as lazy as I am, that is not a weapon. It is a labor-saving device. And, since I am being honest with you, there was a second reason to go to the county town, and the second reason had a name. I had not seen Liu Ruoxi in months. I appointed the strongest male in the flock as acting king, which took 4 separate attempts to communicate, and then I went down off that mountain on a dark night and flew 100 kilometers, 3 hours. I came into Dongcheng over the night market at around 11, and I was going to go straight out to the farm, and then I looked down. There was a girl in a shop uniform carrying a tray of skewers to a table. The kind of face that stops you at the wrong moment when you have somewhere to be. Liu Ruoxi. Working the night market. On her feet in the smoke and the grease at 11 at night in a uniform with somebody else's name on it. She had lost more weight. Her face had gone thin in a way that faces do not go from work. I landed on the roof opposite and sat there and did not move for a while. 5 months. It has been 5 months. I told myself time would take it off her, because time takes everything. 5 months, and she is thinner. So I sat on a rooftop above a night market and watched a girl carry plates, and I was so completely inside my own head that I did not notice the table on the left. 5 young men, and one of them was better looking than the other 4, and every woman at the surrounding tables kept finding a reason to look over. If I had looked properly, I would have recognized him instantly. Chen Minghao. 2 months at home, with a face like a bag of walnuts, and he had only just come back out into the world, and he had brought some old classmates out for a meal to celebrate. And one of them was saying, "Young Master Chen, why did you not bring your girlfriend tonight?" And another said, "Maybe he is thinking of changing again." And the third one took a drink and said the thing that made me turn my head. Back in university, he changed girlfriends like shirts, a new one every day, and he had a particular taste for taking other people's. Lin Kaiyang's girlfriend, he took that one, did he not? 3 years out, and nothing has changed. The fourth one followed where Chen Minghao was looking, and found her, and smiled. Ah, I see. Young Master Chen likes this one. And Chen Minghao drank and admitted it without a flicker. Pretty, is she not? Good face, good figure, exactly my type. You have lost some weight, one of them said. I got tired of the fatty stuff, he said. I fancied something leaner. Then one of them, wanting to be entertained, asked young Master Chen to demonstrate for them all how a man takes a woman in a single move, and the others nodded because they wanted to watch. He smoothed his hair back and called for the waitress, and she came over and asked if she could help. And he looked directly at her and said, Your name is Liu Ruoxi, from Longshou Village. The four of them were visibly impressed, and he was pleased about it, and he explained, if you want to pursue a girl, you have to do your homework. She was thrown for a second. You are. And he said, Oh, I had a classmate called Lin Kaiyang. We all called him Chang Ying. He was from Longshou Village, too. I went there with him a couple of times. I saw you once from a distance. I want to note the sequence of what that man did. He researched a girl, he learned her village, and then he used a dead classmate as the way in. Then he sighed, in front of 4 people, and said, Lin Kaiyang's situation was really heartbreaking. Sister, sit down, have a drink with me. She said, Sorry, I am working. That is fine, he said. I will tell your boss. Hey, boss, have your girl come and have a couple of drinks with me. We know each other. And the man who ran that stall looked at who was asking and did not hesitate for a moment. Liu Ruoxi, since young Master Chen has honored you, why not have a drink with him? She said no. She said it flatly, and she turned around to go back to work. And that was the first time in his adult life that it happened to him in front of an audience, and I watched it land. One of the 4 scrambled to save it and blocked her and said, Girl, do you know who this is? This is Boss Chen's son. One word from him and your employment problem is solved, and you never have to work another night in this smoke. And she said, I am sorry, I still have to work. Then she walked around him and went back to the tables. I sat on that roof and I want to describe what went through me, and it was not the anger you would expect. It was cold and very simple. You took a girl off me at university in front of people because you could. Now you are working on this one. Come on then, let us do this properly. They drank until 3 in the morning, which is when that market shuts and when her shift ends. He waited for it. He sat there and drank for 4 hours, specifically so that he could be outside when she came out, and I sat above him for 4 hours, and neither of us moved. She came out and started walking home along the pavement with her head down, and the X6 pulled out and started rolling along beside her. Little sister, let me see you home. And the 4 in the car took their turn. Young Master Chen is offering you a ride. You should feel honored. You have hit the jackpot. No need, she said. He laughed the way drunk men laugh at things that are not funny, and then he reached out of the window and took her right hand. She tried to pull it back and could not. And then Liu Ruoxi, who slipped into a river at 11 years old and did not scream then either, turned around and hit him. Her whole left arm all the way through. At 3 in the morning on an empty street, that sound went about 40 meters. 4 men in a car stopped breathing. There was a bright red handprint coming up on the face of the son of the richest man in Dongcheng County, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. And I would like to tell you what I did in that moment, which was absolutely nothing, because I was too busy being proud of her. Then the alcohol arrived in him. He got out. He came around the front of the car and took her arm in his right hand and twisted it up behind her and started pulling her toward the open door. You dare hit me. Nobody has ever hit me. Tonight, I am not a Chen anymore. His friends came out of that car fast because they had understood in about half a second that they were 4 witnesses to something they could not afford. Young Master Chen. This is not a good idea. She is a country girl. Why get upset? You did not drink enough earlier. Come to my place. I guarantee you a good night. And he turned around and roared at them that if any of them said one more word, they could get out and he would never know them again. And they stopped. All 4 of them. They looked at the ground and they let it happen. And I want you to hold on to that, because in about 90 seconds, it becomes the most important fact in their lives. Liu Ruoxi fought. She had a temper and she used all of it. And she was a girl and he was a tall man and he had her arm behind her back. I was on the street light and something went up through the middle of me that took the whole top of my head off. Chen Minghao. I am going to kill you. 36 meters a second. The distance took less than a second, and I did not slow down, and I did not land on him. I went through. One pass with a tooth across the throat. There was a line on his neck, and then the line opened. He got a hand to it and tried to shout for help, and what came out of him was a wet, clicking noise. The four of them were down the street and looking away and could not see any detail at all. She felt his grip come off her arm. She turned around and shoved him with both hands, and he went down. And in the light of a street lamp, she looked at a man on the pavement with both hands around his own neck and blood coming out between every finger. I want to say this about Liu Ruoxi. She did not scream. She went white, and she stood there for a second and a half, and then she saw what was on the car seat. A bat, a hand and a half long, blood red, in the dark, with the eyes. And she remembered, because everybody in that county remembered, the stories from a few months earlier about the vampire bat that killed a man. Then she ran. And here is where I made the only genuinely intelligent decision of that night. I did not follow her. Because if a girl runs from a scene and a man is found dead and there is nothing else there, then that girl spends the next month explaining herself to people in offices, and I was not going to hand her that. So I stayed. I climbed onto Chen Minghao's neck and I drank, in the open, on a public street, with four of his friends running toward us. They got to the car and stopped. I have been told since that not one of them will talk about that night. They watched a red bat the size of a forearm lie on a man's throat and drink until it was round. And they watched Chen Minghao's convulsions get smaller and then stop. And none of them came a step closer. 4 grown men with 2 arms each, and every one of them stood on that pavement and did the same thing they had done 90 seconds earlier, which was nothing. And I have thought about the difference between those two decisions, and there is not one. That was the second person I ever killed. I want to be accurate about my own record. I do not go looking for people. Whatever I am not a thing that gets into a room and starts. But he had done it in public, twice. Once to me, with a girl who chose money, and I lived with it for 3 years and made jokes about it. And once to a girl who did not choose him, on an empty street, at 3 in the morning, with an audience who looked away. The first one cost him nothing. The second one cost him everything he had. Then I went and found her. I kept off the main roads and went around every camera in that district, because there was going to be an investigation, and I was not putting a red bat on any footage anywhere near her route. 15 minutes and I found the building. Her room was in one of those urban village blocks, and I have to tell you, it was better than I had feared. Not damp, not tiny. She had gone straight in and straight onto the bed, and she was sitting up in the corner of it with both arms around her own knees, and she had left the light on. I sat on a power line 20 meters away and watched a girl not be able to close her eyes. She was brave enough to slap a man with money in front of his friends, and she was still 23 years old, and she had watched a throat open at arm's length. And what I wanted, standing on that wire, was to go in. Just go in, put myself down on the windowsill and write. Tell her I am here, tell her it is me, tell her nothing in this city is going to touch her while I am in it. And every single reason not to was still true, and there was now a new one on top. A man was dead. They were going to want to talk to her, and every single thing she did not know was a thing she could not accidentally give away. The less she knows tonight, I told myself, the safer she is. So I sat on a wire outside a lit window until the sky started going gray, and she finally lay down and closed her eyes. She slept badly, and she was still beautiful doing it, and I did not go any nearer, because I was 9 inches of red hair and teeth, and I was not going to be the thing she saw when she woke up. The farthest distance in the world. I have measured it twice now. It does not get shorter. Then it was daylight, and I could not be in the open, so I went and found a swallow's nest under the eaves of a building 2 streets over, killed the family that lived in it, dropped them down a drain, and slept in it. I know, swallows are the good birds. Everybody agrees swallows are the good birds. I would like to point out that beneficial and harmful are words humans invented about animals based entirely on whether the animal is convenient. Nobody asked the mosquitoes. Nobody asked the swallows either. I needed a bed, and it was already built. That evening, I went back, and she was not there, and she was not at the market either, which meant they had taken her in to talk. And I did not worry about it for a second, because there had been 4 witnesses on that street, and every one of them saw exactly what killed him. She would be home in a day. Which meant I could get on with my own business. And my own business was on the eastern edge of the county town. Zhuangda Farm. Grand name for a set of sheds. I came in over the sheep pen and sat on a roof and did what I always do, which is nothing at all for a long time. 3 workers were up on the flat roof of the office block with beer and skewers, enjoying the evening breeze. I waited them out. Past midnight, when the last of them went home to bed, the snake pens were in the north, 2 of them walled in smooth tile so nothing could climb out. Left pen, 50-odd vipers, brown markings all over them. Not the most poisonous thing in the world. If a man is bitten and gets serum inside 6 hours, he is fine. If he does not, he generally is not. On a bat that size, it takes 5 minutes. On me, the system estimated 10. Right pen. 200-odd non-venomous ones, black and pale yellow stripes like a tiger, with a pattern on the head that looks like the character for King. Caltrop snakes. People eat them. There is money in them. 200 snakes and 1 bat, alone, at night. Going down into that pen by myself would have been the same as lighting a lantern in a latrine, which is a phrase from my village that means exactly what you think it means. So I sat on the shed roof and I thought about it, and then I remembered something my grandmother used to say. Snakes are afraid of 2 things, realgar wine and goose droppings. I could not make realgar wine in a night. But I was standing on a farm. They do not raise geese at Zhuangda, but I remembered, from a work visit 3 years earlier, a few geese wandering loose in the yard, because farms always have a few of something wandering loose. I put out a pulse of sound and found the goose shed in the southeast corner in about 4 seconds, and the ground around it had not been cleaned in a while. Dry droppings, in the heat. I picked up a piece and carried it up over the snake pen and dropped it. It landed among them like ordnance. Every snake within half a meter of the impact left immediately, and for the next 10 minutes, not one of them would cross the ground anywhere near it. Sulfur. That is what is in it. It gets on a snake and it burns, and the burn does not heal, and they know. I tested it twice more, because I am not a man who bets his life on folklore the first time. And then I did the thing that I want on my record as the low point of my personal dignity in either life. I went down and rolled in it. All over. Deliberately. Front, back, wings, and I had to keep stopping because my body kept trying to reject the entire project. It is all for a living. That is the only defense I have ever needed. Then I flew into the middle of 200 snakes, and 200 snakes went away from me like mice from a cat. I sat down in the middle of that pen and laughed for a while. They call snakes the natural enemy of the bat. I am the natural enemy of snakes. Then I picked out a small one, about a foot long, and dropped on it with both hind claws, precisely on the spot behind the head where a snake stops being dangerous, and I flew it out of there. Now, getting a foot of live snake out of a pen and across a county town, hanging from your feet while it tangles itself around your legs and body, is not a thing a normal bat could do at all. It is barely a thing I could do. But I had 2.5 times the strength and the flight talent, and it worked. I took it to the roof of a 7-story building on the far side of town, which I had already decided was going to be my restaurant. Blinded it first. Then bit down on the spot that made the whole body go loose. Then scales off, belly open, and drink. And it did the only thing it had left, which was bite me in the neck, and found scales. Its teeth got about 2 millimeters in and stopped, and I felt the pressure and nothing else. And I want you to remember this specific moment, because I made an assumption here that nearly killed me 2 days later. I assumed the armor was enough. Gallbladder out, torn up, swallowed. Level 5 moved closer. 1 gallbladder is nothing at my size. So I went back and got another one, and this time it wrapped itself around my body so tightly I could not fly straight. And I remembered watching men in my village pick up a snake by the tail and snap it like a whip, and the whole animal goes slack. So I did that, in the air. And it worked. 5 snakes that night. The next day at noon, the workers at Zhuangda were eating, and one of them said, "I feel like there are fewer snakes in the caltrop pen." Crawled into the shade of the shed. No, I went in and looked. Some are actually gone. And a third one said, "Out of 200, there were never many small ones, and the big ones are lying on top of them." Do not overthink it. Instead of wasting your time on that, think about where you are going to trick a wife into coming from. And they all laughed and went back to eating, and I slept through the whole thing in a swallow's nest. That is the last easy day in this section of the story, so I want to mark it. The next night I went back and tried to move up in weight class, and could not. The big ones were over a meter, and I could barely lift them, never mind snap them. Fine. I like younger snakes. 3 more small ones. Then a 4th trip. And by the 4th trip, the pen had learned, and every snake in it went for cover the moment I came over the wall, which I found extremely gratifying. There were only 2 small ones left. One of them was inside the shed in the dark, and I do not go into dark sheds, so I took the other one. It was slightly smaller than the rest. I got its tail without any trouble at all. And then, instead of going limp when I lifted it, it ignored the sulfur smell entirely, doubled back along its own body, and bit me in the neck. Its teeth were sharper than the others. It went through my scales, 2 millimeters, and then it hit the plate underneath and stopped, and I remember being pleased. And then I felt the cold. There was cold going into me from the place where the teeth were, and cold is not a thing a bite does. Something was being put inside me. I looked at it properly for the first time. Brown circular bands, head slightly triangular instead of oval. That is not a caltrop snake. That is a viper. The vipers are in the pen on the left. It is not a festival. It is not a holiday. What in the world are you doing visiting the relatives? Now let me put the numbers in front of you the way they were in front of me. Viper venom takes over 6 hours to kill a man. It takes 5 minutes to kill a small bat. The system's estimate for me was 10. I panicked. I want to be completely honest. I went straight past strategy into thrashing, and I tore 3 or 4 scales off it with my claws, and it did not let go, because a viper that is committed does not let go. I do not want to die. I have not started a family. I have not evolved into a dragon. You cannot take me out halfway. 5 minutes of that. Then the venom got into the nerves and the thrashing slowed down whether I wanted it to or not. My vision went soft at the edges and then in the middle, and I stopped moving, and it let go. That is the thing about a viper. It cannot swallow a bat my size. It was as thick as a thumb, and on top of that I was covered in goose droppings, so as far as it was concerned, the job was done and the meal was somebody else's problem. It uncoiled off me and started crawling away, slowly, because 5 minutes of fighting had cost it something too. I lay on the concrete of the caltrop pen with blood coming out of my neck and 200 snakes watching from the corners. And then I got up. Bats do not jump. Almost none of them can. The vampire bat is the exception because it makes its living getting off the ground onto the back of an animal, and it can go a long way straight up. I am 2.5 times a vampire bat. I went 1.5 meters off the concrete from a dead stop, took that viper by the tail on the way past, and snapped it in the air. It went slack. The caltrop snakes in the corners of that pen pressed themselves flat and did not move a muscle because they had just watched a corpse get up. I had been playing dead, that is all. I had 5 seconds of clarity somewhere in the middle of dying, and I used them to stop moving. Oscar owes me an apology. I got that viper up and out and onto my rooftop, and by then 8 of my 10 minutes were gone. My eyes had stopped working. I could not see the animal in front of me. I could feel where it was. And I was sleepy, which is the part that frightened me most, because sleepy is my entire personality, and it would have been so easy. I cut it open where the scales were thin and lay down on the wound and drank a mouthful of the thing that was killing me. And the screen came up. Viper DNA extracted. Use for body modification. Modify, I said. Modify it. Modification at 10%. 20. System, I am dying. Can you go faster? And then something happened that I had not known was possible in 4 months of living with that thing. Accelerator engaged. Modification 50%. 70. Let me talk about that. There is an accelerator. There has always been an accelerator. It was there when I was hauling a dragonfly egg 1 meter up a riverbank. It was there for the hour I spent on a chandelier watching a loading bar move at 1% a minute while my body was helpless. You have had a fast forward this entire time. The system, which never explains anything unprompted, explained. The accelerator consumes stored blood volume. Its use is not recommended except in emergencies. So everything I had drunk to get here, all those cows, all those gallbladders, modification 100%, prosper, new talent acquired. Level 5 was gone. The bar was gone. Weeks of work spent in 90 seconds to buy 90 seconds. But talents are talents, and I looked. Venom. I had a venom sac. From now on, if something is too big or too armored or too fast, I do not have to beat it. I touch it once and leave, and then I go and have a nap while chemistry does my job. That is not a weapon for a warrior. That is a weapon for a man who does not want to get up. And then, with that thought only about half finished, I noticed that I still could not see. My limbs would not answer at all. My mind was going out at the edges like paper catching. System. What is happening? I have venom now. Why is the venom in me not going away? Vipers store venom in a sac. It does not enter their bloodstream. A viper bitten by another viper dies. You will also die. I have never in my life wanted so badly to hit a screen. Why did you not say that first? Fix it. Fix it now. I am not finished. You now possess a venom sac. The system can generate antibodies based on the venom within it. Then do it. Do it immediately. Do it. And that is the last thing I remember saying because my consciousness went out like a hand over a candle. I have been told what happened by the only witness, which is the thing that did it. For 1 hour, on the roof of a 7-story building in a county town, with a dozen dead snakes around me and the night wind whistling through my wings, a system built antibodies out of my own poison and pushed somebody else's out of my blood. I woke up an hour later, rubbed my head and both eyes with my claws, and looked around. Well, I did not die. I was so weak I could barely stand, so I crawled over to the viper, cut it open, took the gallbladder and ate it, and felt slightly less like a wet towel. And then I sat on that roof and had a proper look at the accounting and got depressed. Weeks of drinking, gone. Level 5, which had been within reach, now a long way off. All of that work for nothing. And then, sitting there in the dark, I saw it from the other side, and it is the single best thought I have ever had. Hold on. I have venom. I could not touch the big caltrop snakes, too heavy to lift, too armored to open, and I was down to picking off the small ones like a man stealing coins. With venom, size stops being a defense. And one big caltrop snake has a gallbladder 5 times the size of a small one. One big one is worth 5. I did not lose anything tonight. I got a promotion. I was in the air inside 4 seconds. The method took me 1 night to perfect, and I never changed it after. Land on the head. Bite the eye, because the eye is the only door. Inject. Then leave immediately. Jump 1.5 meters straight up and be on the wall before the body finishes turning. Then wait 7 minutes. Then wait another 15, because I had played dead myself and I was not going to be beaten by my own trick. The first one was 2 meters long, the kind I had not dared to look at a week earlier, and the gallbladder that came out of it was 5 times the size of anything I had eaten. The other snakes in that pen shook. Actual visible shaking, from animals with no faces to do it with. 5 a night, every night. And in the mornings, I dragged the bodies into the shed with my teeth, one at a time, half an hour of work, and hoped nobody went in there. For 2 nights, nobody did. On the 3rd night, a worker came out before dawn to feed them and found bloodstains, and then found the corpses, and every single one of them was opened up with the gallbladder taken out. Somebody stole the snake gallbladders, which was exactly the conclusion I wanted. Snake gallbladder goes for 10 or 20 yuan. 10 of them is a night out. No animal in the world takes a gallbladder and leaves the meat. Thief. Get up. Thief. Lights came on across the dormitories. Doors started banging, and I flew home to my swallow's nest, completely delighted. Let them look for a man. Let them look for a man, forever. At noon, there were a dozen people standing around that pen, and one of them was wearing a uniform. His name was Lin Wei. He was not there officially. He had rung the farm manager that morning about something else, heard the word robbery, and driven straight over, because a man who solves a theft gets a note in his file, and a note in his file is a rung on a ladder. He had the workers drive every snake into the shed. Then he went into the empty pen and worked it properly. And I want to say that this man was the first human being in this story who was actually good at his job. Is the gate always locked? Always. I keep the key on me. So anybody who wants to get in has to climb the wall. That is right. And Lin Wei said, but I have gone over the wall carefully. There are no marks on it. Nothing has climbed it. And everybody standing there frowned, because that sentence removes the whole species of explanation they had. Then he crouched down and picked something up off the concrete with a gloved finger. 1 hair. Blood red. Looks like the thief is a redhead, said a worker. That is not human hair, said Lin Wei. And then he stood there for a while with a hair in his hand, and I watched from the roof as a man assembled the truth out of nothing. Because he remembered. 2 days earlier, in this county, the son of Boss Chen had been found dead on a street with his throat open, and 4 witnesses had described a bat, a large one, entirely red. I could see it arrive on his face. If I take that thing, or better, if I take it alive, That is not a note in a file. That is a career. He bagged the hair. I will take this to be tested. You get me a net, a big one, as fine a mesh as you can find. If it is that vampire bat, it will be back tonight. The result came back at noon. Vampire bat hair, confirmed. And he was too pleased to keep it to himself and too frightened not to report it, so he told his boss, and his boss put down whatever he was doing. Flamethrowers, tranquilizer rifles, most of the district's people, and 15 special vehicles came out to Zhuangda Farm in a convoy for one bat, which I still find flattering. I came over that farm at 1 in the morning and saw 15 vehicles in the yard and did not go down. Instead, I sat in a tree outside the fence for 2 hours and watched. Nobody smoked, nobody talked, nobody moved. Which is how I knew, because a farm at 2 in the morning is never that disciplined. So I left. And I will say plainly that nobody in those vehicles ever considered that a bat could count cars. Then I did the thing I am proudest of that month. I went out to a village on the far side of the county and killed 5 dairy cattle and drank them and went home. In the morning, 5 cows dead, and a phone call, and specialists, and it is vampire bat. So they peeled a portion of the search force off the farm and sent it out there. The second night, 10 animals across 3 more villages. The third night, more. By the 4th day, every man they had was chasing me around the countryside in the wrong direction. Lure the tiger off the mountain. That is not even an original idea. That is a phrase children know. And it worked on trained adults with radios because not one of them could make themselves believe that the animal was doing it on purpose. Hu Han-san is back, I said, and dropped into the snake pen, and there was not a snake in sight. Every single one of them was jammed inside the central shed, which told me exactly how my reputation was doing. I strode in there like a man inspecting a factory. Hello, comrades, squeak. Do not be shy. Speak freely. Say what is on your minds. Then I jumped a meter onto the head of the nearest one and put my teeth through its eye. 1 more gallbladder and level 5 was mine, and I want you to know that I was thinking about what the new talent might be, and I was genuinely looking forward to it. And that is where I was in my head when I heard the sound above me. Something soft, coming down fast. A net came off the roof beams of that shed, and I was inside it before I had finished the thought. Then a torch beam came through the doorway. Got it. We have got it. 7 or 8 of them, all at once, around the outside of the shed, including a man in uniform whose entire future had just landed in a net in front of him. And I lay under that mesh with my mind going flat out. They saw through my plan. They pretended to send everybody out to the villages and left an ambush in place. Their intelligence work is exceptional. That is not what happened. What actually happened is that Jiang Wei's boss had been irritated that the stakeout produced nothing while a bat ran around 3 villages. And when he mobilized to go out there, he deliberately left Jiang Wei behind, because that is what bosses do to men who make them look slow. He gave him the humiliating job. Somebody has to watch the farm. You do it. I was not outsmarted by a plan. I was caught by office politics. 2 years old, and I still did not understand how humans work. Jiang Wei got his boss on the phone with his voice going up an octave. I have got it. I have caught the vampire bat. And then he found out he had no way to get me out from under the net without touching me. So he stood there and looked at me, and I looked back, and neither of us had a move. Am I going to be a prisoner? Do I look like the kind of person who becomes a prisoner? I would rather die. I would rather die facing the right way. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. That is what I was saying in my head at volume while my brain went through every option and found nothing. I put teeth into the nylon. I got a small hole in one strand. That is a rope, not a thread. 10 minutes of work minimum, and I could hear the vehicles. God, Buddha, whoever is on shift, get me out of here. Nobody replied, and I am not a devout man, so I understood the silence. And then my eyes went to something a meter away, and everything reorganized. The caltrip snake I had bitten, down, twitching, not finished, but not a threat. If I eat that gallbladder, I hit level 5. Level 5 is a new talent. And I want to be fair to myself here, because I was not being brave. I was doing arithmetic. Every talent I had ever gotten had been a support ability. Better eyes, better flight, regrowing legs, echolocation. There was no reason on Earth to think a new one would open a net, but the sirens were 2 kilometers out, and a bad plan beats sitting still. I crawled. under a net on 4 legs with the mesh dragging on my back, 1 meter. It took 2 minutes, and it was the longest journey of my life. Sirens at 1 kilometer. I got the scales off. It convulsed under me, weakly, because of the venom, teeth, claws, and out came a gallbladder the size of a walnut. Vehicles at the gate. I tore it into pieces and put it down my throat in 3 swallows. Come on, and the screen opened. 5 fireworks on a surface like water. Congratulations on your upgrade. Finally, I have been waiting so long I have started to wither. And then the next line came up, and I read it, and I stopped breathing. New talent acquired, ultrasonic attack. I need to explain what that meant to me, sitting under a net. Every ability I had was defensive or supporting. My venom was 1 target, close range, 7 minutes to work. My teeth needed skin, my claws needed a gap. I had wanted for months one single thing, something that hits more than one, something that hits at a distance, something that works instantly. And the system, on the exact night I needed it, handed me all 3 in 1 line. System, you are my father, my actual father. I want to have a little system with you. Outside, 5 vehicles came into that yard, and Zhang Wei's boss got out of the first one. Boss, I have it under a net. I do not have the tools to get it out. They came to the wall of the pen and put a torch on me, and there it was, exactly as 4 young men had described it on a street 2 days earlier. Blood red, from nose to claw. Very good, said the boss, and closed his fist. Because there was a death order on this. Somebody senior had said the vampire bat is to be captured within 1 month, and it had been 5 days, and a man's whole year had just come good. Boss, do we shoot it, or… And the boss said 1 word to the man beside him. Tranquilizer. Yes, sir. He walked to the pen wall, rested the rifle on it, and put the sights on me. Foolish humans, I said, accept your punishment. Then I opened my throat. I do not know how to describe the sound because there was no sound. That is the entire point of it. What came out of me was above hearing, and it came out hard enough that the air in front of me developed ripples you could see moving out in rings. It went across that whole farm in about a second. Every cow, every sheep, every pig, and every snake at Zhuangda went down or went into a corner. Some of the smaller animals convulsed on the ground and stopped. Every man in that yard staggered. Vision gone, standing up and vomiting, hands on knees. The man with the tranquilizer rifle could not hold the rifle. And I felt something tear in my throat, and my legs stopped answering, and I understood the price in the same second I understood the gift. I could not do that twice. I could barely do it once. There was blood in the back of my mouth. Take advantage of the sickness. Go. 10 minutes of teeth and claws on nylon while men were on their hands and knees in a farmyard. I got through and crawled out. By then they were coming back. What happened? I do not know. It was like a sonic weapon. Do not be stupid. Where would a county town get a sonic weapon? Go and look. And the boss remembered his priority and shouted, no, tranquilize it first. The shooter got the rifle up and looked at where I had been and found the net empty, and then found me out in the open and got startled, which put the shot a centimeter over my head. I have to talk about that centimeter. I was as weak as I have ever been. I could barely fly. Every part of my sense said leave, and instead something came up in me that I have to describe accurately, because it is who I am now, and I am not sure I like it. I flew at that man. I went across the yard, put a tooth through the artery in his wrist on the way past, took 2 mouthfuls out of it, and left. Behind me there was a great deal of shouting, and 1 man on the ground holding his own arm. If I do not show you what I am, I said, you will keep thinking I am something you can push. At 2 in the morning, that county town should have been asleep, and instead, a vehicle went through the middle of it at speed with a man in it holding his wrist together. And the rest of them spent the night going over the ground around Zhuangda farm with torches. I should describe how I felt about that, lying in a swallow's nest with a torn throat and no strength in any limb. I felt important. That is the whole of it, and it is embarrassing, and it is true. As a man, I was nothing. Women looked past me. My supervisor could not remember which department I was in. I once worked a 30-hour weekend, and the credit went to a man who had been at a wedding. I was not disliked. That would have been something. I was heir. And now there were 15 vehicles and a district-wide operation and a death order with a deadline on it, and every single one of those people had gotten out of bed because of me. I slept for a full day. When I woke up, I still felt like a wrung-out cloth, and the level 5 numbers were sitting in my head. Strength 30, Speed, 30. 42 meters a second, which is twice the sprint of an eagle. 18 centimeters long, scales harder than before, and on the end of the talent list, the thing I would use for the next year and a half whenever the situation stopped being funny. I could not sleep after that, so I went to look at Liu Ruoxi because I was leaving the county and I did not know when I would be back. She was in her room, packing, not tidying, packing. That put a cold spot in the middle of me. Straight answer about the size of it. She is going back to Shanghai. She is going 2,000 kilometers away, and I will never find her again. So I got into her backpack and went with her. Half an hour later, I worked out where we were going, and it was not Shanghai. It was Longshou Village. She was going home, and I had not seen my parents in a month, so as far as I was concerned, we were traveling together. The bus stopped at the mouth of the village, and she got out, and I came out of the bag and went home over the fields. And there was a black Audi Q7 parked in front of my house. We do not have relatives with money. We do not have relatives with cars. Nobody in Longshou Village has an Audi. I went up onto the wall outside the window and looked in. My mother was not there. My father was, and 3 men I had never seen. 2 of them were young, 20s, in sunglasses indoors. 1 shaved head, 1 crew cut, tattoos on both of their arms. The 3rd was about 40, square face, big ears, thick neck, and a gold chain outside his shirt where everybody could see it. My father was sitting with a cigarette and his eyebrows down, and he was not looking at any of them. And Big Belly was talking, in the voice men use when they want you to know they are being reasonable. Brother, think about what I said. Not for sale, my father said. Brother, that thing is a family heirloom, I understand, but it is no use to you. Sell it to me, and it can actually do something in the world, and you get 100,000 yuan. Is that not a good deal? I said, I am not selling. And I hung on that wall and thought, what? What thing? What in that house is worth 100,000 yuan? We do not own anything. I have been through every room of that house as an insect. There is nothing in it. Big Belly smiled and put 50 on top. 150. How is that? Not for sale. And that is when the temperature in the room changed, and I watched a professional do it. He put his cigarette out on my father's table. He blew smoke out. Then he leaned in, and his voice came down, and he said this. Brother, what happened to your son, I sympathize deeply. However, I hear you also have a daughter. You would not want the same thing to happen to her. My father's head came around for the first time in the entire conversation, and his whole body started shaking, and he said 4 words. So it was you. I was on the wall outside my own house, with my claws in the mortar, and I did not move. And I want you to understand exactly why. Because it is the single hardest thing I did in 2 years. I could have gone through that window and taken all 3 of them. At level 5, I could have opened 3 throats in about 4 seconds, and there would have been nothing any of them could have done about it. And then I would have had 3 bodies and no answer, exactly like Wang Jiming, and my father would still be sitting in a house with something in it that men come for. Big Belly laughed and spread his hands. Brother, you misunderstand. Do not accuse people without evidence. I only work for my boss. You know who my boss is. Prosper. And my father shook again, and so did I, because I knew that name, and everybody in Dongcheng County knew that name. Prosper, the richest man in the county. He came up out of a construction gang 40 years ago, and he has built half of Dongcheng, and it is said, and everybody says it, that there are 5 lives on him, and he has never spent 1 night in a cell because money makes a dog work. Big Belly was very satisfied with how my father had received the news. I came today as a courtesy. If things go well for my boss, things go well for everybody. If they do not go well for my boss, they may not go well for your family. I will give you 3 days. And he put a business card on my father's table and picked up his wallet and walked out. At the door, he turned around with a big smile on him. Brother, I believe you will make that call. The 2 young men glared at my father on the way out, which was wasted effort because they never took the sunglasses off and he could not see a thing. I sat on that wall and put it together, and it took me about 11 seconds, and every piece fit. Prosper wants something in my parents' house. My father will not sell it. My father is a farmer, and farmers do not sell things their fathers told them to keep. So Prosper paid a man in debt to frighten him, not to kill anybody, to hurt his son enough that the old man would understand the shape of the situation. Wang Jiming drank to get the courage, and drank too much, and drove into me instead of past me. And Prosper spent a little money making sure Wang Jiming stayed out of a cell. And then, because it was cheaper, made it a suicide, which is why my mother was told her son was depressed, and why the family got 50,000 instead of 200, and why there is a photograph on a chest of drawers. All of it. The road, the diagnosis, the money, all of it, so that a man who is already rich could get an object out of a farmer's house. And now that the son is dead, and the old man still will not sell, they have moved on to the daughter. I want to kill them, I thought, right now, all three in the room, then drive to the county and take Prosper in his bed. And then I made myself stop, because I had done that once. I had taken Wang Jiming in his living room in front of 70 witnesses who could not talk, and his boss had gone into the dark with him. Prosper is the richest man in a county. Somebody like that is not at the top of anything. Somebody like that has a client. So I let them get in the car, and then I went down and hung upside down underneath a Q7 and put my ears up. The country road put dust everywhere. Once we were on tarmac, the shaved one spoke first. "Brother Hu, do you think that old guy will call?" And the one driving said, "Of course he will. He is not going to gamble with his daughter." Brother Hu only had to say the boss's name and you saw him shake. Even an idiot would not take on our boss. And Big Belly said, and this is the sentence I hung on to for the next 8 months, "The boss does not want anyone knowing this has anything to do with him." I only used his name because the old man is stubborn. Both of you keep your mouths shut. Brother Hu, do not worry. You know us. Yes, Brother Hu, we are where we are because of you. You have been good to us. What is that saying? Repay kindness with kindness? Something like that. Anyway, we are with you for life, Brother Hu. They called my father old guy 9 times on that drive. 9. I counted them, hanging on a chassis. And every time I wanted to bring the whole flock down out of the sky and take these 3 apart in the road. I did not. And it was not restraint. It was accounting. They were the thread. The thread goes to Prosper. Prosper goes somewhere else. Nobody dies until the whole line is in my hand. We came into Dongcheng County and stopped in Yulin Yuan, which is the good district, right in the middle, near the supermarket and the schools and the hospital. 5,000 a square meter, which in a county like ours is the top of the market. Prosper lives there. He also owns villas elsewhere, I found out later, and this was his modest property. Big Belly went into a lift, and I went up the outside of the building, and I got to the lift doors in time to see the number stop. 12th floor. I went up 12 floors and around the outside and found the right balcony. Rosewood furniture, bonsai, ornamental stones. Every single item in that living room with a price on it, and on the sofa, a man in his 50s in a white jacket, rolling 2 walnuts in one hand, drinking tea out of a tiny cup, smiling. That is the man. That is the man who paid for the car. He looked like somebody's uncle. Big Belly came in and stood, and did not sit until he was told to, and I noted that. Let us talk sitting down. Boss, that old guy is like a stone in a latrine. He smells, and he is hard. And Prosper sipped his tea and enjoyed it, and said, even the hardest thing has a weak point. Big Belly nodded, delighted. The boss is right. I told the old man that if he does not sell, his daughter will follow her brother. He went white. And then Prosper asked a question in exactly the same tone he had used about the tea. Have you found the right person yet? And Big Belly stopped. Boss, I was only frightening him. Do we actually have to do it? Prosper smiled slightly and rolled the walnuts. When we do things, we keep our word. Otherwise, who will trust us? You can not only talk, you have to walk. And Big Belly corrected, said, yes, boss, I will arrange the manpower. And Prosper gave one instruction on top of it. Find somebody reliable this time. I do not want a repeat of last time. If we kill the daughter too, the old man may decide to fight to the death and destroy the thing. Do not worry, boss, my own men. Frightened half to death, nobody dies. My sister is 15 years old. She has a bag with cartoon characters on it. She takes the Saturday bus home, and my mother makes her eat before she does anything else. And the man on a sofa on the 12th floor of a nice building had just given an instruction about her the way you order a delivery. and then he went back to his tea. I had a plan, and the plan was patience, and the plan was correct. I abandoned the plan, honestly, about that, because if I had held my nerve for another week, I might have gotten to the top of this thing 8 months earlier. It cost me most of a year. I do not regret it. I went down the outside of that building and back under the Q7, and Big Belly came down and got in and started talking before the door shut. Scarface, I have a job for you. Brother who, name it. Your business is my business. If the old man has not called me in 2 days, you drive over and go at the daughter. Huh, Scarface sounded thrown. I thought it was 3 days. The old man is stubborn. He will not move unless you put weight on him. And Scarface went quiet, which I want to note because it is the only decent second any of them had. He hesitated, because it is a schoolgirl, and even for a man with tattoos to his elbows, there is a moment. And Big Belly got impatient and said, "Why are you being such a coward? I said frighten her, not kill her. If you actually kill her, the boss will come for you." And Scarface let out a breath and said, "Fine, I will handle it. With my skill, you can break a leg, and I guarantee no arm." And Big Belly, still worried, said, "That is true, but when you are hitting somebody, nobody knows how it turns out. So just drive past her. Ideally, take her down with the mirror. Do not worry, Brother Who. My skill is top-notch." I hung under that car, and I stopped being angry again, the way I had in the back of Chen Minghao's BMW, and it is the same feeling, and I recognize it now. Anger is for when you do not know what to do. I knew exactly what to do. I followed Scarface for a day and a half, and I want you to know that this man went to a noodle place, watched a film on his phone, slept 9 hours, and washed his car. Meanwhile, Big Belly's people had already done the homework, because it is not hard homework. Wenzi Han, second year of high school, boards during the week, takes the Saturday afternoon bus home to Longshou Village. Tomorrow was Saturday. At 4:30, my sister came out of the school gate with her bag and stood at the roadside for about 15 minutes and got on a bus. And in a Q7 parked 40 meters away, the shaved one opened his phone and sent 4 characters. Goods loaded. At the mouth of Longshou Village, there was an old Volkswagen Santana with no plates on it. Villagers going past could see somebody inside. And the thing they all commented on later was that in the middle of a hot afternoon, that man had every window shut and no air conditioning on. Because he did not want to be recognized afterward. He had already gotten the message, and he was waiting. 20 minutes, and the bus came up the tarmac. He put his phone down and turned the key. The bus stopped. A pretty girl in a school uniform got out with her bag. He picked the phone back up, opened a photograph, and compared. Yes, that is the old man's daughter. The bus pulled away. My sister started walking up the road toward our house, and he put his hand on the gear stick, and a blood-red bat landed on his steering wheel. I had been in that car since he arrived. He had sat in a sealed vehicle in the heat for an hour to make sure nobody could see his face, which meant nobody could see anything else in there either. And I had come in through the boot gap the moment he parked and sat on the underside of the dashboard for the entire hour, listening to a man breathe. 20 centimeters, 2.5 times the size of any bat he had ever seen. Red to the claws, red eyes, and the face, which I am told is the worst part. Vampire bat. He got it out in one breath because the whole county had been saying that phrase for months. And he did the correct thing. He got both hands up over his own throat because everybody knew what this animal does to a neck. Do you think that stops me? I have 100 ways to do this. I opened my mouth and put my teeth into his forearm instead, and the venom went in with them. He felt it and swung his arm, and I was already on the back seat. He looked around the car for something to hit me with. There was nothing in it, because he had emptied it out so there would be nothing to identify. So he took off a shoe and threw it. Missed. Took off the other shoe and threw it. Missed. And while he was barefoot and out of ammunition, I got onto his shoulder and put a second one in. At which point, he understood that he could not win a fight inside a sealed car with a thing that flies, and he did the only thing left, which was open the window and try to get me out of it. Which was exactly what I wanted, because I had 2 bites in him and a schedule. I went out through the gap. He got the window shut and sat there breathing, and then he looked in the mirror and remembered why he was there. And my sister was 200 meters up the road. Too far. He would have had to accelerate hard on a village road in front of witnesses. He hit the steering wheel with the flat of his hand. Then he looked at his own arm, where 2 marks were coming up red. And then he drove out of Longsho village. He got shouted at by Brother Hu for failing, which I would have paid money to hear. Then he went home, cleaned the bites, drank several glasses of something, and went to sleep. And here is what happened in that room over the next 6 hours. Blood blisters came up on his arm. They went from red to blue to purple. He started vomiting in his sleep, and his head was spinning. Normally, that is the point where the pain wakes a man up, and he calls somebody and lives. He had been drinking. The alcohol had numbed everything, and he could not feel the pain, and so he did what a drunk man does, which was assume the dizziness and the vomiting were the drink. The wound started to break down at the edges. At 3 in the morning, his breathing stopped. I was outside the window for the whole thing. Here I have to be exact about what I felt, because this is the 3rd person I killed, and it is the one where I noticed I had changed. Nothing. I felt nothing at all. He had hesitated. He had a moment where he did not want to do it to a schoolgirl. And then he said, "Fine, I will handle it," and he sat in a hot car for an hour with the windows up so that nobody would be able to describe him afterward. Anybody who goes at my family gets exactly one outcome. Then I went through the glass and drank him. When I was a man, I was too honest. My colleagues made jokes about me, and I did not answer them. My supervisor took my work, and I did not say anything. I was raised to be pleasant. And in the end, somebody drove a car into me, and the paperwork said I did it to myself. That version of me is finished. I am something else now, and what I want is for every single person who ever considers it to have to think about the consequences first. The next morning, Dongcheng County went to pieces. They found Scarface, and the cause of death was not the neck. The neck was after. The cause of death was viper venom. The wrist artery man from Zhuangda Farm had tested positive for it 2 weeks earlier, and they had put that down to snake contact on a snake farm, which was reasonable. 2 is not a coincidence. A vampire bat in central China was a public health incident. A vampire bat in central China that injects venom is something out of a film, and the county television station ran an emergency notice that evening, and I sat outside a window on the 12th floor of Yulin Yuan and watched it with the man who caused all of it. A vampire bat has appeared in our county, resulting in 3 deaths. Lethal toxins have now been identified in the bodies. If you see a blood-red bat, take cover immediately. Unarmed persons must not attempt to capture it. Prosper put down his walnuts. He took a long breath and dialed. "Xiaojin, how did that business go?" And the voice on the other end was not steady. "Boss, I have just heard. Scarface was killed by the vampire bat. I was the one who sent him, and now he is dead. So, boss, something is wrong." "How?" "Boss, we had Wang Jiming run over Lin Kaiyang, and Wang Jiming was killed by the vampire bat. Then we sent Scarface, and Scarface was killed by the vampire bat. This." And Prosper sat in silence for a while. Then he said, "Is there not also Chen Ming Hao? He has nothing to do with any of this. So it is a coincidence. You are overthinking it." "Yes, I was overthinking it. Continue with the process." "I must see that thing within 5 days." "Yes, I will handle it immediately." He hung up and he frowned. And then he did the thing that told me he was the most dangerous man I had met so far, which is that he lied to his own subordinate to keep him working. Because he had already checked Chen Ming Hao. He knew that Chen Ming Hao had been at university with me. He knew that Chen Ming Hao had taken my girlfriend, which meant all 3 men killed by that bat were connected to the Wen family, and there was no coincidence anywhere in it. Could that bat be Lin Kaiyang's ghost, come to collect? Then he laughed at himself, quietly, because he had started work as a teenager, and he had never believed in ghosts. And then he put the walnuts down and picked up a string of sandalwood prayer beads off the table. At his age, and in his position, he told himself, it is better to believe something is true than to believe it is not. Honestly, I nearly went through the glass right then, because I was hanging there watching a man start praying about me. But he had said the useful part out loud a minute earlier, to himself, and I had heard it, and it was this. If that person had not ordered me to get the thing quickly, I would have dropped it long ago. That person. So Prosper was not the top either. Prosper, the richest man in the county with 5 lives on him, was somebody's errand. And Prosper was also, in that same sentence, telling himself that if any more of his people got killed, he was going to stop, whatever it cost him to offend the man above him. Because at his age, a man values his life. What is more important than life? Which meant my window was closing. If I frightened him properly, he would stop, and if he stopped, the name above him went into the dark forever. So I stopped watching him and went to work on the man in the middle. Big Belly came out of that building and got into the Q7 and started giving the shaved one his orders. Shorty, we were counting on Scarface. Now he is dead, so it is you. Brother Who, Scarface was never reliable. Do not worry. The old man's daughter goes back to school this afternoon. I am taking the Santana to Longshow Village right now. Good, I trust you. And that was the last sentence of his life. Because Shorty heard a noise from the back seat and turned around, and Big Belly, who had been completely fine 1 second earlier, had a thin red line across his throat, and the line was getting wider. Brother Who, I am calling an ambulance, Brother Who. He got his phone out and got through and started shouting the address, and then he screamed. Because there was a line on his neck too, and it was opening at the same speed. And only then did a 20-centimeter blood-red bat come around and land on the steering wheel in front of him. Vampire bat. He had all the information he needed. He knew what happened to Scarface. But that was not what did it to him, and I know because I watched his eyes. The thing that finished Shorty was that the bat on his steering wheel opened its mouth, and it was smiling. I did not plan that. I want to be honest, my face does that now. Somewhere between the mosquito and the scales, I acquired the ability to look pleased, and I found out about it from the faces of the men who saw it. He got the door open to run and fell straight out of the car onto the road, and a middle-aged woman walking past turned around at exactly the wrong moment and produced a noise that was very nearly ultrasonic itself. 2 men in 5 seconds. I came down onto the road and drank, and I want to record the observation I made while doing it because it is the truest thing I know about myself now. Revenge tastes better than blood. It is not close. Blood is water. This was juice. And while I was on the ground in a county town with 2 bodies in an Audi 40 kilometers away, my father was trying to phone Big Belly. He had not slept for 2 days. He had worked all of it out on his own, sitting up in the dark. He had thought about getting somebody to write a letter for him and reporting Prosper to somebody higher up. And then he had thought about evidence, and he had no evidence. And 1 sentence from a man with a gold chain is not evidence. And even with evidence, Prosper is the richest man in the county with 5 lives on him, and he is still walking around. And most of all, there was Xiao Li. Because they had already come for one of his children, and if he took Prosper on, they would come for the other. So he decided to hand over the heirloom, whatever his own father had told him on his deathbed. He rang the number on the card 3 times that morning. Nobody answered, because the man whose phone it was had a hole in his neck. Then, that afternoon, people came to his door, because Big Belly's phone had a call log on it, and 3 calls from a landline in Longshow Village on the morning he died is a thing you follow up. The test results were already back. Vampire bat. So the visit to my father was a formality, and they told him, in the course of it, that Big Belly was dead, and that Scarface was dead, and that Shorty was dead, and that all 3 had been killed by the vampire bat. My father sat down, and when they had gone, he said 2 words in an empty house, out loud, and the 2 words were, "Thank God." I was on the roof. He knew that Wang Zhiming had been killed by the vampire bat. Now the 3 men who had come into his house and mentioned his daughter had been killed by the vampire bat. The whole county was terrified of that animal, and my father was grateful to it. And he sat at his own table and prayed, and what he prayed for was that it would kill Prosper too. Know that I heard that. I sat on my own roof and heard my father ask the sky for exactly the thing I was going to do next. And I did not go down and show him. I still did not go down and show him. But I stopped feeling like a thing that had crawled out of a river. Whatever I am, old man, I thought, it is on your side. Then I went up 12 floors to kill Prosper and discovered that a coward with money is the hardest thing in the world to reach. I waited outside his door for a full day. Somebody has to open a door eventually. Somebody has to take a delivery. Nobody opened anything. At nightfall, I went around the outside and looked in, and the lights were not on. They had not been on all day. He had been standing on his balcony when Shorty fell out of that Audi into the road below, and by the time I was on the stairs, he had already gone down in the lift, hired a car off the street so his own would not be seen, and left the county. He had 3 other properties, and I only knew about one of them, because it is famous. His home village, Zhangjiashan, 50 kilometers out in the hills, where he had built himself an antique-style villa that people in Dongcheng talk about. If he was not there, I had nothing. 42 meters a second, 50 kilometers in 20 minutes, and I killed about 30 dragonflies on the way, purely because they were there. Zhangjiashan sits in a fold of the hills with mountains for tens of kilometers in every direction. Small, remote, asleep by 10. Except at the eastern end, in the best position in the village, with the hill behind it and the river in front, where every window in a large antique house was lit. I got into a willow tree and looked down. Prosper was sitting cross-legged on a sofa in a bright living room with the sandalwood beads in his hand, turning them, chanting. Your acting is terrible, I thought. Cramming the night before does not convince a teacher, never mind a Buddha. And even if he believed you and blessed you, it would not help, because tonight anybody in my way dies, including pigs. Then I flew down for the window, and the window had wire mesh over it. Not one layer, two. I went around that house once, twice, 3 times. Drains, extractor vents. The chimney. Every hole in that building had steel mesh across it, and the gaps were not big enough for a bat a third my size. That old bastard. He had run out of his own home, hired a car, driven 50 kilometers, and had a building sealed against something the size of my hand, and he had done all of it in an afternoon, and he had done it before he had any proof that the thing was intelligent. He was afraid of dying in a way I have not seen in another human being. It was a whole professional skill. So I sat in the willow tree, because if I could not get in, the only thing left was to outlast him. I do not believe you can live inside a shell forever, and in a siege the thing that decides it is patience, and I would like to state, with total sincerity, that a lazy man has an enormous natural advantage in a siege. I lay on that branch and looked at the stars. When I got hungry in the middle of the night, I did not feed nearby, because a dead cow in Zhangjiashan would have told him I was there. I flew 50 kilometers back toward the county, drank 1 cow, and flew 50 kilometers back before dawn. A month. He did not step outside once. Deliveries came weekly. And he had a procedure for deliveries, which I want to describe because at some point admiration crept into this. The goods went into one room, the people left. Then he checked that room for a bat before he went in to collect anything. Then, in the second month, a van brought him a lizard on a chain in his living room. Lizards eat bats. He had installed a countermeasure. I sat in a tree and thought, you magnificent coward. 6 months. Summer went, winter came, winter went, spring came round again, and bats hibernate, so a considerable amount of that siege was me asleep in a tree at 10 degrees below what I would have chosen, waking up occasionally to check whether a rich man had gotten bored. He had not. I did reach level 6 in there, off winter rabbits and whatever the hills gave me. Strength 34, speed 34, 47 meters a second. But 6 months in a willow tree taught me the thing that made Prosper rich, and it was not nerve. Any thug has nerve. It was that he was careful, permanently, without ever getting tired of it. An ordinary man breaks in a fortnight. He would have told himself, it has been 3 weeks and nothing has happened. I am being ridiculous, and gone for a walk. Prosper sat in a sealed house for half a year with a lizard for company, and did not get bored of being alive. And if it had been a contest of nerve, I would have lost it. It was a contest of laziness. You will not leave the house. Fine, I do not want to move either. Let us find out which of us is worse. It was March when the sun finally got warm enough to wake me up properly. There was a truck outside the villa. 2 men got out of it, both wearing leather gauntlets up to the shoulder, in March, and I remember wondering whether their arms were pregnant. Then both of them made a noise, and 4 eagles came out from under a tarpaulin in the truck bed and landed on their arms. And the front door of the villa opened, and Prosper, who had not been outside for half a year, came out slowly, leading a lizard on a chain. I sat back into the branches, and I want to state my honest reaction, which was respect. Half a year indoors, and when you finally go out, you go out with 2 men, 4 eagles, and a reptile. Sir, you are a real one. I was not afraid of the eagles. At level 6, I was 47 meters a second, which is twice an eagle's sprint, and with my flight talent, none of them would have laid a claw on me. But 4 eagles and a lizard around 1 old man meant I could not get to the old man, and worse, if he saw me even once, he would go back inside for another 6 months. So I stayed in the branches and did not move a muscle, and he went for a 10-minute walk around his own courtyard, breathing. The air out here is so fresh, he said. I have never wanted to kill anybody as much as I wanted to kill him for saying that. Over the next week, the walks got got longer. 10 minutes, then 20, then half an hour, and he went further out from the house each time. And when a man builds a routine, he has handed you the weapon. I could not fight 4 eagles and a lizard, but I did not have to. That night, I left the villa and flew 150 kilometers back to Chiaoma Mountain, because 6 months had passed and I had left 200 concubines behind under an acting king with a policy of encouraging children, and if the arithmetic had gone the way arithmetic goes, I had an army. I came in over Chiaoma at 2 in the morning, and the sky above the mountain was full. Hundreds of them, working the slopes, and not on insects. They were on rabbits, pheasants, and I watched them take down a wolf in a little under 4 minutes, and then go flat on it. 500. I estimated 500, and I want to point out that the reason there were that many is that I had lifted the execution policy and allowed men, which makes me the most successful administrator in the history of that mountain. I put my throat open. My beloved concubines, your emperor has returned from his travels. Kneel and receive him. And 500 bats turned around and came at me. I opened my wings the way a man opens his arms. Come on then, come to me. And then I noticed the formation, and the faces, and the sound they were making, which was not welcome. It was the sound they make at an intruder in their territory. 500 bats came at me across that mountain like a black tide. You traitors, are you seizing the throne? I was shouting, and I was also, and I want to be honest, extremely close to running. Because it does not matter how good you are individually, 500 of anything will strip you. Being surrounded and killed is one thing. Being surrounded and skinned and having your tendons pulled out is not a way to go. And then I understood, about 90 meters out, and it was worse than treason. 6 months. A bat's memory does not run to 6 months. They had not rebelled. They had forgotten. Every single one of them had forgotten there had ever been a king, and what was flying at them was a strange male with the wrong coloring. And at 20 meters I could either turn and run from my own harem, which was unacceptable, or... I shook my head, and I opened my throat, and I gave them the smallest ultrasonic attack I have ever produced. Deliberately small. A fraction of it, because they were mine, and I wanted them alive. The tide hit an invisible wall. 500 bats came out of the air simultaneously, and they went down all across that slope, and from above it looked exactly like somebody had thrown black sesame across a floor. 10 seconds. All 500 down. Most of them were sick where they lay, which is what happens, and they brought up everything they had drunk out of that wolf. And that is how I got my throne back, and I want you to note the cost. If I had used a full one, at that range, on animals that size, every one of them would have died. I held it at a fraction, and it still emptied a mountain. Then I landed, badly, because a single ultrasonic attack still took everything out of me. I got my head up. Who is in charge here? And 500 bats squeaked submission from the ground, and it was over. Would it not have been easier, I said, to do that at the start? Look at this, everybody loses. What was the point? I gave them 2 days to recover and used the time to look them over. The young ones were different. Every bat born in those 6 months to a mother who drank blood had come out with sharper teeth and eyes tinted dark red, slightly larger. Something had shifted in them, and the system had never mentioned it, and I have never gotten an explanation. Fine by me. 7 hours to Zhangjiashan with 500 of them at half my speed, and we came in at 1 in the morning, and I did not take them anywhere near the village. I sent them to feed 10 kilometers out and then to sit still and wait. Then I went in alone and got back into my tree. The next day at noon, after lunch, Prosper came out for his walk. 2 men, 4 eagles, 1 lizard. Half an hour, and he had gotten confident enough to go all the way out past the last houses, down to the river. He stood on a little wooden bridge with his hands behind his back and listened to the water. And then, because he was in an excellent mood, he began to recite poetry. Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk. Small bridge, running water, houses. Ancient road, west wind, a thin horse, the sun setting in the west, and the heartbroken traveler at the end of the world. Let me describe the picture properly. A stone village in a fold of the hills. A wooden bridge over clear water. An old man in a white jacket with prayer beads reciting Ma Zhi Yuan to himself in the sun. Heartbroken traveler, I thought. Old man, in about 4 minutes I am going to break something of yours. Then I slipped out of the bushes and flew 10 kilometers, and opened my throat, and 500 bats came up off a hillside. 10 minutes later, we came over the edge of Zhangjiashan village in a mass. The eagles saw us first. They were the only ones with the eyes for it, and they screamed, and their screams got the two handlers looking up, and the two handlers found a black cloud coming across the sky at them. Not good. Boss, get inside, find somewhere. And that was the moment I had spent 7 hours and 6 months buying. Because they were out past the last house, 500 meters of open ground between an old man and a door. The lead handler gave a whistle and put 2 eagles up. Now. Eagles are proud. That is not a figure of speech, it is an operational characteristic, and it killed all 4 of them. 2 eagles went straight into 500 bats at a closing speed of 30 meters a second. 5 seconds. That is what it took. Feathers came off them in sheets, and both of them came down, and my flock wanted to stop and drink, and I would not let them, because there was a man standing in the open. Attack. 500 bats went over the top of the eagles and onto 3 men, 2 remaining eagles and a lizard. The 2 handlers got their hands inside their jackets and came out with pistols, which I had not known about, and they got off a lot of rounds and they took down about a dozen of mine. And then the cloud closed and there was no more shooting. 10 seconds and the last 2 eagles and the lizard were gone. The bodyguards went down under the weight of them, and I came in personally and opened both of their throats, because they were the only 2 in that group who could shoot. And then 500 bats turned on the old man in the white jacket, and I gave the order I had been building toward for 8 months. Leave him. Spare his dog's life. They came off him and scattered, and went to the bodyguards instead. I did not go to Prosper first. I went to one of the dead eagles and got my mouth into it, and I want to explain why, because this was the actual reason I had brought the flock instead of doing something clever. Eagle DNA. Extracted. Optimize. Optimizing. Optimization complete. New talent acquired. Eagle eye. An eagle sees about 36 kilometers, roughly 6 times what a human being manages. I lifted my head and looked at a ridge over 10 kilometers away, and I could tell you what species of tree was on it. I could see 2 squirrels on a pine doing something I will not describe. And that is when I stopped being a thing that hunts at close range and started being a thing that watches whole valleys. Then I turned around and went to work on the old man. He was standing in the middle of a road with 500 bats in a ring around him, and his walnuts were on the ground, and his face had gone the color of paper. I landed and started scratching in the dirt with a claw. Prosper, pleased to meet you. And he looked at that. A vampire bat is one thing. Everybody in the province had spent 6 months being frightened of a vampire bat. A vampire bat that writes is a category error, and I watched it go through him like cold water. You are. I kept scratching. Lin Kaiyang of Longsho Village, and it landed on him like a dropped weight. He shook all over and got words out. Your death has nothing to do with me. I only had somebody frighten you. I never expected. He ran you over by accident. None of this has anything to do with me. You paid a man to drive a car at me, and you are telling me it has nothing to do with you. You shameless old animal. I did not write that. I wrote the only question that mattered. What is in my house that is worth hiring a man to kill me? And he saw a door open. He saw a question, which means a negotiation, which means a survivable situation. And his voice came up out of the floor. If I tell you, will you let me go? Of course, I wrote. Really? When you are out in the world, I wrote, the most important thing is credit. I want to be very clear that I meant none of it. He was not sure either. He had spent 40 years in a business where people say that. Let me get home first, he said, then I will tell you. And I sneered, and I have never enjoyed a sentence more. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate? And the ring of bats came in a meter. He looked at the 2 bodyguards on the ground with their throats still going. He looked at his own hands, and then he looked past me, up the road, and I watched him make a decision, and I let him make it, because I wanted to see what he would try. There were villagers at the top of the road. 6 of them had come out and were on their phones. 2 were filming. Help was coming, and he had done the arithmetic. Talk slowly. Give the smallest true thing. Wait. So he nodded and started talking. You have an antique vase at home, a Song Dynasty plum vase, Yao Zhou kiln. It is worth over $1 million. I stood in the dirt and went through my memory of every room in that house, and I had been in all of them as a bug. There was no vase. Yaozhou I knew about because the kilns are in a town not far from Dongcheng, and if you grow up around there, you know that Yaozhou celadon was one of the 6 great wares of the Song. Half the families in our county have inherited porcelain. Almost all of it is from the last century. Ming or Qing is rare. Song is a museum object. So I wrote the obvious thing. You would kill a man over a bottle worth $1 million. And from the look of your living room, you do not collect porcelain. I had to shake the dirt off my claws afterward. Writing 2 full sentences in soil with a claw is more tiring than 2 nights without sleep. And he went pale in a completely new way, because that sentence told him I had been inside his home on the 12th floor. Then he answered fast. Of course I am not a collector. It is that your plum vase holds a huge secret, so I have to get hold of it. What secret? Now here is where I have to admit an efficiency problem. The character for secret has a great many strokes. I was writing in dirt with a hooked claw, and I had already done 2 long sentences, and my shoulders were finished. So I wrote it in pinyin, and discovered, immediately, that this presented a difficulty at the other end. Because Prosper had left school early and had never really gotten the hang of pinyin, and I watched the richest man in Dongcheng County crouch over a patch of dirt, sounding out letters like a child. He got there eventually. I do not know, he said, so I wrote, still in pinyin, because it was working for me. How do you know there is a secret in the bottle? More sounding out, more lip movement, and then he stopped, and something changed in him. This, I cannot say. If I say it, he will kill me. Not, you will kill me, he will kill me. I wrote, if you do not tell me, I will kill you right now. And Prosper, who had spent 6 months in a sealed house and gone outside with 4 eagles because he loved his own life more than any man I have met, gave a small, bitter smile. He will not only kill me, he said, my son and my grandson will suffer too. And he looked straight at me. And I understood that I had just lost my leverage entirely, because I had finally found the one thing that outranked his own survival, and there was nothing further down to threaten him with. So I did not threaten him. I smiled. That is all. I did not write anything, and I did not move. I let a hideous blood-red animal with its mouth full of somebody else's blood look up at him and smile, and I watched him work out what it meant, because the meaning was extremely simple, and it did not need writing down. He will not spare your children. Do you think I will? The color went out of his face and stayed out. I will talk, he said. I will talk. And that is the entire trick of the whole thing, and it took me 8 months and 150 kilometers to learn it. You do not need to be strong. You need to be the second worst option. Then he heard the horns. They were closer than I had allowed for, coming up the valley, 10 kilometers of hill road and no more than a few minutes of it left. And he heard it too, and I watched him get his courage back, and he started to spend my time. This person is very well known, he said slowly. If we offend him, your family will suffer, and my family will suffer. Are you sure you want to know? And I have to hand it to him. That is a good move. That is the move of a man who has sat across tables. I wrote 4 characters in the dirt. Call your family. Say goodbye. Then I made the sound. And 500 bats came up off that road and went away into the distance in one piece. And I opened my wings as if I were leaving. He came apart in half a second. I will talk. Do not touch them. I will tell you. I folded my wings and turned around. Pretentious woman, I thought. I gave you a chance, and you had to push it. He let out a breath, and then he told me, and it was 2 words. Elder Wong. And I stood in the dirt and thought, is this a joke? Elder Wong is a name off a television show. I am Liu Neng, and you want to be Xie Guangkun. He saw that I did not believe him. Most people call him Elder Uncle, he said. And my stomach dropped out of me. Because everybody in Chang'an province with any experience of the world knows the name Elder Uncle. Prosper was the richest man in Dongcheng County. Elder Uncle is the richest man in the entire province. Also self-made, also out of nothing, 20-odd years ago. He got hold of some money nobody can account for, put it into work, made more, and started a construction outfit called Hongfa. They call it a construction company. They do everything. And here is the part that made him dangerous, and I want to be accurate because it explains the rest of this story. Elder Wong looked after his people, genuinely. His men ate, their families ate. He remembered names, so they would do anything for him. which is how Hong Fa went from a work gang to 2/3 of every construction project in the province, and how it got to the point that no company in Chang'an would bid against them. Prosper's own team was under Hong Fa. Prosper, the richest man in my county with 5 lives on him, was a subcontractor. Anybody who crosses Hong Fa does not come up again. And a man who had frightened my father, killed me, and threatened my sister was one instruction from a man like that. Prosper saw me standing still and heard the horns and let out a breath and switched and started talking to me the way an elder talks to a young man. Lin Kaiyang, I have been through this before. Take my advice. I will give you 1,000,000. Have your father hand over the plum vase. That is good for your family and good for mine. If we make elder uncle angry, neither of us ends well. And the horns brought me back. Because I had spent the last 30 seconds thinking about Elder Wang the way a person thinks about him, the way an office worker in a county town thinks about the richest man in the province. I am not an office worker. I am a vampire bat with 500 subordinates and a policy on children. Give me a few months and 500 becomes 1,000. Give me a year and 1,000 becomes 3. Then why exactly should I be frightened of Elder Wang? And I had already written the line I was going to use on him, months before, in a cave, for exactly this occasion. I had a murderous thought and put my claw down and wrote the last thing Prosper ever read. Game over. He looked at it and looked up, completely lost, and said, with genuine irritation, "Could you just write it in characters? I am not good at pinyin." Then I called the flock. 500 bats came back over the village roofs, and I went in under the cover of them and took his throat out with a claw. Why would I be honest with you? Do you think my head is full of manure? You wanted honesty from a man you had run over with a car. And I want to say one more thing about Prosper, because he died better than he lived. While I was on him, his eyes went calm. He had spent 11 minutes talking to me, and he had worked out my character, and he had concluded, correctly, that I do not kill people who have not touched me, and that I would not go after his family. And that he had told me about Elder Wang in a way that Elder Wang would never believe, because no man alive would credit that a bat had asked a question and gotten an answer. So his family was safe, and he was not, and he had decided that was an acceptable trade. He was a murderer and a coward, and he died protecting his grandchildren. I have killed 8 people by that point in the story, and I want to state my policy plainly, because I had one, and I kept to it. Every single one of them earned it. I am not a butcher, and I am not an executioner. If you do not come for me or mine, I will not come for you, and I would rather be asleep. And also, practically, every body attracts attention, and attention makes life difficult for me and for the flock. Restraint is partly ethics and partly logistics. Then, before we left, I did the most important thing I did all year. I had the bats scrub out every mark in the dirt, every character, every line, every word of pinyin, because those humans must never know that I am intelligent. That is my one real advantage. As long as they hunt me as an animal, they will keep bringing snakes and lizards and nets and expect them to work. And then we went southeast, 500 strong, toward Chaoma Mountain, 8 people in 8 months. 2 of them by chemistry, 1 of them on a public street, 3 of them in 5 seconds, and 1 of them in front of half a village. And several of those villagers had gotten it on their phones. Straight up, I overestimated that risk. Most of the young people in Zhangjiashan work in other cities, and the ones left behind are old and were not going to post anything anywhere. And the response came fast enough to control the scene, and once they had watched the footage, they made sure it went nowhere, because it was too much. But the city heard about it, and the city went cold. Because this thing had started by killing 1 man at a time and had just done 3 at once. And it had started as 1 bat and had arrived with hundreds. They convened. They reported the whole matter up to the province because 8 bodies is not a local problem. They brought in biologists. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, in a villa district called Linyin Tiansha, where the average price is 21,000 a meter and everybody who lives there has a wallet like a woman in her 9th month, 4 men were talking in a living room. One of them was sitting. He was in his 50s, suit, tie, and hair with so much product on it that it looked like a cow had been at it. And none of that hid what was in his face. Elder Wang, Elder Uncle, the richest man in Chang'an province, and, in reality, an entirely unscrupulous one. The 3 men standing in front of him were his 3 generals, and they had been given their names 20 years earlier when they were all doing a different kind of business, and every one of those names means a man who will start a fight over nothing. Nobody in Hong Fa dared use those names anymore. Only Elder Wang. He loosened his tie. How is the thing I gave you going? The first one laughed and said he had completed his mission. Elder Wang nodded and looked at the second, a thin, dark man who barely spoke and who simply nodded to indicate that his was done as well. Then Elder Wang looked at the third one. And the third one, who had a healed knife scar on his left cheek that only shows when he is frightened, could not meet his eye. Elder Uncle, I sent Prosper in Dongcheng County to get that Song Dynasty plum vase. Prosper was killed by the vampire bat. The scar came up red on his face. And Elder Wang frowned very slightly and threw his tie onto the coffee table. There is a big secret in that Song Dynasty plum vase. Did you not know that? Sweat came down that man's forehead, and he did not dare wipe it. Elder Uncle, this is a strange story. Prosper first hired a driver to break the farmer's son's leg to frighten the farmer, but he killed him by accident. Then the driver was killed by the vampire bat. Then Prosper sent his man Scarface to frighten the old farmer's daughter, and he was killed by the vampire bat. Then Shorty and Big Belly, and they were killed by the vampire bat. Then Prosper himself. There is something wrong with this. My men are saying those bats are the ghost of the old farmer's son. Elder Wang picked up a cigar and made a sound of contempt. Do you believe that? The first general laughed and said ghost stories are not permitted anymore, so no. The thin one shook his head, and the third one, with the scar burning, said, I do not believe it either. Then he stepped forward quickly and lit the cigar for him, and Elder Wang took a pull and let the smoke out and looked at the man with the scar and said 4 words. I believe you. There was a silence in which 3 grown men did not know where to put their hands. Well, thought the man with the scar, fine, you believe it. Then why did you make that face at me? You frightened the life out of me. Elder Wang took another pull. There are a great many things it is better to believe than not to believe. I have heard about Prosper too. Put it aside for now. Are those people not out hunting the vampire bats with everything they have? We will wait until they have wiped the things out, and then we will move. Whatever Elder Uncle says. And I was 300 kilometers south of that living room, on a mountain, and I did not know 1 word of it yet. What I knew was that there was nothing left on my list, so I went home. I did it the way I did everything that year, which is to say, lazily. I left the flock on Chalma with a stand-in and took 2 full days over a trip I could have flown in 3 hours, because there was no longer anybody at the other end of it I needed to kill. I came into Longsho village at dusk and got onto the roof of my own house. My mother was in the kitchen, not sitting in it, working in it. Steam was coming out of the window and there was a knife going on a board, and every couple of minutes she said something toward the yard, and my father answered her from the yard. 2 people talking about nothing across 40 feet of courtyard. I had not heard that sound in 10 months. On the table inside there was a bowl with 3 eggs in it and a cloth over the top, which is what my mother does when somebody is coming home, and my sitting comes home on Saturdays. My father was in the vegetable garden with a hoe. He was not weeding. He was standing in one particular corner of it, doing nothing. And then he took 2 steps left and did nothing there. And then he came back to the first spot. I hung under the eaves and watched a 60-year-old man pretend to work a patch of ground for 11 minutes. There is something buried in that garden. He never said a word about it, not to my mother, not to anyone. He had dug a hole and put his own father's last instruction into it and covered it over, and now he came out at dusk and stood on top of it and had a look at the road, which told me the exact size of what I had actually finished. I killed the man who drove the car. I killed the man who paid him. I killed the 3 who came into that house and mentioned my sister. And the thing they came for is still 18 inches under my mother's spring onions. So it is not over. It was never going to be over. All I had done was remove the 4 people standing between me and the top and hand the job upstairs. Then I did something I have never told anybody. I went in through the window and landed on the chest of drawers in my old bedroom, beside a photograph of myself in a cheap frame, and I sat there for about an hour. The fruit in front of it had been changed recently. It always had been. You are going to keep doing that, I thought, until one of you dies, and I cannot stop you. Because if I go into that kitchen and write on the table with a wet claw, the best possible outcome is that my mother believes me. Then she has a son who is 26 centimeters long, and she is the mother of that for the rest of her life. And she will spend it in a village telling nobody. So I did not write anything. I went out over the wall and covered the 700 meters to the other end of Longsho village. Liu Ruoxi was not there. She was in the county town, in a rented room, in a job that ends at 3 in the morning. But her mother's window was open, and her mother was on the phone, and what she was saying was that her daughter was coming back next month for a few days, and had sounded like herself again for the first time since May. Like herself again. I sat on a wall in the dark and worked out what that meant, and it came to this. She is alive and cheerful because of a night she is never going to understand. 2 weeks earlier, a man with money had put his hand on her arm at 3 in the morning on an empty street with 4 of his friends studying their own shoes. The reason she got to walk home from that, and the reason she will be in this village next month sounding like herself, is that something red came off a streetlight at 36 meters a second and opened his throat before he got her into the car. She thinks she was lucky. That is the best outcome available to me. I engineered it on purpose, and it is still the loneliest thing I own. 2 years ago, I stood on a road at 9 at night with 2 packets of noodles and no enemies. I had never been in a fight. I had never taken anything off anybody. I had a supervisor who could not remember which department I was in, and one girl in the world who loved me and had decided, out of consideration, never to bring it up. Then a car came out of a lane, and the paperwork said I did it to myself. 26 months later, 8 men are dead. 2 of them were the richest men in their counties. A province has a task force out. My mother is cooking again. My father has 400,000 yuan in a house he does not lock, and my sister is going to university, and none of the 3 of them will ever know which of those things I bought and which I took. And I am a blood-red animal the length of a forearm, sitting on a garden wall, watching the lit window of a girl who thinks she got lucky. I would not undo one part of it. Which is the sentence that would have frightened the man on the road with the noodles? Then I went back to Chalma Mountain, and on the way I decided how the next part of this goes, and I decided it out of laziness, the way I decide everything worth deciding. I am not going to chase Elder Wang. Prosper sat in a sealed house for 6 months because he knew I was in the tree outside. The richest man in the province has better walls, more men, and no reason at all to leave the capital. There is no version of me that gets into a villa in Chang'an as a bat with 500 subordinates. So I am going to do the thing I have done at every step of this since I was an egg in a river. I am going to stop being what I am. Level 6. Level 10 is where the species ends. Past that, there is something waiting with a bigger mouth than this one, and whatever it turns out to be, it is not going to arrive in Chang'an with 500 bats. It is going to arrive with as many as I can breed by then, and I have already noticed that the country encourages a second child. That is the whole plan. It is not complicated, and I have time. The only flaw in it is that I built it on one belief, and I had held that belief for 2 years, and it was the only real advantage I ever had. Nobody knows, I think. That is why I made my flock scrub my handwriting off a road in Zhangjiashan while the sirens were still coming up the valley. As long as they hunt me as an animal, they will keep sending snakes down holes and lizards on chains and nets off roof beams, and every one of those is a gift. I was extremely pleased with myself about that, and 2 days before I lay down on that mountain, 300 kilometers north, in a living room with rosewood in it, a man I had never seen put a cigar in his mouth and said it out loud to 2 of his own generals. If it could kill Prosper and his men, then it is probably intelligent. Like a man. He was the richest man in Chang'an province, and he had gotten there by being right about people. He was going to wait until the search wore itself out. Then he was going to come for a bottle buried in a vegetable garden in Longsho village. And when he came, he was going to come knowing exactly what was living in the trees.